Chapter 22. Butch threw himself at the bathroom door and jerked the handle until his palm nearly tore open. On the other side, he heard Marissa crying. Then a shattering noise. He drove his shoulder into the wooden panels. Marissa! He hit the door with his body again, but then stopped and listened. Wild fear bit into him when there was only silence. Marissa! Just go. The quiet desperation in her voice made his eyes sting. Just go. He splayed his hand on the wood that separated them. I'm so sorry. Go, just go. Oh God, you have to leave. Marissa. I won't come out until you're gone. Go. Feeling as if he were in a nightmare, he grabbed his jacket and stumbled out of the bedroom, all sloppy, loose-bodied, weak in the knees. Out in the hall, he sagged back against the wall and banged his head into the plaster. Squeezing his eyes shut, all he could see was her cowering in the corner, her trembling body drawn in a defensive crouch, her gown hanging loose from her bare breasts as if it had been ripped off her. Fuck him. She was a lovely virgin and he treated her like a whore, pushing her too far and too hard because he hadn't been able to control himself. Christ, no matter how hot she burned, she wasn't used to what a man wanted to do during sex, or what happened when a man's instincts took over. And even though he'd known all of that, he'd still held her down on that bed by the thighs, trapping her while he tongue-fucked her, for God's sake. Butch slammed the back of his skull into the wall again. Dear God. She'd been so scared. She'd even bared her fangs as if she had to protect herself from him. With a nasty curse, he tore off down the stairs, trying to outrun how much he despised himself, knowing he couldn't go that fast or that far. When he hit the foyer, someone yelled, "Butch! Yo, Butch! You okay?" He burst outside, jumped into the Escalade, and cranked the engine. All he wanted to do was apologize to her until he was hoarse, but he was the last person on the planet she wanted to see at the moment. And he didn't blame her. He gunned the SUV for downtown, heading straight for V's place. By the time he'd curbed the Escalade and was riding up the high-rise elevator, he was about to take the bridge. He was such a mess. He threw open V's door. Shit. In the glow of black candles, V's house was bent over with his head down, his leather-clad hips driving back and forth, his bare shoulders and massive arms flexed up hard. Beneath him, a female was tied down on the table at the wrists and ankles, her body wrapped in leather except for the tips of her breasts and where V was slamming into her core. Even though there was a mask over her face and a ball gag in her mouth, Butch was pretty damn sure she was on the verge of an orgasm. She was making little mewling noises, begging for more even as tears streaked down her leather-covered cheeks. When V's head lifted from the female's neck, his eyes were glowing and his fangs were long as well. She might need stitches, put it that way. My bad. Butch blurted and ducked out of the penthouse. He went back down for the Escalade in a daze and couldn't seem to think of anywhere to go once he got to the SUV. He just sat in the driver's seat, key in the ignition, hand on the gearshift picturing V's house feeding. The glowing eyes, the long fangs, the sex. Butch thought about how unconcerned Marissa had been that she was ill, and her voice popped into his head. I can take care of it. Then, I don't want to hurt you. What if Marissa needed to feed? What if that was why she'd sent him away? She was a goddamned vampire, for Chris' sakes. Or did he think those beautiful fangs of hers were just for decoration? He put his head down on the steering wheel. Oh man, this was so unattractive. He had no business looking for other explanations. Besides, why hadn't she just asked if she could take some of him? He would have let her in a heartbeat, maybe even faster. Hell, the mere thought of it gave him a massive hard-on. The idea that she would settle in at his neck and suck was a turn on the likes of which he'd never come across before. He pictured her naked, sprawled on his chest, her face at his throat. Careful, O'Neill. Be careful, you're not just looking for an out here. Except she had been aroused, hadn't she? He'd tasted it. In fact, when he'd gone hardcore on her, it had seemed as if that sweetness had flowed even more. But then why hadn't she just told him what was wrong? Maybe she didn't want a drink from him. Maybe she figured because he was a human he couldn't take it. Maybe because he was a human he actually couldn't. Yeah, fuck that. He'd rather die feeding her than know some other man was taking care of his woman. The idea of Marissa's mouth on someone else's neck, her breasts against someone else's chest, her smell in someone else's nose, her swallowing someone else's blood. Mine. The word shot through his head, and he became aware his hand had moved into his coat and found the trigger of his Glock. Hitting the gas, he took off for zero-sum, knowing his next move had to be calming down and ironing his head out. Homicidal jealousy directed at some male vampire was so not on his to-do list. When his cell phone started ringing in his pocket, he palmed the razor. Yeah. V's voice was low. Sorry you had to walk in on that. I didn't expect you to come. V. What happens when a vampire doesn't feed? There was a pause. Nothing good. You get tired, real damn tired. And the hunger hurts. Think food poisoning. Waves of pain rolling through your gut. If you let it get too out of hand, you turn into an animal. It gets dangerous. I've heard those stories about Zadist back before he got with Bella. He lived off humans, right? And I know for a fact those women didn't die. I'd see them back in the club after he was finished with them. You thinking of your girl? Yeah. Look, you headed for a drink? More than one. I'll meet you. When Butch pulled into Zero-Sum's parking lot, V was waiting by the side of the club, smoking a hand-rolled. Butch got out and triggered the Escalade's alarm. Cop. V. Butch cleared his throat and tried not to think about what his roommate looked like feeding and having sex. He failed. All he saw was this house over that female, dominating her, pumping into her, his body moving like a piston. Man, he was gonna have to readjust his definition of hardcore, thanks to that Eiffel. V drew hard on his cigarette, then put it out on the heel of his shitkicker and slipped the butt into his back pocket. You ready to go in? Christ, yes. The bouncers let them bypass the wait line, and then they walked through the club's writhing, sweating, oversexed crowd to the VIP section. Within moments, and without an order, a waitress brought over a Lagavulin double and some Grey Goose. As V's phone went off and he started talking, Butch glanced around only to stiffen with a curse. In the corner, in the dim shelter of some shadow, he saw that tall, muscled female. And Revenge's head of security was watching him, her eyes burning like she wanted a repeat of the bathroom action they'd had. Not going to happen. Butch looked down into his glass as V clipped his phone shut. That was Fritz. Message from Marissa to you. Butch's head jacked up. What'd she say? She wants you to know that she's okay. Said she needs to lay low for tonight, but she'll be fine tomorrow. Said she doesn't want you to worry and she loves you and you didn't do anything wrong when you did whatever you did. He cleared his throat. So what did you do? Or is that TMI? Wicked TMI. Butch tossed his drink back and held his empty glass up. The waitress came immediately. As she took off to get him a freshie, he looked down at his hands and felt V's eyes boring into him. Butch, she's going to need more than you can give her. Zadist survived on. Z drank from a lot of different humans. You're just the one. Thing is, because your blood is so weak, she'll drain you in no time because she'll have to do it so often. V took a deep breath. Look, she can use me if you want. You can even be there so you know what happens. Sex doesn't have to be involved. Butch tilted his head and focused on his roommate's jugular. Then he imagined Marissa at that thick neck, the two of them together, intertwined. V, you know I love you like a brother, right? Yeah. You feed her and I'll tear your fucking throat out. V smirked, then broke into a full smile. The grin was so wide he had to cover his fangs with the back of his gloved hand. Nuff said, my man, and just as well. I've never let someone take my vein before. Butch frowned. Never. Nope. I'm a vascular virgin. Personally, I hate the idea of some female feeding off me. Why? Not my bag. Butch opened his mouth and V held up his hand. Enough. Just know I'm here if you change your mind and want to use me. Not going to happen, Butch thought. Ever. Taking a deep breath, he thanked God for Marissa's message. And he'd been right. She'd kicked him out because she needed to feed. That had to be it. Man, he was sorely tempted to head back home, except he wanted to respect her wishes and not behave like a stalker. Besides, tomorrow night, assuming this was about Bloodwell, then he had something for her, didn't he? She was going to drink from him. When the waitress came back with more scotch, Revenge showed up at the table with her. The male's massive body blocked out the view of the crowd, which meant Butch couldn't see the guy's security officer, which meant he could take a deep breath. "My people keeping you wet enough?" Rev asked. Butch nodded. "Very wet. That's what I like to hear." The Reverend slid into the booth, his amethyst eyes scanning the VIP section. He looked good, his suit black, his silk shirt black, his mohawk a dark crop stripe that ran front to back on his skull. "So I want to share a little news. You getting married?" Butch tossed back half the new lag. "Where you registered? Crate and barium? Try Heckler and Coke." The Reverend opened his jacket and flashed the butt of a 40. "Nice little poodle shooter you got there, vampire. Put a hell of a V cut in. You two are like watching tennis, and racket sports bore me. What's the news?" Rev looked at Butch. "He has such phenomenal people skills, doesn't he? Try living with him." The Reverend smirked, then grew serious. As he spoke, his mouth barely moved and his words didn't carry far. The Princeps Council met night before last. Issue was mandatory seclusion for all unmated females. The Leodire wants a recommendation passed and submitted to Wrath ASAP. V whistled under his breath. "A lockdown. Precisely. They're using my sister's abduction and Wellisandra's death as the rationales. Which is some powerful shit, as it should be." The Reverend locked eyes with V. "Word to your boss. The Glimmer is pissed off at these civilian losses all around town. This motion is their warning shot across Wrath's bow, and they are dead serious about passing it. The Leodire's all up in my grill because they can't hold a vote unless every member of the council is in the room, and I'm a consistent no-show. I can put off the meeting for a little while, but not forever." At that moment, a cell phone went off in the Reverend's jacket and he took the thing out. "And what do you know, here's Bella now. Hey, sister mine." The male's eyes flashed and his body shifted. "Tali." Butch frowned, getting the distinct impression that whoever was on that line was a female and not of the sister kind. Revenge's body was suddenly throwing off heat like a banked fire. Man, you had to wonder what kind of woman would tangle with a piece of work like the Reverend. Then again, V was obviously getting laid, so those kind of females were out there. "Hold on, Tali." Rev frowned and got to his feet. "Later, gentlemen. And drinks are on me tonight." "Thanks for the heads up," V said. "I'm such a model fucking citizen, aren't I?" Rev sauntered down to his office and shut himself away. Butch shook his head. "So the Reverend's got a chippy, huh?" V grunted. "Pity that female. For real." As Butch's stare drifted, he tensed up. That hard-ass female with the men's haircut still had her eyes on him in the shadows. "Did you do her, cop?" V asked softly. "Who?" He kicked the tail end of the shot. "You know exactly who I'm asking about. None of your biz, roommate." As Marissa waited for Revenge's voice to come back on the line, she wondered where he was. There was a din coming over the connection music, voices. "Party?" The noise cut off sharply, as if he'd closed a door. "Tali, where are you? Or did Havers get his phones really encrypted?" "I'm not at home." Silence. Then, "Are you where I think you are? Are you with the Brotherhood?" "How did you know?" He muttered something, then said, "Only one number on the planet this phone can't trace, and it's where my sister calls me from. Now you're pulling the same no-show thing for an ID. What the hell's going on?" She glossed over the situation, telling him only that she and Havers had argued and she'd needed somewhere to stay. Rev cursed. "You should have called me first. I want to take care of you. It's complicated. Your mother. You don't worry about her." Rev's voice smoothed out into a purr. "Come stay with me, Talhi. All you have to do is materialize to the penthouse and I'll have you picked up." "Thank you, but no. I'm only going to be here long enough to get settled somewhere else." "Settled somewhere what the hell? This stuff with your brother is permanent. It'll be fine. Listen, Revenge, I need you. I need to try again to—" She put her head in her hand. She hated using him, but who else could she go to? And Butch, God. Butch, she felt like she was betraying him. Except what was her alternative? Revenge growled. "When, Tali? When do you want me?" Now. Just go Toa, hell. I've got to meet the Princeps Leodire. And then I've got some work-related issues I have to take care of. She gripped the phone. Waiting was bad. Tomorrow, then? At nightfall. Unless you want to come and stay at my home. Then we could have all day long. I'll see you first thing tomorrow evening. I can't wait, Tali. After she hung up, she stretched out on the bed and sank into utter exhaustion, her body becoming indistinguishable from the sheets and blankets and pillows, just another inanimate object on top of the mattress. Oh hell, maybe waiting until tomorrow was better. She could rest up, then talk to Butch and let him know what was going on. As long as she wasn't sexually charged, she should be able to control herself around him, and this was one conversation that was better to have in person. If humans who were in love were anything like bonded male vampires, Butch wasn't going to handle the fact that she needed to be with someone else well. With a sigh, she thought about Rev. Then the Princeps Council. Then her sex in general. God, even if that seclusion motion was defeated by some miracle, there really was no safe place for females to go if they were threatened at home, was there? With the disintegration of vampire society and all the fighting with the lessers, there were no social services for the race. No safety net. No one to help females and their young if the Hellren in their house was violent. Or if the family turned the female away. Good Lord. What would have happened to her if Beth and Wrath hadn't taken her in? Or if she didn't have revenge? She might well have died. Down in the compound's training center, John was the first in the locker room after the in-class session was done. He changed quickly into his jockstrap and his G impatient for the fighting practice to begin. What's the hurry, John? Oh, wait, you like to get your ass kicked. John looked over his shoulder. Lash was standing in front of an open locker, taking off a fancy silk shirt. His chest was no bigger than John's and his arms just as thin. But as the guy stared back, his eyes burned like he was the size of a bull. John met that glare head-on, his body heating up. Man, he was jonesing for Lash to open his mouth and say something else. Just one more thing. You gonna pass out on us again, John? Like the pansy you are. Bingo. John launched himself at the kid but didn't get far. Blaylock, the redhead, caught him and held him back, trying to derail the fight. But Lash didn't have any such dead weight. The bastard drew his fist back and threw a right hook so hard that John spun out of Blaylock's hold and hit the bank of lockers with a metal bang. Stunned, breath knocked out of him, John reached out blindly. Blaylock caught him again. Jesus Christ, Lash. What? He was coming at me. Because you were begging for it. Lash's eyes narrowed. What did you say? You don't have to be such an asshole. As Lash pointed at Blaylock, his Jacob and Company watch sparkled under the lights like it was a battery-powered twinkler. Careful, Blay. Playing on his team ain't such a hot idea. The guy shook out his hand and dropped his pants. Man, that felt good. How was it on your end, John boy? John let that one go and pushed himself free. As his face throbbed to the beat of his heart, he thought of a car blinker for some absurd reason. Oh, Lord, how bad was the damage? He stumbled over to the row of sinks, and in the long mirror that ran down the length of the wall, he got a look at his puss. Great. Just great. His chin and lip were already swelling. Blaylock appeared behind him with a cold bottle of water. Put this on it. John took the icy aquafma and eased it onto his face. Then he closed his eyes to avoid seeing either himself or the redhead. You want me to tell Zadist you're not training tonight? John shook his head. You sure? Ignoring the question, John gave the water back and walked out to the gym. The other guys followed in a tense group, stomping over the blue mats and lining up next to him. Zadist came out of the equipment room, took one look at John's face and got good and pissed off. Everyone put their hands out, palms down. He walked past each trainee until he stopped in front of Lash. Nice knuckles. Over against the wall. Lash sauntered across the gym, looking self-satisfied that he wasn't going to have to work out. Zadist stopped in front of John's hands. Turn him over. John did. There was a heartbeat of silence. Then Zadist gripped John's chin and forced his head up. Seeing double? John shook his head. Nauseous. John shook his head. This hurt. Zadist prodded the jaw a little. John winced, shook his head. Liar. But that's what I want to hear. Z stepped away and addressed the trainees. Laps. 20. And each time you get to your classmate over there, you drop in front of him and do 20 push-ups. Marine style. Move it. The groans were loud. Do I look like I care? Zadist whistled through his teeth. Move it. John started off with the rest of them, thinking this was going to be a really long night. But at least Lash wasn't looking quite so pleased with himself. For hours later, it turned out John was right. By the end of the session, they were all exhausted. Z not only ground them into the mats, he kept them longer than usual. Like centuries longer than usual. The damn training was so grueling that not even John had the energy to keep practicing after they broke for the night. Instead, he went directly to Tor's office and collapsed in the chair without even showering. Curling his legs up tight, he figured he would just rest a minute, then go rinse off. The door swung open. You okay? Zadist demanded. John didn't look over, just nodded. I'm recommending that Lash get kicked out of the program. John jerked upright and started shaking his head. Whatever, John. That's the second time he's gone after you. Or do I have to remind you of the nunchakus thing a few months back? No, John remembered. Shit, though. With too much to say to be able to sign and have Z catch everything, he reached for his pad and wrote with extra neatness. If he gets kicked out, I look weak to the others. I want to fight with these guys someday. How can they trust me if they think I'm a lightweight? He handed the pad to Zadist, who held the pages with care in his big hands. The brother's head dropped low and his brows crunched together, his distorted mouth moving a little as if he were sounding out each word. When Z was finished, he tossed the pad on the desk. I won't have that little shit beating on you, John. Just won't have it. But you got a point. I'll slap Lash with some serious probation. But one more of these happy little episodes, and he's out. Zadist walked over to the closet where the tunnel access was hidden, then looked over his shoulder. Listen up, John. I don't want a free-for-all during training, so no going after the bastard even though he deserves it. You just keep your head down and your hands to yourself. Fury, and I'll watch him for you. Okay? John looked away, thinking of how badly he'd wanted to clock Lash. How badly he still wanted to do that. John? We clear? No brawling. After a long moment, John nodded slowly, and hoped he'd be able to keep his word. Chapter 23. Hours and hours and hours later, Butch's ass was so numb he couldn't tell where the floor ended and his butt began. All day long, he'd been sitting in this hallway outside of Marissa's bedroom door. Like the dog he was, he couldn't say it had been wasted time. He'd done a lot of thinking, and had made a phone call that had been the right thing to do, though a cringer to get through. He'd bitten the bullet and called his sister Joyce. Nothing had changed at home. Evidently his family back in South Boston still had no interest in having anything to do with him. And that didn't really bother him because it was the status quo. But it did make him feel bad for Marissa. She and her brother had been tight, so getting turned out by him must have been a truly nasty surprise. Master! Butch looked up. Hey, Fritz. I have what you asked for. The doggen bowed low and held out a black velvet bag. I believe it matches your specifications, but if it does not, I can find another. I'm sure it's perfect. Butch took the heavy satchel, split it open at the mouth, and poured the contents into his hand. The solid gold cross was 3 inches long and 2 inches wide, thick as a finger. Suspended at the end of a long gold chain, it was exactly what he'd wanted, and he put it around his neck with satisfaction. The substantial weight was just as he'd hoped it would be, a tangible protection. Master, how is it? Butch smiled up at the doggen's wrinkled face, while unbuttoning his shirt and dropping the necklace inside. He felt the cross slide down his skin until it lay right over his heart. Like I said, perfect. Fritz beamed, bowed, and took off, just as the grandfather clock started chiming down at the other end of the corridor. Once, twice, 6 times. The bedroom door in front of him swung open. Marissa appeared before him as an apparition. After so many hours of thinking about her, his eyes were momentarily snowed, seeing her not as real but as a figment of his desperation. Her dress ether not cloth, her hair a glorious golden aura, her face a haunting well of beauty. As he stared up at her, his heart transformed her into an icon from his Catholic childhood, the Madonna of salvation and love, and him her unworthy servant. He dragged himself off the floor, his spine cracking as it supported his weight. Marissa. Ah, shit. His emotions were all right there in his rusted-out voice. The pain, the sadness, the regret. She held her hand up. I meant what I said in that message last night. I loved being with you. Every moment. That wasn't why you had to leave, and I wish I could have explained myself better at the time. Butch, we need to talk. Yeah, I know. But do you mind if we go down the hall for this? Because he had no intention of having an audience, and no matter what she said, he figured she'd prefer not to be in a bedroom alone with him. She was tense as hell. When she nodded, they headed to the sitting room at the end of the corridor, and on the way he was stunned by how weak she was. She moved slowly, as if she couldn't feel her legs, and she was terribly pale, nearly transparent from a lack of energy. Once inside the peach and yellow room, she went over to the windows away from him. Her words were thin as breath as she spoke. Butch, I don't know how to say this. I know what's doing. You do. Yes. He started toward her, arms out. Don't you know I would do anything? Don't come any closer. She stepped back. You've got to stay away from me. He dropped his hands. You need to feed, don't you? Her eyes widened. How did you? It's all right, baby. He smiled a little. It's very all right. I talked with V. So you know what I've got to do? And you don't mind. He shook his head. I'm fine with it. More than fine. Oh, thank the scribe virgin. She lurched over to a sofa and sat down as if her knees had buckled. I was so afraid you'd be offended. It'll be hard on me as well, but it's the only safe way. And I can't wait any longer. It has to be tonight. When she patted the couch seat, he went over with relief and sat beside her, taking her hands in his. God. She was so cold. I'm really ready for this, he said with thick anticipation. Man, he was suddenly dying to head back to her bedroom. Let's go. A curious expression crossed her face. You want to watch? He stopped breathing. Watch. I'm not sure that's a good idea. As her words hit him, Butch became aware of a sinking feeling in his gut, like someone had popped the stoppers on a number of his internal organs. What are you talking about, watch? When I'm with the male who lets me take his vein. Abruptly, Marissa recoiled, giving him a good idea of what the expression on his face must be like. Yeah, or maybe she was reacting to the fact that he'd started to growl. The other male, he said slowly, as he put it all together. The one you told me you've been seeing. You've fed from him. She nodded slowly. Yes. Butch jacked up to his feet. Often. 4 or 5 times. And he's an aristocrat, of course. Well, yes. And he'd make a socially acceptable mate for you, wouldn't he? Unlike a POS human. Wouldn't he? Butch, it isn't romantic. I swear. Yeah, maybe on her side it wasn't. But it was damn hard to imagine any male not sexing her. The bastard would have to be impotent or some shit. He's into you, isn't he? Answer the question, Marissa. Flyboy with the superhero plasma, he wants you. Doesn't he? Doesn't he? God. Where the hell was this wild jealousy coming from? But he knows I don't feel that way about him. Has he kissed you? When she didn't reply, Butch was very glad he didn't know the Joe's name and address. You're not using him anymore. You have me. Butch, I can't feed from you. I'll take 2. Where are you going? He stalked across the room, shut the double doors, and locked them in together. As he came back at her, he tossed his black suit jacket on the floor and ripped open his shirt, the buttons popping off and flying everywhere. Falling to his knees in front of her, he tilted back his head and offered his throat, himself, to her. You will use me. There was a long silence. Then her scent, that gorgeous clean fragrance, intensified until it flooded the room. Her body began to shake, her mouth opening. As her fangs unsheathed, he got an instant erection. Oh yeah, he said in a dark voice. Take me. I need to feed you. No, she moaned, tears glowing in her cornflower blue eyes. She made a move to get up, but he jumped at her, taking her by the shoulders, holding her down on the couch. He moved himself between her legs, bringing their bodies together, getting all up in her. While she trembled against him and pushed at him, he kept her close, nuzzling her, nipping her ear, sucking on her jaw. Before long, she stopped fighting to get away, and started gripping the two halves of his shirt to pull him in tighter. "That's right, baby," he growled. "You grab on to me. Let me feel those fangs get into me deep. I want it." He palmed the back of her head and brought her mouth to his throat. As an arc of pure sexual power exploded between them, they both began to pant, her breath and tears hot on his skin. But then she seemed to come to her senses. She struggled hard and he did his best to keep her in place, even though they were both going to end up with bruises. And even though he was ultimately going to lose the fight against her. As he was just a human, she was stronger, even though he outweighed her by well over 100 pounds. But hopefully she would give in and use him before his energy flagged. "Marissa, please, take me," he groaned, his voice hoarse from the struggle and now the begging. "No." His heart broke as she sobbed, but he didn't let her go. He couldn't. "Take what's inside of me. I know I'm not good enough, but take me anyway. Don't make me do this. I have to." God, he felt like crying with her. Butch, her body bucked and strained against his, their clothes flapping as they struggled. "I can't hold back for much longer. Let me go before I hurt you." "Never." It happened so fast. His name shot out of her on a yell, and then he felt a searing blaze of pain at the side of his throat, her fangs sinking into his jugular. "Oh, fuck yes." He loosened his grip and cradled her as she latched on to his neck. He barked her name at the first erotic draw, the first hard suck on his vein, the first swallow for her. As she repositioned for a better angle, pleasure swamped him, sparks flowing all through his body as if he were orgasming. This was so the way it had to be. He needed her to take from him in order to live. Marissa broke the contact and dematerialized, right out of his arms. Butch fell headfirst into the empty air where she'd been, face planting into the sofa cushions. In a messy scramble, he shoved himself to his feet and spun around. "Marissa! Marissa!" He threw himself at the doors and clawed at the lock, but couldn't get free. Then he heard her broken, desperate voice on the other side. "I'll kill you, God help me. But I'll kill you, I want you too much." He pounded on the door. "Let me out." "I'm sorry," her voice cracked, then grew strong, and he feared her resolve more than anything else. "I'm so sorry. I'll come to you afterward. After it is done." "Marissa, don't do this. I love you." He beat the wood with his fists. "I don't care if I die. Don't go to him." When the lock finally gave way, he burst into the hall and ran flat out for the staircase. But by the time he threw open the mansion's front door, she was gone. Across town, in the underground parking garage where the brokered fights took place, Van hopped into the chicken wire cage and bounced on the balls of his feet. The drumbeat of him warming up echoed through the concrete levels, cutting off the silence. Tonight there was no crowd, just 3 people. But he was juiced like it was standing room only. Van was the one who'd suggested the locale to Mr. X, and he'd shown them how to break into the place. As he knew the schedule of fights, he'd been sure there wouldn't be anyone around this evening, and a big part of him wanted to have his glory. His resurrection here in this ring, not in some anonymous basement somewhere. He tried out some kicks, so very satisfied with his strength, then eyed his opponent. The other lesser was just as lit for the hand-to-hand as he was. From the other side of the cage, Xavier barked, "You don't stop until it's over." And Mr. D, on the ground unmoving, "Is not over. We clear." Van nodded, already used to being called by his last initial. "Good." Xavier's palms clapped together and the fight was on. Van and the other lesser circled each other. But Van had no intention of letting the slow dance crap go on for long. He moved in first, throwing punches, forcing his opponent back against the cage. The guy took the bare-knuckled pounders like they were nothing more than spring rain on his cheeks and then tossed out a mean-ass right hook. The damn thing caught Van at an angle, splitting his lip open like an envelope. It hurt, But the pain was good, a strengthener, something that focused him further. Van spun around and sent his foot out flying, a body bomb on the end of a steel chain. Sure as shit it took the lesser down, sprawling the guy flat. Van jumped on his opponent and cranked him into a submission hold, wrenching one arm back and around so the joints strained at the shoulder and elbow. Just a little tighter and he was gonna pop this sucker right off. The lesser pulled a smoothie, somehow nailing Van in the balls with his knee. Quick switch of positions and Van was on the bottom. Then another roll and they were up on their feet. The fight went on and on. No timeouts, no breathers. The two of them battering the holy hell out of each other. It was flipping miraculous. Van felt like he could go for hours no matter how beat up his body got. It was like he had an engine in him, a driving force, one that was not as dulled by exhaustion or pain as his old self had been. When the break in the action finally came, the tipping factor was Van's special whatever it was. Though the two of them were identically matched for strength, Van was the master at this, and he saw the opening for the win. He popped the other slayer in the gut, nailing a liver shot that would have left a human opponent shitting in his shorts. Then he picked his opponent up and slammed him down onto the ring floor. As he mounted the body and looked down, Van's blood welled from the cuts around his eyes and dropped onto the guy's face like tears, black tears. The color momentarily freaked Van out, and the other lesser took advantage of the lapse in focus by spinning him over onto his back. Yeah, not happening, not this time. Van balled his fist and rammed it into the guy's temple at exactly the right force and the right place, knocking the lesser stupid. With a quick surge, Van kicked his opponent over, straddled the slayer's chest and repeated the punch over and over again, battering the skull until the bone helmet went soft. And he just kept going, sticking to the task until the very structure of the man's face let go, the head becoming a loose bag, his opponent dead and then some. Finish him, Xavier called from the sidelines. Van looked up, panting hard. I just did. No. Finish him. How? You should know what to do. Xavier's pale eyes shined with an eerie desperation. You must. Van wasn't clear on exactly how much deader he could make the guy, but he grabbed the lesser by the ears and twisted until the neck snapped. Then he eased off the body. Though he had no heart that beat anymore, his lungs burned and his body was deliciously logy from exertion, except the logy didn't last. He started to laugh. Already the strength was returning to him, just pouring in from somewhere else as if he'd eaten and slept and recovered for days. Xavier's boots landed hard in the ring and the four lesser strode over, furious. I told you to finish him. Goddamn it. Aha. Right. Christ. Xavier just had to suck the triumph out of the moment. You think he's walking away from this? Xavier shook with rage as he took out a knife. I told you to finish him. Van tensed up and leaped to his feet. But Xavier just bent over that messy, punching bag of a lesser and stabbed the thing in the chest. There was a flash of light and then gone. Nothing but black smudges on the ring's tarmac. Van backed up until he hit the fencing. What the hell? From across the way, Xavier pointed the knife right at Van's chest. I have expectations for you. Like what? You should be able to do that. He jabbed toward the disintegration mark with the blade on your own. So give me a knife next time. Xavier shook his head, a bizarre kind of panic flaring in his face. Fuck. He paced around, then muttered, it's just going to take time. Let's go. What about the blood? Man, that oily black stuff suddenly made him dizzy. Like I give a shit? Xavier picked up the dead lesser's duffel bag and left. As Van followed him out of the parking garage, he found it really fucking annoying that Mr. X was playing it like this. The fight had been a good one and Van had won. He wanted to enjoy the feeling. In strained silence, the two of them headed for the minivan, which was parked blocks away, and as they went along, Van scrubbed his face with a towel and tried not to curse. When they got to the car, Xavier slid behind the wheel. Where are we going? Van asked as he got in. Xavier didn't answer, just started to drive, so Van stared out the windshield, wondering how he could get away from the guy. Not easily, he suspected. As they passed by a new skyscraper that was going up, he eyed the men pulling the night shift. Under electric lights, the union crews were all over the building like ants, and he envied them even though he'd hated doing what they did. Man, if he were still one of them, he wouldn't be dealing with Mr. X's crap attitude. On a whim, Van lifted his right hand and looked at his missing pinky, remembering how he'd done it. So fucking stupid. He'd been at a construction site cutting boards on a table saw and decided to take the guards off the machine to make the process go faster. One lapse of focus later and his finger had ended up flying through the air with the greatest of ease. The blood loss had seemed tremendous, the stuff leaking all over him, covering the saw's flat back, soaking into the ground. Red, not black. Van put his hand to his chest and felt nothing beating behind his breastbone. Anxiety trembled down the back of his neck, like spiders slipping under his collar. He glanced at Xavier, the only resource he had. Are we alive? No. But that guy was killed, right? So we must be alive. Xavier's eyes shot across the seat. We're not alive. Trust me. What happened to him then? Exhaustion flared in Xavier's pale, dead stare, the drooping of his lids making him look like he was 1,000,000 years old. What happened to him, Mr. X? The forelesser didn't answer, just kept on driving. Chapter 24. Marissa materialized on the terrace of Revenge's penthouse and nearly collapsed. As she lurched for the sliding door, he opened it wide. Marissa, good God. He shot his arm around her and pulled her inside. Overcome with bloodlust, she gripped his biceps, the thirst in her so strong she was liable to bite him where he stood. To keep from ripping his throat open, she yanked out of his hold, but he caught her and spun her around. Come over here right now. He all but threw her on the couch. You're about to shock out on me. As she hit the cushions in a heap, she knew he was right. Her body was wildly off balance, her head spinning, her hands and feet numb. Her stomach was an empty, grinding pit, her fangs throbbing, her throat dry as winter, hot as August. But when he yanked his tie off and popped the buttons on his shirt, she mumbled, Not at your throat. I can't bear that. Not your. You're too far gone for the wrist. You won't get enough and we're out of time. As if on cue, her vision started to dim and she began to pass out. She heard him swear and then he pulled her on top of him, shoved her face in his neck and biology took over. She bit him so hard she felt his big body jerk and she sucked at him with mindless instinct. With a great roar, his strength poured into her gut and spread out to her limbs and made her body come back to life. As she swallowed with desperation, her tears flowed as thick as his blood. Revenge held Marissa loosely, hating the starvation that rode her so hard. She was such a fragile, delicate thing. She should never be in this desperate state, and he ran his hands up and down her willowy back, trying to calm her. While she cried silently, he got pissed. Christ, what was wrong with that male she was so into? How could he force her to come to another? 10 minutes later, she lifted her head. There was a little streak of blood on her lower lip and Rev had to grab onto the sofa arm so he didn't lean up and lick it off. With satiated grace but a face marked by tears, Marissa eased back against the leather cushions at the other end of the couch and cradled herself with her thin arms. She closed her eyes and he watched the color float back into her wet cheeks. God, look at that hair of hers. So fine, so lush, so perfect. He wanted to be naked and unmedicated and hard as a stone, with those blonde waves all over his body. And if he couldn't have all that, he wanted to kiss her. Right now. Instead, he reached for his suit coat, grabbed his handkerchief and leaned over to her. She jumped as he blotted her tears, and she took the linen square from him quickly. He went back to his corner of the sofa. Marissa, come stay with me. I want to take care of you. In the silence that followed, he thought about where she was staying and figured the male she wanted had to be at the Brotherhood's compound. You're still in love with Wrath, aren't you? Her eyes flipped open. What? You said you couldn't feed from the male you wanted. Wrath's mated now. It's not him. Fury, then? As a celibate. No, and two, just can't talk about it, if you don't mind. She looked down at his handkerchief. Revenge, I would really love some time alone. May I sit here for a little while? By myself. Even though he wasn't used to being dismissed, especially not from his own turf, he was so willing to cut her some slack. Stay as long as you like, Tali. Just close the slider when you leave. I'll remote the alarm after you go. As he put his suit coat on, he left his tie loose and his shirt collar open because she chewed him raw and the bite marks were too tender to be covered. Not that he cared in the slightest. You are so kind to me, she said, staring at his loafers. Actually, I'm not. How can you say that? You never ask for anything in return. Marissa, look at me. Look at me. Dear virgin in the fade, she was beautiful. Especially with his blood in her. Don't kid yourself. I still want you as my Shellen. I want you naked in my bed. I want you swelling up with my young in your body. I want, the whole thing with you. I don't do this to be nice, I do it to get under your skin. I do it because I hope I can someday, somehow get you where I want you to be. As her eyes peeled wide, he kept the rest to himself. No reason to air the fact that the sympath in him wanted to crawl around in her head and own every emotion she ever felt. Or share the reality that sex with him would be complicated. The joys of his nature. And his anomaly. But I want you to trust in something, Marissa. I won't ever cross the line if you don't want me to. Besides, Shex was probably right. Half-breeds like him did better going solo. Even if sympaths weren't discriminated against and could mate and live like normals, they should never be with someone who was defenseless against their dark side. He pulled on his floor-length sable coat. This male of yours he better get with the program. Damn fucking waste of a female of worth like you. Rev grabbed his cane and headed for the door. If you need me, call me. Butch walked into Zero Sum, went back to the Brotherhood's table, and took off his aquascutum raincoat. He was going to be here for a while. Which wasn't a news flash, was it? Hell, he should just pitch a damn pup tent and move in. As the waitress came up with a scotch, he said, "Any chance you can just bring me a bottle?" "Sorry, I can't." "Okay. Come here." He crooked his finger at her. When she leaned down, he put $100 bill on her tray. "This is just for you. I want you to keep me nice and poured." "Absolutely." Alone at the table, Butch reached up to his neck, his fingertips running over the puncture wounds. As he felt where he'd been bitten, he tried not to imagine what Marissa was doing right now to someone else. To an aristocrat. To a well-bred bastard who was better than him, platinum to his nickel. Oh God. Like a mantra, he repeated what V had said. That it didn't have to be sexual. That it was a biological imperative. That there was no choice. That it didn't have to be sexual. He was hoping if he heard the litany often enough in his head, his emotions would calm the hell down so he could accept the necessity of what she had to do. After all, Marissa wasn't being cruel. She'd been as distraught as he was. In a vivid flash, he saw her naked body and couldn't help but picture another man's hands smoothing over her breasts. Another man's lips traveling across her skin. Another man taking her virginity as he nourished her. His hard body moving on top of her, inside of her. And all the while she was drinking until she had her fill, until she was satiated, replete, taken care of, by someone else. Butch hammered his double leg. Holy fuck. He was going to crack in half. He was going to fall apart, right here, right now, his raw insides spilling onto the floor, his vitals getting ground down under the feet of strangers along with fallen cocktail napkins and credit card receipts. The waitress, bless her heart, came over with more scotch. As he picked up the second glass, he lectured himself. "O'Neill, get your sack together and grow some pride. Have some faith in her, too. She would never sleep with another man. She just wouldn't. But the sex was just part of it." As he downed the scotch, he realized there was another dimension to the nightmare. She was going to have to feed regularly, wasn't she? They were going to have to do this over and over again. Fuck. He'd like to think he was a big enough man, a confident enough man to handle all this, but he was possessive and selfish. And the next time she fed, they would be back where they were now. Her in another man's arms. Him drinking in a club alone on the verge of hanging himself. Only it would be worse. And the time after that, even more so. He loved her so much, so deeply, that he would destroy them both and it wouldn't take long. Besides, what kind of future could they have? With the way he'd been pounding the scotch lately, he probably only had another 10 years left in his liver and her kind lived for centuries. He'd just be a footnote in her long life. A pothole on the road to her eventually finding a mate who was right for her, who could give her what she needed. When the waitress brought him a third double, Butch held up his forefinger to keep her by his side. He downed the glass while she waited, gave it to her, and she went back to the bartender. As she returned with number 4, that scrawny blonde Eurotrasher with his trio of thick-necked bodyguard types started waving for her attention from 2 tables over. Christ, seemed like every damn night the kid was in this place. Or maybe it was just a little of the idiot went a long way. "Hey!" the kid called out. "We need service over here. Get the lead out." "I'll be right over," the waitress said. "Now?" the ass snapped. "Not later. I won't be gone long," she murmured to Butch. As she went over to the punk, Butch watched as she got majorly harassed. Goddamned big-mouthed show-offs, all of them. And they weren't going to improve as the night went on. Then again, neither was Butch. "You look a little aggressive there, Butch O'Neill." He squeezed his eyes shut. When he opened them again, the female with the man's hair and the man's body was still in front of him. "We going to have trouble with you tonight, Butch O'Neill?" He wished she'd stop saying his name. "Nah, I'm good." Her eyes flashed with an erotic light. "Oh, I know that. But let's get real. You going to be a problem tonight?" "No." She stared at him long and hard, then smiled a little. "Well, I'll be watching you, so keep that in mind." Chapter 25. Joyce O'Neill Rafferty met her husband at the door with the baby on her hip and a glare on her face. As Mike stood on the cold side of the welcome mat, he was clearly tired after pulling double shifts on the T, but she couldn't have cared less. "I got a telephone call today from my brother. Butch, you told him about the baptism, didn't you?" Her husband kissed Sean, but didn't try it with her. "Come on, honey. This is not your business." Mike shut the door. "Why do you all hate him so much?" "I am not going there with you." As she wheeled away, he said, "He didn't kill your sister, Joe. He was 12. What could he have done?" She shifted her son in her arms and didn't turn around. "This is not about Janie." Butch turned his back on the family years ago. His choice got nothing to do with what happened. Maybe all of you turned your back on him. She glared over her shoulder. "Why are you defending him? He was my friend. Before I met and married you, he was my friend." "Some friend. When was the last time you heard from him?" "Doesn't matter. He was good to me when I knew him." "You are such a bleeding heart." She headed for the stairs. "I'm going to feed Sean. I left you some dinner in the fridge." Joyce marched up to the 2nd floor, and when she hit the top landing, she glared at the crucifix that hung on the wall. Turning away from the cross, she went into Sean's room and sat down in the rocker by his crib. Baring her breast, she brought her son up and he latched on, his hand squeezing the flesh that was next to his face. As he fed, his little body was warm and pudgy with health, his lashes down on his rosy cheeks. Joyce took a number of deep breaths. Crap, now she felt bad for yelling, and for forsaking the Savior's cross. She said a Hail Mary and then tried to calm herself by counting Sean's perfect toes. God, if anything happened to him, she would die, her heart would literally never beat the same way again. How had her mother done it? How had she lived through the loss of a child? And Odell had lost too, hadn't she? First Janie, then Butch. Thank God the woman's mind was going soft. The relief from bad memories must be a blessing. Joyce stroked Sean's fine dark hair and realized that her mother had never even gotten to say goodbye to Janie. The body had been too ruined to fix up for an open casket, and Eddie O'Neill, as the father, had done the ID at the morgue. God, on that horrible fall afternoon, if only Butch had followed through and run into the house and told a grown-up that Janie had just left, maybe they could have saved her. Janie hadn't been allowed to get in cars with boys, and everyone knew the rules. Butch knew the rules. If only. Hell. Her husband was right. The whole family hated Butch. No wonder he'd taken off and all but disappeared. With a whiffle, Sean's mouth went slack and his little hand eased up. But then he jerked awake again and got back with the program. Talk about disappearing, good Lord. Her mother wasn't going to get a goodbye with Butch either, was she? Her lucid moments were so few and far between. Even if Butch showed up at the church this Sunday, she might well not even recognize him. Joyce heard her husband coming up the stairs, his footfalls slow. "Mike?" she called out. The man she loved and had married appeared in the doorway. He was developing a middle-aged belly, and he was losing the hair at the crown of his head even though he was only 37. But as she stared at him now, she saw his younger self, the high school jock, the friend of her older brother Butch, the hotshot football player that she'd had a crush on for years. "Yeah?" he said. "I'm sorry for getting so pissed off." He smiled a little. "It's some tough stuff. I understand. And you're right. Butch probably should have been invited. I want the day of the baptism to be pure, you know? Just pure. It's Sean's beginning and I don't want any shadows. Butch, he carries that shadow around and everyone would get tense. And with Mother being so sick, I don't want to deal." "Did he say he was coming?" "No." She thought about the conversation. Funny, he'd sounded the same. Her brother had always had the strangest voice, so husky and hoarse. Like either his throat was deformed or there was too much that he wasn't saying. "He said he was happy for us. Thanked you for the call. Said he hoped Mom and Dad were okay." Her husband glanced down at Sean, who had melted into sleep again. "Butch doesn't know your mother's ill, does he?" "No." In the beginning, when Odell had just been forgetful, Joyce and her sister had decided to wait until they knew what was wrong to tell Butch. But that had been 2 years ago, hadn't it? And they knew what was wrong, didn't they? Alzheimer's. God only knew how much longer Mother was going to be around. The disease was progressing relentlessly. "I am a thief not to tell Butch," she said softly. "Aren't I?" "I love you," Mike murmured. Her eyes watered as she looked from her son's face up to his father's. Michael Rafferty was a good man, a solid man. He was never going to be Hugh Jackman handsome or Bill Gates rich or King of England powerful. But he was hers and he was Sean's, and that was more than enough. Especially on nights like tonight, during conversations like this. "I love you too," she said. This house materialized behind Zero Sum and walked down the alley to the front of the club. When he saw the Escalade curbed on 10th Street, he was relieved. Fury had said Butch had split from the mansion like Jeff Gordon, and not because he was a happy guy. V went into the club and headed straight for the VIP section. But he didn't make it. That female head of security stepped in front of him, her jacked body blocking his way. As he gave her a quick once-over, he wondered what it would be like to tie her up. She'd probably leave scars in the process, and wouldn't that be a fun way to kill an hour or two? "Your boy needs to leave," she said. "He at our table?" "Yeah, and you better get him out of here. Now." "What's the damage?" "None yet. They both took off for the VIP area. But I don't want things to get that far, and we're right on the edge." As they weeded in and out of the crowd, V glanced at those muscled arms of hers and thought about the job she had in the club. Hardcore for anyone, but especially a female. He had to wonder why she did it. "Do you get off cracking males?" he said. "Sometimes. But with O'Neill I prefer the sex." V stopped dead. The female glanced over her shoulder. "There a problem? When did you do him?" Though he somehow knew it had been recently. "The question is when I'll be with him again." She nodded toward the VIP checkpoint. "But it won't be tonight. Now go get him and haul him out of here." V narrowed his eyes. "'Scuse the old school, but Butch is OPP. "Oh, really? Is that why he's in here almost every night getting faced? His mate must be a real darling. Don't go near him again." The female's expression hardened. "Brother or not, you do not tell me to do anything." V leaned in close and bared his fangs. "Like I said, you stay away from him." For a split second, he thought they were going to go at it. He really did. He'd never thrown hand to hand with a female before, but this one, well, she didn't really seem female. Especially as she eyed his jaw like she was measuring her uppercut reach. "You two want a room or a boxing ring?" This house turned to see Revenge standing not 3 feet away, the male's amethyst eyes glowing in the dimness. Under the floodlights, that mohawk was as dark as the floor-length sable coat he wore. "Do we have a problem?" Revenge glanced back and forth as he took off his fur and handed it to a bouncer. "Not at all," V said. He glanced at the female. Nothing doing, right? Yeah, she drawled, crossing her arms over her chest. Nothing. V pushed past the bouncers in front of the velvet rope and went straight for the Brotherhood's tablio man. Butch looked totally wasted, and not just because he was drunk. His face was drawn in grim lines, his eyes half closed. His tie was out of whack, his shirt partially unbuttoned, and there was a bite mark on his neck that had bled a little onto his collar. And yup, he was spoiling for a fight, glaring at the rowdy table of high flyers 2 banquettes down. Shit, the cop was a hairbreadth away from jumping them, all coiled and ready to spring. Hey, my man. V sat down real slowly, thinking no sudden movements was a good plan. What up? Butch threw back his scotch without looking away from the Class A asses next door. How are ya, V? Good. So how many of those lags you have? Not enough. I'm still vertical. You want to tell me what's going on? Not particularly. You got bit, buddy. As the waitress came over and picked up the cop's empty, Butch touched the bite wounds on his throat. Only because I forced her, and she stopped. She won't take me, not really, so she's with someone else. Right now. Shit. That's about the gist of it. As we're sitting here, my woman is with another man. He's an aristocrat, by the way. Did I mention that? A fancy-ass male is touching, yeah. Anyway, whoever he is, he's stronger than I am. He's giving her what she needs. He's feeding her. He's Butch cut off the tailspin. So how's your night going? I told you, the drinking doesn't have to be sexual. Oh, I know that. The cop leaned back as his next drink arrived. You want some goose? No? Okay, I'll hold it down for the both of us. He hammered half the scotch before the waitress even turned around. It's not just the sex. I can't stand the idea of someone else's blood in her. I want to feed her. I want to keep her alive. That's not logical, my man. Fuck logic. He looked down at the scotch. Jesus, didn't we just do this? I'm sorry. I mean, we were just here last night. Same drink. Same table. Same everything. It's like I'm locked into this pattern and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of me. How about I take you home? Don't want to go back to Butch's voice cut off, and he stiffened in his seat, his shot glass lowering slowly to the table. V went on red alert. Last time the cop had sported that fixated expression, there had been lessers in the fucking bushes. Except as Vishouse looked around, he saw no one special, just the Reverend walking into the VIP area and heading for his office. Butch? My man. Butch stood up from the table, then moved so fast V had no time to catch him. Chapter 26. Butch's body was out of his control and acting independently as he shot across the VIP section at Revenge. All he knew was that he'd caught Marissa's scent and tracked it over to the Mohawk sporting male. Next move was gunning for the guy like he was a felon. He took the Reverend down hard, surprise working in his favor. As they hit the floor, the male's "what the fuck?" carried, and bouncers started homing in from all directions. Just before Butch got pulled off, he yanked Revenge's shirt collar open. There they were, puncture marks right on the guy's throat. Nose hit, no. Butch fought against the hard hands that grabbed at him, fought and kicked until somebody got in front of him, raised a fist and popped him one right in the face. As a bomb burst of pain went off in his left eye, he realized it was the female security guard who'd hit him. Revenge plugged his cane into the floor and got up, his eyes a violent purple. In my office. Now. There was some conversation at that point, not that Butch was following much. The only thing he could focus on was the male in front of him and the evidence of the feeding. He pictured the guy's massive body underneath Marissa's, her face dropping down into his neck, her fangs piercing skin. No doubt Revenge had satisfied her. No doubt. Why did it have to be you? Butch yelled into the fray. I fucking like you. Why did it have to be you? Time to go. V cranked Butch into a headlock. I'm taking you home. Not right now, you aren't, Revenge snarled. He took me down in my house. I want to know what the fuck was going through his head. And then you're gonna want to give me a good goddamn reason why I shouldn't cap both his knees. Butch spoke up nice and loud. You fed her. Revenge blinked, lifted his hand to his neck. Excuse me? Butch growled at the bite marks, his body trying to break free again. God, it was like there were two halves of him. One that made a little sense. And one that was completely off the curve. Guess which side was winning? Marissa, he spat. You fed her. Rev's eyes peeled wide. You're the one? You're the one she's in love with. Yeah. Rev sucked in a shocked breath. Then he rubbed his face and dragged his collar together, hiding the wounds. Oh hell. Oh for fucking hell. He turned away. This house. Get him gone and sober him up. Jesus Christ. The world is too goddamn small tonight. It really is. By this time, Butch's knees were going rubber and the club was starting to spin like a top. Man, he was much more drunk than he'd thought, and that blow to the puss hadn't helped. Right before he passed out, he groaned. It should have been me. She should have used me. Mr. X parked the minivan on an alley off Trade Street and got out. The city was gearing up for the night, the bars cranking their music and filling with the soon-to-be drunk and drugged. Time to hunt for brothers. As Mr. X shut the door and adjusted his weapons, he looked over the town and country's hood at Van. Man, he was still disappointed as hell at the guy's performance in the ring. Spooked too. But then again, it was going to take a while for the power to coalesce. No lesser came out fresh from his initiation at full strength, and there was no reason to think that Van was any different just because he was the prophesied one. Shit, though. How will I tell who's a vampire? Van asked. Ah yes, the job at hand. X cleared his throat. The civilians will recognize you because they can smell you, and you'll notice them when they get scared. As for the brothers, there's no mistaking them. They're bigger and more aggressive than anything you've ever seen, and they are first strikers. They will come after you if they see you. They walked out onto Trade. The night was sharp as a slap, that combination of cold and damp that had always energized X to fight before. Now, though, his focus was different. He had to be out in the field because he was the forelesser, but all he cared about was keeping him and Van on this side of reality until the guy matured into what he was. They were about to duck into an alley when Mr. X stopped. Swiveling his head, he looked behind them, then across the street. What is it? Shut up. Mr. X closed his eyes and let his instincts go to work. Calming down, zoning out, he stretched his mental feelers through the night. The Omega was nearby. He flipped his lids open, thinking that had to be bullshit, though. The master couldn't come over to this side without the forelesser. And yet the evil was close. Mr. X pivoted around on his combat boot. As a car drove down Trade, he stared over its roof at Zero Sum, that techno club. The master was in there. Definitely. Oh shit, had there been a change in forelesser? No, Mr. X would have been called home in that case. So maybe the Omega had used someone else to cross over? Could that even happen? Mr. X jogged across the street to the club and Van was tight behind him, clueless but ready for anything. Zero Sum's wait line was full of humans in flashy clothes, shivering and smoking and talking on cell phones. He paused. In the back, the master was around back. This house pushed open Zero Sum's fire door with his hip and muscled Butch over to the Escalade. As he stuffed the cop into the back seat like a heavy rug roll, he prayed the bastard didn't wake up punching. V was getting behind the wheel when he sensed something coming. His instincts flaring up, the ring-a-ding-ding setting off his adrenal gland. Although the Brotherhood didn't run from conflict by nature or training, his sixth sense told him to get Butch the fuck away from the club. Now, he started the engine and peeled out. Just as he came to the mouth of the alley, he saw a pair of men coming toward the SUV, one of which was pale-haired. Lessers. Except how had those two known to head back here? V stomped on the gas. Got him and Butch good and ghost. As soon as he was satisfied they weren't being followed, he glanced back at the cop. Cold. Man, that female security chief packed one hell of a punch. Then again, so had all that Lagavulin. Butch didn't move for the whole trip to the compound. In fact, it wasn't until V carried the guy into the pit and laid him out on his bed that the cop opened his eyes. Room's spinning. I'll bet. Face hurts. Wait till you see it and you'll know why. Butch closed his lids. Thanks for bringing me home. This house was about to help the guy out of his suit when the doorbell rang. With a curse, he went to the front of the gatehouse and checked the security monitors at his desk. He wasn't surprised at who it was, but holy hell, Butch was not ready for primetime viewing right now. V stepped into the vestibule and shut the door behind him before opening the outer one. As Marissa looked up at him, he could smell the sadness and the worry coming off her, the scent like dried roses. Her voice was low. I saw the Escalade pull up, so I know he's home now. I need to see him. Not tonight, you don't. Come back tomorrow. Her face hardened until it was like a marble depiction of her beauty. I'm not leaving until he tells me to go. Marissa. Her eyes flashed. Not until he tells me himself, warrior. V measured her resolve and found she was packing with nothing lacking, kind of like that muscled head of security back at the club, just without the knuckles. Well, wasn't this the night for female hardasses? V shook his head. At least let me get him cleaned up, okay? Her eyes flared with panic. Why would you have to? Christ, Marissa. What did you think was going to happen when you fed from revenge? Her mouth dropped open. How did you know? Butch went after him at the club. What? Oh God. Abruptly, her eyes narrowed. You better let me inside. Right this minute. V threw his hands up and muttered, fuck, as he opened the door. Chapter 27. Marissa marched past V's house, and the brother got out of her way, which proved he was as smart as his reputation held. When she got to the doorway of Butch's room, she stopped. From the glow of the hall light, she saw him lying on the bed on his back. His suit was all out of joint and there was blood on his shirt. Blood on his face, too. She walked over and had to cover her mouth with her hand. Dear Virgin in the fade. One of his eyes was swollen and going black and blue again, and there was a cut on the bridge of his nose, which explained the blood. And he smelled like fresh scotch. From the doorway, Vicious's voice was uncharacteristically gentle. You should really come back tomorrow. He's going to be pissed as hell that you saw him like this. Exactly who did this to him? And so help me God. If you say it was just a quick fight, I'm going to scream. Like I said, he went after revenge. And Rev happens to have a lot of bodyguards. Those must be big males, she said numbly. Actually, the one who nailed him was a female. A female? Oh, why the hell did the particulars matter? Can you bring me a couple of towels and some hot soapy water? She went to Butch's feet and pulled off his shoes. I want to wash him. After V walked down the hall, she stripped Butch down to his boxers, then sat beside him. The heavy gold cross that lay on his chest was a surprise. In the earlier frenzy up in the sitting room, she hadn't paid much attention to the thing, but now she wondered where he'd gotten it. She looked farther down, to the black scar on his belly, which seemed no better, no worse. When V showed up with a bowl of suds and a short stack of terry cloth, she said, Put it all on this table where I can reach it, then leave us, please, and shut the door behind you. There was a pause, which made sense. You didn't order around a member of the Black Dagger Brotherhood anywhere, much less in his own house. But her nerves were shot and her heart was breaking, and she really didn't care what anyone thought of her. It was her rule number one in action. After a silent stretch, the things were placed where she wanted them, and then the door clicked shut. Taking a deep breath, she wet one of the washcloths. As she touched Butch's face with it, he winced and muttered something. I'm so sorry, Butch, but it's over now. She returned the washcloth to the bowl, submerging it, then squeezing the excess water out. The dripping seemed very loud. And nothing happened other than the feeding, I swear. She got the blood off his face, then stroked his hair, the thick waves damp from the washing. In response, he stirred and turned his face into her hand, but it was obvious he was dead drunk and not coming around. Are you going to believe me? She whispered. At any rate, she had proof. When she came to him a newling, he would know no other male had. I can smell him on you. She jerked back at the harsh sound of his voice. Butch's eyes opened slowly and they seemed black, not hazel. I can smell him all over you, because it wasn't from the wrist. She didn't know how to respond, especially as he focused on her mouth and said, I saw the marks on his throat. And your scent was all over him, too. When Butch reached out, she flinched. But all he did was stroke her cheek with his forefinger, light as a sigh. How long did it take? He asked. She stayed silent, instinct telling her the less he knew the better. As he took his hand back, his face was hard and weary, emotionless. I believe you. About the sex. You don't look as if you do. Sorry. I'm a little distracted. I'm trying to convince myself I'm okay with tonight. She looked down at her hands. It felt all wrong to me, too. I cried the whole time. Butch inhaled sharply. Then all the tension went out of the air between them. He sat up and put his hands on her shoulders. Oh, God, baby. I'm sorry I'm such a pain in the ass. No, I'm sorry that I have to. Shoo, it's not your fault. Marissa, this is not your fault. It feels that way. My deficiency, not yours. His arms, those wonderful heavy arms, slid around her and gathered her close to his bare chest. In return, she hung onto him for dear life. As he kissed her temple, he murmured, Not your fault, ever. And I wish I could handle it better. I truly do. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time with this. She pulled back abruptly, seized by an urgency she didn't question. Butch, lay with me. Mate with me. Now. Oh, Marissa, I would love to. I really would. He smoothed her hair gently. But not like this. I'm drunk and your first time should be. She cut him off with her mouth, tasting the scotch and the male in him while she pushed him down on the mattress. When she slid her hand between his legs, he groaned and hardened right in her palm. I need you in me, she said roughly. If not your blood, then your sex. In me. Now. She kissed him again, and as his tongue shot into her mouth, she knew she had him. And oh, he was so good. He rolled her over and swept his hand from her neck to her breasts, then followed the path with his lips. When he got to the bodice of her gown, he stopped and his face grew hard again. With a savage movement, he gripped the silk and ripped the front of the dress clean apart. And he didn't stop at the waist. He kept going, his big hands and veined forearms working as he tore the satin right down the middle, all the way to the hem of the skirt. Take it off, he demanded. She stripped the remnants from her shoulders, and when she lifted her hips, he yanked the dress out from under her, wadded it up and pitched it across the room. Eyes fierce, he came back at her, shoved her slip up, and spread her thighs. Looking at her over her body, his voice raw, he said, Never wear that thing again. As she nodded, he pushed her panties to the side and put his mouth right on her core. The orgasm he gave her was a claim staked, a mate's marking, and he made her ride it out until she was limp and shaking. Then he tenderly eased her legs back together. Though she was the one who'd had the release, he was so much more relaxed as he prowled up her body. In a daze from what he'd done to her, she was weak and unresisting as he stripped her naked and then got up and took off his boxers. As she looked at the size of him and realized what was coming next, fear tickled the edges of her consciousness. But she was too blissed out to care much. He was all male animal as he got back on the bed, his sex hard and thick, ready to penetrate. She opened her legs for him, except he lay beside her, not on top of her. Now he went slowly. He kissed her slow and sweet, his broad hand traveling to her breasts, touching her with care. Breathless, she curled her hands onto his shoulders and felt the muscles under his warm and supple skin bunching up as he stroked her hips, her thighs. When he touched her between her legs, he was tender and unhurried, and it was a while before one of his fingers went inside of her. He stopped just as a strange internal tugging made her frown and move her hips back. Do you know what to expect? He asked against her breast, his voice soft, low. Yes, I suppose. But she thought of the size of his erection. How in God's name was it going to fit? I'll be as gentle as I can, but this is going to hurt you. I had hoped maybe. I know that's a part of it. She'd heard that there was a slight twinge involved, but then a wondrous ecstasy. I'm ready. He took back his hand and rolled on top of her, his body easing in between her legs. Abruptly, everything came into sharp focus. The feel of his hot skin and the compression of his weight and the power in his muscles and the pillow under her head and the mattress she was on and exactly how far her thighs were spread. She looked up at the ceiling. A swing of lights moved around above them as if a car had just pulled up in the courtyard. She went tense. She couldn't help it. Even though it was Butch and she loved him, the threat of the experience, the overwhelming nature of it, swamped her. 300 years and it had suddenly come down to here and now. For some stupid reason, tears welled. "Baby, we really don't have to do this." His thumbs wiped her cheeks and his hips pulled back as if he was going to get off. "I don't want to stop." She grabbed on to the small of his back. "No, Butch, wait. I want this. I truly do." He closed his eyes, then dropped his head into her neck and worked his arms so they were all the way around her. Twisting to the side, he hugged her into his hard body and they stayed like that for a long time. His weight positioned so she could breathe, his arousal a hot, branding length on her thigh. She began to wonder if he was going to do anything at all. Just as she was about to ask, he shifted and his hips fell solidly between her legs again. He kissed her, a deep, drugging full-mouth seduction that got her burning until she was undulating under him, robbing against his hips, trying to get closer to him. And then it happened. He moved over a little to the left, and she felt his erection at her core all hard and smooth. There was a broad satin stroke and then some pressure. She went still, thinking about exactly what was pushing at her and where it wanted to go. Butch swallowed hard enough for her to hear it, and sweat broke out across his shoulders until it ran down his spine. As the pressure between her legs intensified, his breathing deepened until he was groaning on every exhale. When she winced in earnest, he abruptly backed off. "What's wrong?" she asked. "You're very tight." "Well, you're very big." He laughed in a burst. "Nicest things you say, the nicest things." "Are you stopping?" "Not unless you want me to." When there wasn't any no coming from her, his body tensed up and the head of him found her entrance once again. His hand came up next to her face and he tucked her hair behind her ear. "If you can try and relax, Marissa, it'll go easier for you." He started a rocking motion, his hips easing into hers and retreating, a gentle to and fro. Except each time he tried to nudge in a fraction, her body resisted. "You okay?" he said through gritted teeth. She nodded even though she trembled. It all felt so strange, especially as they weren't making any real progress. With a sudden slide he was in, slipping past some outer muscle until he came up against the barrier his finger had found. As she stiffened, Butch groaned and dropped his face into the pillow next to her head. She smiled uneasily, the fullness in her unexpected. "Ia, I feel like I should be asking whether you're all right. Are you kidding? I think I'm about to explode." He swallowed again, a desperate gulping. "But I hate the idea of hurting you. So let's get that part behind us." She felt rather than saw his nod. "I love you." With a quick jerk, he drew back his hips and sliced forward. The pain was raw and fresh and she gasped, shoving against his shoulders to keep him from moving any farther in. Instinct had her body struggling under his, trying to find a way out or at the very least to get some distance. Butch lifted his torso off her, and their bellies brushed while they both breathed hard. With his heavy cross swinging between them, she let out a raw curse. The pressure before had been mere discomfort. This wasn't. This hurt, and she felt so invaded by him, taken over. God, that female chatter she'd overheard about how it was all lock and key wonderful, how the first time was magic, how everything was so easy, none of that was true for her. Panic swelled. What if she really was broken on the inside? Was this the defect the males of the Glimmer had sensed? What if Marissa, she couldn't get through it at all? What if every time it hurt like this? Oh, Jesus, Butch was very male and he was very sexual. What if he went looking for other? Marissa, look at me. She dragged her eyes to his face, but all she could pay attention to was the voice in her head. Oh, Jesus, it wasn't supposed to hurt this badly, was it? Oh, Jesus, she was defective. How you doing? He said roughly. Talk to me. Don't keep it inside. What if I can't stand it? She blurted. His expression went utterly bland, becoming a deliberate mask of calm. I don't imagine many women like their first time. That romantic version of losing your virginity is a lie. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe she was the problem. The word defect raced around her head even faster, even louder. Marissa, I wanted it to be beautiful, she said with despair. There was a horrible silence during which all she knew was the strain of his erection in her body. Then Butch said, I'm sorry you're disappointed, but not all that surprised. He started to pull out, and that was when something changed. As he moved, the dragging sensation caused a tingle to go through her. Wait, she grabbed on to his hips. That's not all there is to it, right? Pretty much. Just gets more invasive, though. Oh, but you haven't finished. I don't need to anymore. When his erection slipped free of her, she felt curiously empty. Then he moved off her body and she grew instantly cold. As he flipped a comforter over her, she felt his arousal brush against her thigh for an instant. The shaft was wet and had softened. He settled on his back next to her, resting both forearms over his face. God, what a mess. And now that she'd caught her breath, she wanted to ask him to keep going, but she knew what he would say. The no was in the stiffness of his body. While they lay side by side, she felt like she should say something. Butch, I'm really tired and not at all coherent. Let's just go to sleep, okay? He rolled away, punched a pillow, and exhaled in a long, uneven breath. Chapter 28. Marissa woke up later, surprised she'd slept at all. But that was feeding for you. No matter what, she always had to take rest afterward. In the dimness, she checked the red glow of an alarm clock. 4 hours to dawn, and she had things to do that she needed the night for. She looked over her shoulder. Butch was on his back, his hand on his bare chest, his eyes flickering to and fro under his lids as he slept deeply. His beard had grown in, his hair was all over the place, and he looked a lot younger. Handsome, too, in his slumber. Why couldn't it have worked out better for them? She wondered. If only she could have held on a little longer, given it more of a chance. And now she had to go. She slipped out from under the comforter, and the air was chilly on her skin. Moving quietly, she gathered up her slip, her corset panties. Where were her panties? Stopping short, she looked down with surprise. On the inside of one of her thighs, there was a trickling warmth blood, from when he'd taken her. Come here, Butch said. She nearly dropped her clothes. Ia, I didn't know you were awake. He held his hand out and she went to him. When she got close to the bed, he snaked his arm behind her leg and pulled her onto the mattress so her weight was resting on one knee. Then he leaned into her and she gasped as she felt his tongue on her inner thigh. In a warm stroke, he went up to her core and kissed away the remnants of her virginity. She wondered where he'd learned the tradition from. Couldn't imagine human males practiced it on the females they took for the first time. Whereas for her kind, it was a sacred moment between mates. Shoot, she wanted to cry again. Butch released her and lay back down, watching her with eyes that gave nothing away. For some reason, she felt so very naked before him, even with her slip clutched to her breasts. Take my robe, he said. Put it on. Where is it? Closet. Hanging on the door. She turned around. His robe was deep red and marked with the scent of him, and she drew it on awkwardly. The heavy silk hung down to the floor and covered her feet, the tie so long she could have wrapped her waist 4 times with it. She eyed the ruined dress on the floor. Leave it, he said. I'll throw it out. She nodded, went over to the door, grabbed the handle. What could she say to make this better? She felt as if she'd made a mess of everything. First her biological reality driving a wedge between them, then her sexual deficiency exposed. It's okay, Marissa. You can just go. You don't need to say anything. She dropped her head. I'll see you at first meal? Yeah, sure. In a numbed-out daze, she walked from the gatehouse to the mansion. When a dog Jen opened the vestibule's innermost door, she picked up the bottom of Butch's robe, so she didn't trip and was reminded she had nothing to change into. Time to talk to Fritz. After she found the butler in the kitchen, she asked him for the way to the garage. Are you looking for your clothes, mistress? Why don't I bring some up for you? I'd rather go and pick out a few things myself. As he anxiously glanced to a door on the right, she walked in that direction. I promise to call if I need you. The doggen nodded, totally unappeased. When she stepped into the garage, she stopped dead and wondered what the hell she'd walked into. There were no cars inside the 6-bay space. No room for them. Good God, crates and crates and crates. No, not crates. Coffins? What was this? Mistress, your things are over here. From behind her, Fritz's voice was respectful but very firm, as if all those pine boxes were none of her business. Please to follow me? He led her over to her 4 wardrobe trunks and her luggage and her boxes. Are you sure I may not bring dresses up for you? Yes. She touched the brass lock on one of her Vuittons. Would you leave me? Of course, mistress. She waited until she heard the door shut, and then she freed the latch on the wardrobe trunk in front of her. As she pulled the 2 halves apart, skirts burst free, multi-hued, lush, beautiful. She remembered wearing the gowns to balls and princeps council meetings and her brother's dinners, and her skin crawled. She went to the next trunk, and the next, and the last. Then she started again with the first and went through each one again. And then again. This was ridiculous. What did it matter what she wore? Just pick something. She reached and grabbed. No, she'd had this on feeding from revenge that first time. What about this one? No, that was the dress she'd worn at her brother's birthday party. Then what about? Marissa felt the anger come upon her like a fire. Fury blew into her, overheated her, blazed through her blood. She grabbed gowns randomly and yanked them from their padded hangers, searching for one that didn't trigger a memory of being subjugated, caged, made fragile in fine cloth. She moved to another trunk and more dresses went flying, her hands wrenching, material ripping. Tears began to flow and she wiped them away with impatience, until she couldn't see anything and had to stop. She scrubbed her face with her hands, then dropped her arms, just standing in the midst of a rainbow mess. It was then that she spied a door in the far corner. And beyond it, through its glass panes, she saw the back lawn. Marissa stared out at the patchy snow. Then she looked to the left, at the riding mower parked next to the door and the red can sitting on the floor next to it. Her eyes kept going, moving over weed whackers and bins of what looked like fertilizer until they landed on a gas grill, which had a little box resting on its lid. She glanced at the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of haute couture. It took her a good 20 minutes to drag each one of her gowns out into the backyard. And she was careful to include the corsets and the shawls in the pile as well. When she was finished, her clothes were ghostly in the moonlight, muted shadows of a life she would never go back to, a life of privilege, restriction, and gilded degradations. She pulled out a sash from the tangle, a pale pink strip of satin, and went back into the garage. Picking up the gas can, she grabbed the box of matches and didn't hesitate. She walked out to the priceless swirl of satins and silks, doused them with that clear, sweet accelerant and positioned herself upwind as she took out a match. She lit the sash, then threw it. The explosion was more than she'd expected, knocking her back, scorching her face, flaring into a great fireball. As orange flames and black smoke rose, she screamed at the inferno. Butch was lying on his back, staring up at the ceiling, when the alarms started going off. Shooting himself out of bed, he pulled on some boxers and slammed into Vi's house as the brother bolted out of his bedroom and into the hallway. Together they scrambled to the computers. Jesus Christ, Vi barked. There's a fire on the back lawn. Some sixth sense sent Butch out the door immediately. Running barefoot across the courtyard, not even feeling the cold air or the pebbles under his feet, he cut around the front of the main house and ran into the garage. Oh shit! Through the windows on the far side, he could see a great orange fury in the backyard. And then he heard the screams. As he burst through the rear door, Butch was overcome by the treacle smells of gasoline and burning cloth. And he wasn't half as close as the figure right in front of the inferno. Marissa! Her body was angled forward toward the fire, her mouth wide open, her shrill hollering cutting through the night as surely as the flames did. She was crazed, roaming around the periphery now running. No, the robe. She was going to trip. With horror, he saw it happen. His long, blood-red robe twisted around one of her legs and tangled up her feet. Lurching forward, she started to fall face-first into the fire. As panic hit Marissa's expression and her arms went out into thin air, everything went slow-mo. Butch ran hard, yet seemed not to move at all. "No!" he screamed. Just before she was lost to the flames, Wrath materialized behind her and scooped her up into his arms, saving her. Butch skidded to a halt, a paralytic weakness making his legs go jelly on him. With no air left in his lungs, he fell to the ground, just collapsed. So he was on his knees, staring up as Wrath held Marissa in his arms and she sagged all over him. "Thank God my brother got there in time," V muttered from somewhere close by. Butch pushed himself to his feet, wobbling like he was on rocky ground. "You okay?" V asked, reaching out. "Yeah, fine." Butch stumbled back to the garage and kept going, tripping through random doors, banging into walls. Where was he? Oh, inside the kitchen. Blindly, he looked around and saw the butler's pantry. Pushing his way into the little room, he leaned back against the shelves and shut himself in with all the canned goods and the flour and the sugar. His whole body started to shake until his teeth rattled, and his arms flapped like bird wings. God, all he could think about was Marissa burning, on fire, helpless, in agony. If it had been just him going for her, if Wrath hadn't somehow seen what was happening and dematerialized right to her, she would be dead now. Butch wouldn't have been able to save her. The thought naturally shot him right back to the past. With horrible precision, flashes of his sister getting in that car 2.5 decades ago pinged around his skull. Shit, he hadn't been able to save Janie either. Hadn't been able to pull her out of that Chevy Chevette in time. Hell, maybe if Wrath had been around back then, the king could have rescued his sister, too. Butch rubbed at his eyes, telling himself that the blurriness was just the aftereffects of all the smoke. A half hour later, Marissa sat on the bed in the blue toile room, enveloped by a fog of mortification. Damn it, she'd taken her rule number 1 way too far. "I'm so embarrassed." Wrath, who was standing in the doorway, shook his head. "You shouldn't be." "Well, I am." She tried to smile at him and missed the mark by a million miles. God, her face felt stiff, the skin tight from having been so close to all that heat. And her hair smelled like gas and smoke. So did the robe. She shifted her eyes over to Butch. He was out in the hall, leaning back against the wall. He hadn't said a thing since appearing there a few minutes ago, and he didn't look like he was coming into the room, either. He probably thought she was crazy. Hell, she thought she was crazy. "I don't know why I did that." "You're under a lot of stress," Wrath said, even though he wasn't the one she was looking at. "That's no excuse." "Marissa, don't take this the wrong way, but no one cares. We want you safe and well. We could give a shit about the lawn." When she just stared past Wrath at Butch, the king glanced over his shoulder. "Yeah, I think I'll leave you two alone. Try and get some Z's. Okay?" As Wrath turned around, Butch said something that didn't carry. In response, the king clapped a hand to the back of the man's neck. More quiet words were shared. After Wrath left, Butch came forward, but only as far as the doorway. "You going to be all right?" "Ah, yes, after I have a shower. And a lobotomy." "Okay, I'm going back to the pit." "Butch, I'm sorry I did what I did. It was just I couldn't find one gown that wasn't contaminated with memories." "I can understand that." Except clearly he didn't. He looked completely numb, as if he'd unplugged himself from everything, especially her. "So take care of yourself, Marissa." She leaped to her feet as he backed away. "Butch, you don't worry about anything." What the hell did that mean? She started to go after him, but Beth appeared in the doorway with a bundle in her hands. Hi, you guys, Marissa, you have a minute?" "Butch, don't go." He nodded a greeting to Beth, then looked down the hall. "I need to sober up." "Butch," Marissa said sharply, "are you saying goodbye here?" He flashed her a haunting smile. "You're always going to be with me, baby." He walked away slowly, like the floor was slippery under his feet. "Oh, Jesus." Beth cleared her throat. "So, yeah, Wrath suggested you might like some clothes?" I brought a few things if you'd like to try them on. Marissa was desperate to go after Butch, but she'd already made a spectacle of herself tonight, and he looked like he was in serious need of a break from the drama. Boy, she knew exactly how he felt. Except for her, there was no escape. Everywhere she went, there she was. She looked at Beth. Feeling like this was quite possibly the single worst 24 hours of her life. Did Wrath mention that I burned my entire wardrobe? That did come up. I also left a crater in the lawn. It looks like a UFO landed. I can't believe he isn't upset with me. The Queen's smile was gentle. The only thing he's not thrilled about is you're giving Fritz that bracelet to sell. I can't have you two renting me somewhere to live. As a matter of fact, we wish you would just stay here. Oh no, you've already been too kind. Actually, tonight I'd planned well before I got sidetracked by that gasoline and matches thing. I was going to go to my new place and look around. See what kind of furniture I'll need to buy. Which would be everything. Beth frowned. About that rental house. Wrath wants this house to check out the security system before you move in. And chances are good that V will want to upgrade whatever is there. I don't think that's necessary. Non-negotiable. Don't even try it. Wrath wants you to stay here at least until that's done. Okay? Marissa. She thought about Bella getting abducted. As much as independence was a good thing, there was no reason to be stupid. Yes, all right. Thank you. So would you like to try on some clothes? Beth nodded at what was in her arms. I don't have many dresses, but Fritz can get you some. You know what? Marissa eyed the blue jeans the Queen had on. I've never worn a pair of pants before. I've got 2 pairs here if you want to try them out. Well, wasn't this a night for firsts? Sex, arson, pants. I think I would like to. Except Marissa burst into tears. Just totally lost it. And the meltdown was so bad. All she could do was sit on the bed and weep. When Beth shut the door and knelt in front of her, Marissa wiped up quickly. What a nightmare. You were Queen. You shouldn't be before me like this. I'm the Queen, so I can do anything I want. Beth put the clothes aside. What's wrong? Yeah, now there was a list. Marissa. I think I might need someone to talk to. Well, you have someone right here. You want to give me a shot? God, there was so much, but one thing mattered more than all the rest. Fair warning, my Queen. This is about an improper subject. Sex, actually. It's about sex. Beth eased back and arranged her long legs yoga style. Hit me. Marissa opened her mouth. Shut it. Opened it. I was taught not to speak of this kind of thing. Beth smiled. Just you and me in this room. No one has to know. Okay, deep breath time. I was a virgin. Up until tonight. Oh. After a long pause, the Queen said, and I didn't like it. When she couldn't respond, Beth said, I wasn't into it my first time, either. Marissa looked up. Really? It was painful. You hurt too? When the female nodded, Marissa was stunned. Then a little relieved. It wasn't all painful. I mean, what led up to it is amazing. Butch makes me, he's just so the way he touches me. I get, oh, God. I can't believe I'm talking like this. And I can't explain what it's like with him. Beth chuckled. That's all right. I know what you mean. Really? Oh yeah. The Queen's dark blue eyes glowed. I know exactly what you mean. Marissa smiled, then went back to the talking. When it was time to, when it happened, Butch was really gentle and all. And I wanted to like it, I honestly did. I was just overwhelmed and it was very painful. I think there's something wrong with me. Inside. There's nothing wrong with you, Marissa. But it really hurt. She wrapped her arms around her stomach. Butch said most females have a difficult time with it in the beginning, but I just didn't. That's certainly not what the Glimmerer says. No offense, because you're a part of the aristocracy, but I wouldn't take the Glimmerer's word on anything. The Queen probably had a point. How did you get through it with Wrath when you My first time wasn't with him. Oh, Marissa flushed red. Pardon me. I didn't mean. No problem. Actually, I didn't like sex until Wrath. I'd been with 2 guys before him and just whatever. I mean, I didn't understand what all the fuss was about. Frankly, though, even if wrath had been my first, it probably wouldn't have been any easier given the size of his. Now the queen was flushing. Anyway, sex is an invasion for the woman. Erotic and wonderful, but an invasion just the same, and it takes a little getting used to. And for some, the first time is quite painful. Butch will be patient with you. He didn't finish. I got the impression he couldn't. If he hurt you, I can understand why he'd want to stop. Marissa threw up her arms. God, I feel so damned ashamed. When it happened, my head got all tangled. I had all this stuff shooting through my brain. And before I left, I wanted to talk to him, but I couldn't find the words. I love him. Good. That's good. Beth took Marissa's hand. And it's going to be all right. I promise you. You two just need to try it again. Now that the pain is over for you, you shouldn't have a problem. Marissa stared into the queen's midnight blue eyes and realized that in her whole life, no one had ever talked to her candidly about a problem she had. In fact, she'd never had a friend before. And that's what the queen felt like. A friend. You know something? Marissa murmured. What? You're very kind. I can see why wrath has bonded with you so. Like I said before, I'd do anything to help you. You really have. Tonight you totally have. Marissa cleared her throat. May I try the pants on? Absolutely. Marissa picked up the clothes, got a change of underwear from the bureau, and went into the bathroom. When she came out, she had on a pair of slim black pants and a turtleneck, and she couldn't stop staring down at herself. Her body seemed so much smaller without all the skirting. How do they feel? Beth asked. Odd. Light. Easy. Marissa walked around in her bare feet. A little like I'm naked. You're thinner than I am, so they're a little baggy. But they look great. Marissa went back into the bathroom and stared at herself in the mirror. I think I like them. When Butch returned to the pit, he lurched down to his suite. As he started the shower, he kept the lights off because he had no interest in seeing how drunk and freaked out he still was. And he got under the spray, even though it was cold, in the hopes that the Antarctic wash would help sober him up. With rough hands, he worked himself over with a bar of soap, and when he got to his privates, he didn't look down. Couldn't bear it. He knew what he was washing off his body, and his chest burned at the thought of the blood that had been on the inside of Marissa's thighs. Man seeing that had been a killer. Then he'd shocked the shit out of himself by doing what he did. He had no idea why he'd put his mouth to her or where the idea had come from. It had just seemed like the thing to do. Oh hell, he couldn't think about all that. Quick shampoo, quick rinse, and then he was out. He didn't bother toweling off, just went dripping to his bed and sat down. The air was freezing cold on his wet skin, and the chill felt like a proper punishment as he rested his chin on his fist and stared across the room. In the dim glow coming under the door, he saw the pile of clothes Marissa had taken off him earlier. Then that dress of hers on the floor. He went back to looking at what he'd been wearing. That suit wasn't really his, was it? Neither was the shirt or the socks or the loafers. Nothing he wore was his. He glanced at the watch on his wrist, took the thing off, let it fall onto the carpet. He didn't live in his own place. He didn't spend his own money. He had no job, no future. He was a well-kept pet, not a man. And as much as he loved Marissa, after what just happened on that back lawn, it was clear things couldn't work out between them. The relationship was flat-out destructive, especially for her. She was distraught, blaming herself for shit that wasn't her fault, suffering, and it was because of him. God damn it, she deserved so much better. She deserved, oh shit, she deserved revenge, that thick-blooded aristocrat. Rev would be able to take care of her, give her what she needed, take her out socially, be her mate for centuries. Butch got up, walked to the closet, and took out a Gucci duffel, then realized he didn't want to take anything of this life with him when he bailed. Tossing the bag aside, he pulled on a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt, shoved his feet into some running shoes, and found the old wallet and set of keys he'd brought with him when he moved in with Vishouse. As he looked at the metal tangle on its simple silver ring, he remembered that back in September he hadn't bothered to do anything with his apartment. So after all his time, His landlord must have long ago busted in and cleared out his stuff, which was fine. It wasn't like he wanted to go back there anyway. Leaving the keys, he headed out of his room, only to realize Lou had no wheels. He glanced down at his feet. Looked like he was walking it down to Route 22, then hitching a ride from here. He had no coherent plan for what he was going to do or where he would go. He knew only that he was leaving the brothers and Marissa, and that was it. Well, he also knew that to make it stick, he was going to have to get out of Caldwell. Maybe he could head west or something. When he walked into the living room, he was relieved V wasn't around. Saying goodbye to his roommate was nearly as awful as leaving his woman. So no reason to have that bon voyage convo. Shit, what was the Brotherhood going to do about him pulling out? He knew a lot about them, whatever. He couldn't stay, and if that meant action had to be taken, it would sure as hell put him out of his misery. And as for what the Omega did to him, well, he didn't have much of an answer for the whole lesser thing. But at least he wouldn't have to worry about hurting the brothers or Marissa, because he wasn't planning on ever seeing them again. His hand was on the vestibule's doorknob when V said, "Where you going, cop?" Butch swiveled his head around as V stepped out of the shadows of the kitchen. "V, I'm leaving." Before there was a response, Butch shook his head. "If that means you have to kill me, just do it quick and bury me fast. And don't let Marissa know. Why you pulling out? It's better this way, even if it means I'm dead. Hell, you'll be doing me a favor if you have to off me. I'm in love with a woman I can't really have. You and the Brotherhood are the only friends I've got, and I'm giving you up, too. And what the fuck do I have out in the real world waiting for me? Nothing. I got no job. My family thinks I'm whacked. The only good thing is that I'll be on my own with my own kind." V approached, a tall, menacing shadow. "Shit, maybe this would all be over with tonight. Right here. Right now. Butch, man, you can't get out. I told you from the beginning. No getting out. So like I just said, snuff me. Grab a dagger and do me. But hear me clear. I will not stay in this world as an outsider one more minute." As their eyes met, Butch didn't even brace himself. He wasn't going to fight. He was going to go gently into the good night, carried there by his best friend's hand on a good, clean kill. There were worse ways to go, he thought. Many, many worse ways. Vicious's eyes narrowed. There may be another way. Another V, buddy. A set of plastic fangs ain't going to make this better. Do you trust me? When there was only silence, V repeated, "Butch, do you trust me?" "Yeah." "Then give me an hour, cop. Let me see what I can do." Chapter 29. Time dragged and Butch prowled around the pit while waiting for V to get back. Finally, unable to shake the Scotch haze and still dizzy as shit, he went in and lay down on his bed. As he closed his eyes, it was more to dim the light than with any hope of sleep. Surrounded by a dense quiet, he thought about his sister Joyce and that new baby of hers. He knew where the baptism had been held today. Same place he'd been dipped. Same place all the O'Neills had been dipped. Original sin washed away. He put his hand on his stomach on that black scar and thought that evil had certainly come back for him, hadn't it? Ended up right inside of him. Palming his cross, he fisted the gold until it cut into his skin and decided he needed to go back to church. Regularly. He was still gripping the crucifix when exhaustion took him by stealth, leeching his thoughts away, replacing them with a nothingness he would have been relieved by if he'd been conscious. Sometime later, he woke up and glanced at the clock. He'd slept for 2 hours straight, and now he was in the hangover phase of things, his head one big, dull ache, his eyes supersensitive to the light coming in under the door. He rolled over and stretched, his spine cracking. An eerie moan drifted down the hall. "V?" he said. Another moan. "You okay there, V?" From out of nowhere, there was a crashing noise, like something heavy had been dropped. Then choking sounds, the kind you made when you were too hurt to cry out and scared to death. Butch sprang off his bed and ran into the living room. Jesus Christ! Vishouse had thrown himself off the couch and landed face first on the coffee table, scattering bottles and glasses. As he flailed around, his eyes were squeezed shut and his mouth gaped with screams unvoiced. "Vishouse! Wake up! Butch grabbed on to those heavy arms, only to realize V had taken his glove off. That god-awful hand of his was glowing like the sun, burning holes in the wood of the table and the leather of the couch. Fuck! Butch leaped out of the strike zone as he nearly got swiped. All he could do was call out Vicious's name as the brother struggled in the grip of whatever monster held him. Finally, something got through. Maybe the sound of Butch's voice. Maybe V knocked himself around hard enough to wake himself up. As Vishouse opened his eyes, he was panting and shivering, covered with fierce sweat. My man! When Butch knelt down and touched his friend on the shoulder, V shrank back, cowering. Which was the scariest part. Hey, easy, you're home. You're safe. V's stare, usually so cool and calm, was glassy. Butch, oh my god. Butch, the death. The blood down the front of my shirt. A shirt of mine. Okay, just go easy. We're gonna cool out here. Big guy. Butch clamped a hand under V's right armpit and hoisted the brother back on the couch. Poor bastard flopped against the leather cushions like a rag doll. Let's get you a drink. Butch headed for the galley kitchen, picked up a fairly clean glass off the counter, and rinsed it out. He filled the thing with cold water, even though V would no doubt rather it be goose. When he came back, Vishouse was lighting up a cigarette with hands that were like flags in the wind. As V took the glass, Butch said, "You want something stronger?" "Nah, this is good. Thanks, man." Butch sat down on the other end of the sofa. "V, I think it's time we did something about this nightmare thing." "Not going there." V inhaled deeply and let out a steady stream of smoke from his lips. "Besides, I've got good news." Kind of. Butch would rather have stayed on the V Dreamland shit, but that was clearly not happening. "So talk. And you should have woken me up as soon as you tried. You were out cold. Anyway, another exhale. This one more normal. You know I've looked into your past, right? I figured. Had to know what was doing if you were going to live with me with us. I traced your blood back to Ireland. Lot of pasty white bog people in your veins." Cop. Butch got real still. "Did you find anything else?" "Not when I searched 9 months ago. And not when I retraced you an hour ago." Buzzkill. Although, Christ, what was he thinking? He wasn't a vampire. "So why are we talking about this? You sure you don't have any weird-ass stories in your family? Especially back in Europe? You know, some female in your line getting pinched at night? Maybe a pregnancy that came out of the blue? Like someone's daughter who disappeared and maybe came back with a child?" Actually, there hadn't been a lot of O'Neill lore passed along. For his first 12 years, his mother had been busy raising 6 kids and working as a nurse. Then after Janie's murder, Odell had been too shattered to carry stories. And his father? Yeah, right. Pulling 9 to 5 for the telephone company and then hitting the night shift as a security guard didn't make for a lot of quality chat time with the kidlets. When Eddie O'Neill had been home, he'd been drinking or asleep. "I don't know of anything." "Well, here's the deal, Butch." V inhaled, then talked through the smoke as he breathed out. "I want to see if you've got any of us in you." "Oh, but you know my family tree, right? And wouldn't my blood tests at the clinic, or even throughout my life, have shown something?" "Not necessarily, and I have a very precise way of finding out. It's called ancestor regression." V brought up his glowing hand and clenched it into a fist. "Goddamn, I hate this thing, but this is how we do it." Butch eyed the scorched coffee table. "You're going to torch me like kindling. I'll be able to channel it to the purpose. Not saying it will be fun for you, but it shouldn't kill you. Bottom line? That shit with Marissa and the feeding and the way you reacted to it? The fact that you're telling me you throw off scent around her? Plus, God knows you're aggressive enough. Who knows what we'll find?" Something warm tingled in Butch's chest. Something like hope. "And what if I have a vampire relative? Then we might—" V took a very deep drag on the hand-rolled. "We might be able to turn you." "Holy shit. I thought you couldn't do that." V nodded over at a thigh-high stack of leather volumes by the computers. "There is something in the Chronicles. If you've got some of our blood in you, we can give it a shot. It's very risky, but we could try." Man, Butch was so on board with that plan. "Let's do the regression. Now." Can't. Even if you have the DNA, we need to get clearance from the scribe virgin before we even think about jumpstarting any kind of change. That kind of shit is not to be done lightly, and there's the added complication of what the Lessers did to you. If she won't allow us to proceed, it won't matter whether you've got relatives with fangs, and I don't want to put you through an ancestor regression if there's nothing we can do about it. How long until we know? Wrath said he'd talk to her tonight. Jesus V. I hope. I want you to take some time and think about this. The regression is a bitch to go through. Your brain's going to stroke out on us, and I understand the pain's no party. And you might want to talk to Marissa about it, also. Butch thought of her. Oh, I'll get through it. You don't worry about that. Don't get cocky. I'm not. This has to work. Might well not, though. V stared at the lit tip of his hand rolled. Assuming you come out the other side of the regression okay, and we can find a living relative of yours to use to jumpstart the change, you could die in the middle of the transition. There's only a small chance you'll survive. I'll do it. V laughed in a short burst. I can't decide whether you have serious balls or a death wish. Never underestimate the power of self-hatred, V. It's a hell of a motivator. Besides, we both know what the only other option is. As their stares met, Butch knew V was thinking the same thing he was. No matter what the risks were, anything was better than Vishouse having to kill him outright because he had to leave. I'm going to Marissa now. Butch paused on his way out the door to the tunnel. You sure there isn't something we can do about these dreams of yours? You got enough on your plate. I'm an excellent multitasker, buddy. Go to your female cop. Don't worry about me. You're such a pain in the ass, said the SIG to the Glock. Butch cursed and hit the tunnel, trying not to be totally pumped. When he got to the big house, he went up to the second floor and passed by Wrath's study. On impulse, he knocked on the jamb. After the king called out, Butch was in there maybe 10 minutes tops before he went on to Marissa's room. He was about to knock when someone said, "She's not there." He pivoted around and saw Beth coming out of the sitting room at the end of the hall, a vase of flowers in her hands. "Where is Marissa?" he asked. She went with rage to check out her new place. What new place? She's rented a house for herself, about 7 miles from here. Shit, she was moving out, and she hadn't even told him. Exactly where is it? After Beth gave him the address and assured him the rental was safe, his first instinct was to race over there, but he canned that idea. Wrath was going to the scribe virgin right now. Maybe they could get the regression over with and there'd be good news to share on the other side. She's coming back tonight, right? Man, he wished she'd told him about the move out. Definitely. And Wrath is going to ask Vishouse to work on the security system. So she'll stay here until that's done. Beth frowned. Hey, you don't look so good. Why don't you come down and get some food with me? He nodded, even though he had no idea what she'd said to him. You know I love her, right? He blurted, not sure why he was going there. Yes, I do. And she loves you. Then why didn't she talk to him? Yeah, and just how easy had he made that for her lately? He'd freaked out about the feeding, taken her virginity while he was drunk, hurt her in the process. Christ. I'm not hungry, he said, but I'll watch while you eat. Back at the pit, Vishouse stepped out of the shower and yelped like a Nancy, slamming back against the marble wall. Wrath was standing in the bathroom, a big leather-clad male the size of the goddamned Escalade. Christ, my lord. Scare a brother, why don't you? Little jumpy there, V, huh? Wrath handed over a towel. So I just came back from the scribe virgin. V paused with the terry cloth under an arm. What did she say? She wouldn't see me. God damn it, why? He wrapped up his hips. Some shit like wheels turning. Who knows? One of the chosen met me. Wrath's jaw went so tight it was a wonder he could talk at all. Anyway, I go back tomorrow night. Straight up, it doesn't look good. As frustration spiked, V felt his eyelids start to flicker. Shit. Yeah. There was a pause. And while we're on the subject of crap, let's talk about you. Me? You're strung tighter than cable and your ice twitching. Yeah. Because you just Friday the 13th'd me. V pushed past the king and went into his bedroom. As he put his glove on his hand, wrath leaned against the jamb. Look, this house. Oh, they were so not doing this. I'm fine. Sure you are. So here's the deal. I'm giving you till the end of the week. If you haven't straightened up by then, I'm taking you out of rotation. What? Vacation time. Can you say R&R, my brother? Are you out of your mind? You realize we're down to 4 of us now with Tor being gone, true? You can't afford to lose you. Yeah, I know. And so you're not going to get killed because of whatever's going on in that head of yours. Or not going on, as is the case. Look, we're all on edge, what with? Butch came by a little while ago. Told me about your repeating nightmare. That cocksucker. Man, he was going to pound his roommate into the ground like a steak for blabbing. He was right to tell me. You should have told me. V went over to his bureau where his rolling papers and his tobacco were. He spun one up fast, needing something in his mouth. It was either plug himself up or keep swearing. You need to get checked out, V. By who? Havers? No CAT scan or lab workup is going to tell me what's wrong, because it's not physical. Look, I'll get it together. He glanced over his shoulder and exhaled. I'm the smart one, remember? I'll figure this out. Wrath lowered his wraparounds, his pale green eyes burning like neon penlights. You've got a week to fix this, or I'm going to the scribe virgin about you. Now get your ass dressed. I need to talk to you about something else involving the cop. As the king took off for the living room, V drew hard on his cigarette and then looked around for his ashtray. Goddamn it, he'd left the thing out front. He was about to head to the living room when he looked at his hand, bringing the gloved nightmare up to his mouth. He peeled the leather off with his teeth and stared at his radiant curse. Shit, the illumination was getting brighter and brighter every day. Holding his breath, he pressed the lit cigarette into his palm. As the flaming end met his skin, the white glow beneath flared even stronger, backlighting the tattooed warnings until they appeared to be in 3D. The hand-rolled was consumed in a burst of light, the sting tingling his nerve endings. When only dust remained, he blew it off into the air, watching the little cloud rush forward and disintegrate into nothing. Marissa took a tour through the vacant house and ended up back in the living room, where she'd started. The place was much bigger than she'd thought, especially given the 6 underground bedroom suites. God. She'd taken the lease because it had seemed so much smaller than her brother Stan Haversput size was so relative. This colonial felt huge, and very empty. As she pictured herself moving in, she realized that she'd never actually been in a house alone before. Back home, there had always been servants and havers and patients and medical staff. And the Brotherhood's mansion was likewise full of people. Marissa. Rage's heavy boots came up behind her. Time to go. I haven't measured the rooms yet. Have Fritz come back and do it. She shook her head. This is my house. I want to. Then there's always tomorrow night. But we have to get going now. She took a last look around, then headed for the door. Okay, tomorrow. They dematerialized back to the mansion, and as they came in through the vestibule, she could smell roast beef and hear talk drifting out of the dining room. Rage smiled at her and started to disarm, stripping his dagger holster off his shoulders as he called out for Mary. Hey! Marissa wheeled around. Butch was in the shadows of the billiards room, leaning on the pool table, a squat crystal glass in his hand. He was dressed in a fine suit and a pale blue tie, but as she stared at him, all she saw was him naked and propped up on his arms over her. Just as heat swirled, his eyes shifted away. You look different in pants. Watto. They're Beth's. He took a drink from his glass. Heard you're renting a place. Yes, I've just come from. Beth told me. So how much longer have you got here? A week? Less? Probably less, right? Probably. I was going to tell you, but I just rented it, and with all the other drama, I didn't have time to. I wasn't hiding it from you or anything. When he didn't reply, she said, Butch, are we okay? Yeah. He looked down into his scotch. Or at least we're going to be. Butch, look, about what happened. You know I don't care about the fire. No, I mean in your bedroom. The sex. She flushed and dropped her eyes. I want to try it again. When he said nothing, she glanced up. His hazel stare was intense. You know what I want? Just once, I want to be enough for you. Just once. You are. He spread out his arms and glanced down at his body. Not like this, I'm not. But I'm going to make it so I can be. I'm going to take care of this problem of me. What are you talking about? Will you let me escort you in to dinner? As if to distract her, he came forward and offered her his arm. When she didn't take it, he said, Trust me, Marissa. After a long moment, she accepted his courtesy, thinking that at least he hadn't pulled away from her, which was what she could have sworn he'd been doing just after the fire. Hey, Butch. Hold up, my man. Both she and Butch looked over. Wrath was coming out of the hidden door underneath the stairs and Vishouse was with him. Evening, Marissa, the king said. Cop, I need you a sec. Butch nodded. What up? Will you excuse us, Marissa? The expressions on the brothers' faces were bland. Their bodies relaxed. And she didn't buy the nothing special for an instant. But like she was going to hang around? I'll wait for you at the table, she told Butch. She headed to the dining room, then paused and looked back. The three males were standing together, Vishouse and Wrath towering over Butch as they did the talking. A surprised look hit Butch's face, his brows lifting up into his forehead. Then he nodded and crossed his arms over his chest like he was braced and ready to go. Dread washed over her. Brotherhood business. She just knew it. When Butch came to the table 10 minutes later, she said, What did Wrath and V talk to you about? He snapped his napkin loose of its folds and put the damask in his lap. They want me go through Tor's house and pull a CSI. Try and see if the guy's been back or left any clues as to where he's gone. Oh, that's good. It's what I did for a living for many years. Is that all you'll be doing? As a plate of food was set in front of him, he finished his scotch. Yup. Well, the brothers are going to start patrolling rural areas, so they've asked me to work up a route for them. I'm going to go with V and do that after sundown tonight. She nodded, telling herself it was going to be fine. As long as he wasn't fighting. As long as he didn't. Marissa, what's wrong? I just don't want you to get hurt. I mean, you're human and all, and so today I need to do some research. Well, if that wasn't a door getting shut on her. And if she pressed the point, she'd only make it sound like she thought he was totally weak. Research on what? He picked up his fork. What happened to me? V's already been through the chronicles, but he said I could give it a shot, too. As she nodded, she realized they would not spend the day sleeping together, side by side, in his bed. Or hers. She took a sip from her water glass and marveled at how you could sit so close to someone and still have him be totally far away from you. Chapter 30. The following afternoon, John took a seat in the classroom, all impatient for things to get rolling. The schedule of classes ran on a 3 days on, 1 day off rotation, and he was ready to get back to work. While he went through his notes on plastic explosives, the other trainees yacked it up as they came in and got settled, the horsing around business as usual until everyone fell silent. John glanced up. There was a man in the doorway, a man who looked a little unsteady, or maybe drunk. What the hell? John's mouth went slack as he stared at the face and the red hair. Blaylock. It was Blaylock, only better. The guy looked down and awkwardly walked to the back. Actually, he shuffled more than walked, as if he couldn't really control his arms and legs all that well. After he sat down, he moved his knees around under the table until they fit. Then he hunched over as if trying to make himself look smaller. Yeah, good luck on that. Jesus, he was huge. Holy crap. He had gone through the transition. Zadist walked into the classroom, shut the door, and glanced at Blaylock. Following a quick nod, Z went right into the teaching. Today we're going to do an intro to chemical warfare. We're talking tear gas, mustard gas. The brother paused. Then cursed as he obviously realized no one was paying any attention because they were all staring at Blay. Well shit. Blaylock, you want to tell them what it was like? We're not going to get anything done here until you do. Blaylock turned beet red and shook his head, tucking his arms around his chest. Okay, trainees, shoot your eyes up here. They all looked at Z. You want to know what it's like? I'll tell you. John got good and fixated. Z kept everything general, revealing nothing of himself, but it was all good information. And the more the brother talked, the more John's body vibrated. That's right, he told his blood and bones. Take notes and let's do this soon. He was so ready to be a man. Van got out of the town and country, shut the passenger side door quietly, and stayed in the shadows. What he was looking at some 100 yards away reminded him of where he'd grown up. Rundown house with a tar paper roof and a rotting car in the side yard. The only difference was that this was in the middle of nowhere, and his neighborhood had been closer to town. But it was the same 2 steps up from poverty. As he scanned the area, the first thing he noticed was an odd sound cutting through the night. It was a rhythmic hitting like someone was chopping logs? No, it was closer to pounding. Someone was pounding on what was probably the back door of the house in front of him. "This is your target for tonight," Mr. X said as 2 other lessers stepped out of the minivan. "The daylight details have been watching this place for the past week. No activity until after dark. Iron bars over the windows. Drapes are always drawn. Goal is capture, but kill if you think they're going to get away from you." Mr. X stopped and frowned, then looked around. Van did the same and saw nothing out of whack. Until a black Cadillac Escalade came down the drive. With its tinted windows and its spinning chrome, the thing looked like it was worth more than the house. What the hell was it doing out here in all the sticks? "Get armed," Mr. X hissed. "Now." Van drew his fancy new Smith & Wesson .40, feeling the weight fill his palm. As his body primed for the fight ahead, he was so ready to engage an opponent. Except Mr. X pegged him with hard eyes. "You stay back. I do not want you to engage. Just watch." "You fucker," Van thought, dragging a hand through his dark hair. "You miserable fucker." "We clear." Mr. X's face was deadly cold. "You do not go in." The best Van could manage was a dip of the chin, and he had to look away to keep from cursing out loud. Training his eyes on the SUV, he watched as the thing got to the end of the ratty little cul-de-sac and stopped. Clearly, it was some kind of patrol. Not cops, though. At least, not human ones. The Escalade's engine was cut and 2 men got out. One was relatively normal-sized, assuming you were talking about linebackers. The other guy was enormous. Jesus Christ, a brother. Had to be. And Xavier was right. That vampire was bigger than anything Van had ever seen, and he'd gone into the ring with some monster-sized mofos in his day. Just like that, the brother was gone. Poof! Into thin air. Before Van could ask what the holy hell that was about, the vampire's partner turned his head and stared right at Mr. X, even though they were all in the shadows. "Oh, my God," Xavier breathed. "He's alive. And the master is with..." The 4 lesser lurched forward and kept walking. Right into the moonlight. Right into the middle of the road. What the fuck was he thinking? Butch's body trembled as he looked at the pale-haired lesser who emerged from the darkness. No question, this was the one who'd worked him over. Even though Butch had no conscious memories of the torture, his body seemed to know who had done the damage, its recollection embedded in the very flesh that had been torn and bruised by the bastard. Butch was so ready to have at the 4 lesser. Except the shit hit the fan before he ever had the chance. From somewhere behind the house, a chainsaw started up with a roar, then settled into a high, whining scream. And at that exact moment, a second pale-haired lesser stepped out from the woods with his gun aimed at Butch. As the semi-automatic went off and bullets whizzed by his head, Butch palmed his own Glock and jammed for cover behind the Escalade. Once he had some shield, he returned the "Hi, how are yas," squeezing out rounds, his Glock kicking in his palm as he kept his vital organs out of the line of fire. When there was a breather in the exchange, he peered through bulletproof glass. The shooter was behind a rusted-out car carcass, no doubt reloading, like Butch was. And yet the first slayer, Butch's torturer, still hadn't armed himself. The guy was just standing in the middle of the road, staring at Butch. Almost like eating lead would make his day. So ready to fucking oblige, Butch leaned out around the SUV, pulled his trigger, and popped the guy right in the chest. With a grunt, the 4 lesser staggered back, but he didn't go down. He seemed merely annoyed, throwing off the bullet's impact like it was nothing more than a bee sting. Butch had no idea what to make of that, but now wasn't the time for wondering why his fancy bullets didn't slow that particular slayer down. Sticking his arm into the breeze, he started firing at the guy again, the shots kicking out of his muzzle in quick succession. Finally, the lesser yard-sailed, falling backward in a sprawling heap. Just as a slapping noise came from behind Butch, so loud he thought another gun was going off. He swung around, two-fisting the Glock to keep it up in front and steady. Oh shit! A female with a child in her arms shot out of the house in a blind panic. And she had good reason to haul ass. Right on her heels was a hulking male with punishment on his face and a chain saw up over his shoulder. The lunatic was about to fall on the pair of them with that spinning blade, ready, willing, and able to kill. Butch kicked up his gun muzzle 2 inches, aimed at the man's head, and pulled the trigger. Right as Vishouse appeared behind the guy, reaching for the saw. Fuck! Butch tried to stop his forefinger from squeezing, but the gun bucked and the bullet flew. And someone grabbed Butch around the throat. The second lesser with the gun had moved in fast. Butch got flipped off his feet and slammed onto the hood of the Escalade like he was a baseball bat. On impact, he lost his Glock, the weapon bouncing away, metal on metal. Fuck that, though. He shoved his hand into the pocket of his coat and felt for the switchblade he carried. Bless the damn thing's heart. It found his palm like it had come to a heel and he dragged his arm free. As the blade shot out, he jogged his torso to the left and stabbed the side of the slayer who held him down. Howl of pain. Grip loosened, and Butch shoved hard against the chest above his, popping the lesser up off him. As the bastard hung in midair for a split second, Butch swung the knife in an arc. The switchblade streaked across the lesser's throat, opening up a fountainhead of black blood. Butch kicked the slayer to the ground and turned to the house. Vishouse was holding his own against the guy with the chainsaw, avoiding the roaring blade while throwing body shots. Meanwhile, the female with the child was running like hell across the side yard while another, pale-haired lesser closed in from the right. Called for rage. V had the presence of mind to holler. Going for Vi? Butch yelled as he took off. He ran flat out, his feet gouging into the ground, knees kicking up to his chest. He prayed he would get there in time, prayed he'd be fast enough please, just this once. He intercepted the lesser with a spectacular flying tackle. And as they went down, he screamed for the female to keep going. Gunshots went off somewhere, but he was too busy with a blurring struggle to care. He and the lesser rolled around in the patchy snow, punching and choking each other. He knew he was going to lose if they kept going like this, so out of desperation and some kind of driving instinct, he stopped fighting, let the slayer dominate him, and then locked stairs with the lesser. That link, that horrible communion, that ironclad tie between them took root in an instant, rendering them both motionless. And with the bonding came an urge for Butch to consume. He opened his mouth and began to inhale. Chapter 31. Lying in the middle of the road, bleeding like a sieve, Mr. X kept his eye on the contaminated human who was supposed to be dead. The guy handled himself, especially as he took down a lesser in the side yard, but he was going to get overpowered. And sure enough, he did. As the slayer flipped him on his back, he was going to get slaughtered in. Except then the pair of them froze, and the dynamic shifted, the rules of strength and weakness getting scrambled. The slayer might have been on top, but the human was in charge. Mr. X became breathless. Something was happening over there, something. But then a blonde-haired brother materialized out of thin air right beside the two. The warrior swooped down and tore the lesser off the human, breaking whatever link had been forged. From out of the shadows, Van came over to Mr. X and blocked the view. How'd you like to get out of here? Probably the safest course. He was about to pass out. Yeah, and move fast. As Mr. X got picked up and rushed to the minivan, his head bobbed like a half-stuffed doll's, and he watched through the wobbles as the blonde brother disintegrated the other lesser, then knelt to check on the human. Such fucking heroes. Mr. X let his eyes go lax. And thank to God he didn't believe in that Van Dien was too much of a new recruit to know that lessers didn't take their injured back home with them. Usually, a damaged slayer was left where he fell either for the brothers to stab him back to the Omega or for him to gradually rot. Mr. X felt himself get shoved into the minivan, and then the engine started and they were off. Easing over onto his back, he felt around his chest, assessing the damage. He was going to recover. It would take time, but his body wasn't so hurt that it couldn't regenerate. As Van hung a sharp right, X's body was thrown against the door. At his grunt of pain, Van looked back. Sorry. Fuck it. Get us gone. As the engine grew louder again, Mr. X closed his eyes. Man, that human showing up alive and breathing? Serious trouble. Serious trouble. What had happened? And why didn't the Omega know that the human still lived? Especially because the guy reeked of the Master's presence? Shit, who knew the whys? The more important thing was, now that X was aware that the man lived, did he tell the Omega? Or would that little news flash be what triggered another change in leadership and got X condemned forever? He'd sworn to the Master that the brothers had taken that guy out. He'd look like an idiot when it turned out not to be true. The thing was, he was alive and on this side now, and he had to keep himself here until Van Dien came into his power. So, no, there would be no report on the Trojan human. But the man was a dangerous liability. One that had to be eliminated ASAP. Butch lay over on the snowy ground and tried to catch his breath, still caught in whatever the hell happened when he and one of those lessers got tight. As his stomach rolled, he wondered where Rage was. After Hollywood had cut off the link to the lesser and killed the bastard, he'd headed into the woods to make sure there were no others around. So it was probably a good idea to get vertical and rearmed in case more came. As Butch pushed himself up on his arms, he saw the mother and child across the lawn. They were cowering by a shed, wrapped up together as tight as vines. Shit, he recognized them. He'd seen them at Havers's. These were the two Marissa had been sitting with the day he'd finally left the quarantine room. Yeah, this was definitely the pair. The young had a cast on her lower leg. Poor things, he thought. Huddled as they were like every human victim he'd ever seen on the job, the characteristics of trauma transcending species lines. The mother's wide eyes and pale skin and shattered illusions that life was okay were exactly what he'd dealt with before. He got to his feet and went over to them slowly. He almost said police detective. I'm a friend. I know what you are and I'm going to take care of you. The mother's dilated eyes lifted from her daughter's messy hair. Keeping his voice level and not taking one step closer, he pointed to the Escalade. I'd like you both to go sit in that car. I'll give you the keys so you're in control and can lock yourself in. Then I'm going to do a quick check-in with my partner. Okay? After that, you're going to Havers's. He waited as the female surveyed him with a calculation he was very familiar with. Would he hurt her or her child? She was wondering, did she dare trust someone of the opposite sex? What were her other options? Keeping her daughter tight in her arms, she struggled to her feet, then held her hand way out. He came over and put his keys in her palm, knowing that V had another set so they could still get in the Escalade if they had to. In a flash, the female turned and ran, her child a heavy, jangling load. As Butch watched them go, he knew that little girl's face was going to keep him up at night. Unlike her mother, she was totally calm. Like this kind of violence was business as usual. With a curse, he jogged over to the house and shouted, V, I'm coming in. Vicious's voice drifted down from the second floor. There's no one else in here, and I didn't get a plate on that minivan that took off. Butch checked out the body in the doorway. Male vampire, looked 34 years old or so. Then again, they all did until they started to age. With his foot, Butch nudged the guy's head. It was loose as a bough on a present. These shitkickers came down the stairs. He's still dead. Yup. You got him goods hit, your neck's bleeding. Did I shoot you? V put his hand up to his throat, then looked at the blood on his palm. Don't know. He and I went at it in the back of the house and he nailed me with the saw, so this could be from anything. Where's Rage? Right here. Hollywood walked in. I went through the woods. All clear. What happened to the mother and the kid? Butch nodded to the front door. In the Escalade. They should go to the clinic. Mom has fresh bruises. Let's you and I take them, V said. Rage, why don't you get back to the twins? Good deal. They're heading downtown now to hunt. Be safe, you two. As Rage dematerialized, Butch said, What do you want to do with the body? Let's put it around back. Sun'll be up in a couple of hours and that'll take care of it. The two of them picked up the mail, walked him through the grungy house, and laid him out next to the rotting shell of a barkalungar. Butch paused and looked at the hacked-out rear door. So this guy shows up and goes all Jack Nicholson on his wife and kid. Meanwhile, the lesson have been scoping out the place and lucky they pick tonight to attack. Bingo! You get many domestic problems like this? In the old country, sure, but here I haven't heard of many. Maybe they're just not being reported. V rubbed his right eye, which was twitching. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. They went through what was left of the back door and locked it as best they could. On the way to the front exit, Butch saw a ratty stuffed animal in the corner of the living room, like it had been dropped there. He picked the tiger up only to frown. The damn thing weighed a ton. He tucked it under his arm, took out his cell phone, and made 2 quick calls as V worked on the front door to get it to shut. Then they walked over to the Escalade. Butch cautiously approached the driver's side with his hands out, the tiger dangling from one palm. And Vishouse went around the hood with the same nice and easy routine, coming to a halt about 3 feet away from the passenger door. Neither of them moved. The wind blew in from the north, a cold, wet rush that made Butch feel the aches from the fight. After a moment, the locks in the car were released with a punching sound. John couldn't stop staring at Blaylock, especially in the shower. The guy's body was huge now, muscles sprouting from all different places, fanning out from his spine, filling his legs and shoulders, jacking up his arms. Plus, he was easily 6 inches taller. Christ, he had to be 6'4" now. But the thing was, he didn't look happy. He moved awkwardly, facing the tiled wall for most of the time he washed. And going by his flinching, the soap he used seemed to irritate him, or maybe his skin itself was the problem. Plus, he kept trying to get under the spray, only to step back and adjust the temperature. You gonna fall in love with him now, too? Brothers might get jealous. John glared over at Lash. The guy was smiling as he washed his little chest, a thick diamond chain catching the suds. Yo, Blay, you better not drop that soap. John Boy over here's eyeing your meat like you read about. Blaylock ignored the comment. Yo, Blay, you heard me? Or you daydreaming about John Boy on his knees? John stepped in front of Lash, blocking his view of the other guy. Oh, please, like you're going to protect him? Lash eyed Blaylock. Blay doesn't need protecting by anyone, does he? He's a big man now, aren't you, Blay? Tell me, if John here wants to get you off, you gonna let him? Bet you will. Bet you can't wait for it. The two of you are going to make such a... John lunged forward, took Lash down to the wet tile, and beat him senseless. It was like he was on autopilot. He just hit the guy in the face over and over again, his fists riding a wave of anger until the shower floor ran bright red all the way to the drain. And no matter how many hands grabbed at John's shoulders, he ignored them and kept pounding, until suddenly he was airlifted off of Lash. He fought whoever it was that held him, fought and scratched even as he was dimly aware that the rest of the class had shrunk back in fear. And John kept fighting and screaming without making a sound as he was hauled out of the shower, out of the locker room, down the hall. He clawed and punched until he was thrown onto the blue mats of the gym floor and the breath got knocked from him. For a moment, all he could do was stare up at the caged ceiling lights, but when he realized he was being held down, the fight rushed back. Baring his teeth, he bit the thick wrist that was closest to his mouth. Abruptly, he was flipped over onto his stomach and a huge weight gouged into his back. Wrath! No! The name registered only nominally. The Queen's voice even less so. John was beyond angry, burning uncontrollably, flailing around. You're hurting him. Stay out of this, Beth. The King's hard voice shot into John's ear. You finished yet, son? Or you want to go another round with those teeth of yours? John struggled even though he couldn't move and his strength was flagging. Wrath, please let him up. This is between him and me, Leland. I want you to go to the locker room and deal with the other half of this mess. That kid on the tile is going to have to be taken to Havers. There was a curse and then the sound of a door shutting. Wrath's voice came back right next to the side of John's head. You think popping one of those guys is going to make you a man? John heaved against the load on his back, not caring that it was the king. All that mattered, all that he felt, was the fury that ran through his veins. You think making that idiot with the fly mouth bleed is going to get you into the Brotherhood? Do you? John struggled harder, at least until a heavy hand landed on the back of his neck and his face had a communion with the floor mats. I don't need thugs. I need soldiers. You want to know the difference? Soldiers think. More pressure on his neck until John couldn't even blink for the bug eyes he was sporting. Soldiers think. All at once the weight was gone, and John took a heaving, sucking breath, the air dragging over his front teeth and hammering down his throat. More breathing. More breathing. Get up. Fuck you, John thought, but he pushed at the mat. Unfortunately, his stupid, weak-ass body felt like it was chained to the floor. He literally couldn't lift himself. Get up. Fuck you. What did you say to me? John got yanked off the ground by the armpits and came face to face with the king, who was savagely pissed off. Fear struck John hard, the reality of how badly he'd lost it dawning on him. Wrath bared fangs that seemed as long as John's legs. You think I can't hear you just because you can't talk? John's feet dangled for a moment and then he was dropped. When his knees failed him, he crumpled to the mats. Wrath stared down with contempt. It's a good goddamn thing Tor isn't around right now. Not fair, John wanted to yell. Not fair. You think Tor would have been impressed by this? John thrust himself off the floor and wobbled to a stand, glaring up at Wrath. Don't say that name, he mouthed. Don't say his name. From out of nowhere, pain lanced through his temples. Then, in his mind, he heard Wrath's voice saying the word torment again and again. Clamping his hands over his ears, he tripped over his feet, backing away. Wrath followed, coming forward, the name getting louder until it was a screaming, relentless, pounding chant. Then John saw the face, Tor's face, clear as if it were before him. The navy blue eyes, the short dark military hair, the hard features. John opened his mouth and started to scream. No sound came out, but he kept at it until the crying took over. Swamped by heartache, missing the only father he'd known, he covered his eyes and hunched his shoulders, falling in on himself as he wept. The instant he caved it all went away. His mind silenced. The vision disappeared. Strong arms gathered him up. John started screaming again, but now in agony, not anger. With nowhere to turn, he clutched at Wrath's huge shoulders. All he wanted was the hurting to stop. He wanted the pain in him, the stuff he tried to bury deep, to go away. He was raw with emotion from the losses in his life and the tragedies of circumstance. Nothing but bruises on the inside. Shit, Wrath rocked him gently. It's all right, son. Goddamn. Chapter 32. Marissa got out of the Mercedes, then ducked back in. Will you please wait, Fritz? I want to go to the rental house after this. Of course, mistress. She turned and looked at the back entrance of Havers's clinic, wondering whether he would even let her in. Marissa. She turned around. Oh God, Butch. She ran over to the Escalade. I'm so glad you called me. Are you okay? Are they? Yeah, they're getting checked out. And you? Fine. Just fine. I figured I'd wait outside, though, because you know. Yes, Havers wouldn't be too happy to see him. Probably wasn't going to like running into her, either. Marissa glanced toward the clinic's back entrance. The mother and child, they can't go home after this. Can they? No way. The Lessers know about the house, so it isn't safe. And frankly, there wasn't much there anyway. What about the mother's Hellrin? He's been taken care of. God, she shouldn't feel relieved that there had been a death. But she was. At least until she thought of Butch in the field. I love you, she blurted. That's why I don't want to have you fighting. If I lost you for any reason, my life would be over. His eyes widened, and she realized they hadn't spoken of love for what seemed like forever. But she was rule number 1 ing this. She'd hated spending the daylight hours away from him, hated the distance between them, and she wasn't letting it go on anymore on her side. Butch stepped in close, his hands going to her face. Christ, Marissa, you don't know what it means to hear you say that. I need to know that. Need to feel that. He kissed her softly, whispering loving things against her mouth, and as she trembled, he held her with care. There were things still left awkwardly between them, but none of that mattered at the moment. She just needed to reconnect with him. When he pulled back a little, she said, I'm going to go inside, but will you wait? I'd like to show you my new house. He ran his fingertip lightly down her cheek. Though his eyes grew sad, he said, Yeah, I'll wait, and I would love to see where you're going to live. I won't be long. She kissed him again and then headed off to the clinic entrance. As she felt like an intruder, it was a surprise to be admitted inside without a fuss. But she knew that didn't mean things were going to go smoothly. While she rode down in the elevator, she fiddled with her hair. She was nervous about seeing Havers. Would there be a scene? When she walked into the waiting area, the nursing staff knew exactly what she'd come for, and she was taken down to a patient room. She knocked on the door and stiffened. Havers looked up from talking with the young in the cast and his face froze. As he seemed to lose track of the words he was speaking, he pushed up his glasses, then cleared his throat with a cough. You came, the young called out to Marissa. Hi, there, she said, lifting her hand. If you'll excuse me, Havers murmured to the mother, I'll get your discharge papers in order. But as I said, there's no hurry for you to leave. Marissa stared at her brother as he came up to her, wondering whether he would even acknowledge her presence. And he did in a manner of speaking. His glance flicked over the pants she had on and he winced. Marissa. Havers. You look well. Nice enough words. But what he meant was she looked different. And he didn't approve. I am well. If you'll excuse me. As he left without waiting for a response, anger boiled up into her throat. But she didn't let the nasty words on her tongue fly. Instead, she went to the bedside and sat down. While she took the little female's hand, she tried to figure out what to say, but the young sing-song voice got there first. My father is dead, the child said factually. My mommin is scared, and we have nowhere to sleep if we leave here. Marissa closed her eyes briefly, thanking the dear scribe virgin that at least she had an answer for one of those problems. She looked over at the mother. I know exactly where you should go, and I'm going to take you there soon. The mother started to shake her head. We have no money, but I can pay rent, the young said, holding her tattered tiger. She loosened the stitching on the back, dug her hand in and took out the wishing plate. This is gold, right? So it's money, right? Marissa breathed in deeply and told herself not to cry. No, that's a gift to you from me, and there is no rent to be paid. I have an empty home and it needs people to fill it. She glanced once again at the mother. I would love it if you two would stay there with me as soon as my new house is ready. When John finally went back to the locker room after his meltdown, he was all alone. Wrath had returned to the main house, Lash had been taken away to the clinic, and the other guys had gone home. Which was good. In the resounding quiet, he took the longest shower of his life, just stood under the hot spray, letting the water run down him. His body felt achy, sick. Jesus Christ. Had he really bitten the king? Beaten a classmate? John eased back against the tile. In spite of all the spray washing over him and the soap he'd used, nothing cleaned him off. He still seemed curiously dirty. But then, disgrace and shame did make you feel like you were covered in pig shit. Cursing, he looked down at the sparse muscles of his chest and the sunken pit of his stomach and the pointy knobs of his hips, looked past his utterly unimpressive sex to his little feet. Then followed the tile to the drain where Lash's blood had funneled out. He could have killed the guy, he realized. He'd been that out of control. John! He jerked his head up. Zadist was standing in the shower's entryway, his face utterly impassive. You finish, you come up to the main house. We'll be in Wrath's study. John nodded and turned the water off. Chances were very good that he was going to be kicked out of the training program, maybe out of the house, and he couldn't blame them. But God, where would he go? After Z left, John toweled dry, put his clothes on, and went across the hall to Tor's office. He had to keep his eyes down as he passed through on his way to the tunnel. He couldn't bear any of his memories of torment right now. Not a single one. Couple minutes later, he was in the mansion's foyer, staring up at the grand staircase. He climbed the red-carpeted steps slowly, feeling unbearably tired, and the exhaustion grew worse when he got to the top. The double doors to Wrath's study were open and voices spilled out, the king's and others. How he would miss them all, he thought. The first thing he noticed when he stepped into the room was Tor's chair. The ugly green monster had been moved and was now behind and to the left of the throne. John walked forward and waited to be acknowledged. Wrath was bent over a fancy little desk piled with papers, a magnifying glass in his hand apparently helping him to read. Z and Fury were flanking the king, one on either side, both leaning over the map Wrath was looking at. "This is where we found the first torture camp," Fury said, pointing to a big green stretch. "Here's where Butch was found. Here's where I was taken. Big spread between them all," Wrath muttered. "Lot of miles. What we need is an airplane," Z said. "Aerial review would be much more efficient." "True that," except Wrath shook his head. "But we'd have to watch it. Get too close to the ground and the FAA would crawl up our ass." John inched a little closer to the desk, craned his neck. In a smooth move, Wrath pushed the big sheet of paper forward as if he'd finished reviewing it, or maybe was encouraging John to take a peek. Except instead of staring at the topographical spread, John looked at the king's forearm. The bite mark on that thick wrist mortified him and he stepped back. Just as Beth walked in with a leather box of scrolls tied with red ribbons. "Okay, Wrath, how about some briefing time? I've prioritized all these." Wrath leaned back as Beth put the box down. Then the king captured her face, kissing her on the mouth as well as both sides of her throat. "Thanks, Leland. Right now's great, although V and Butch are coming by with Marissa." "Oh shit. Did I tell you the Princeps Council has a bright idea? Mandatory seclusion for all unmated females." "You're kidding me. Fools haven't passed it yet, but according to Revenge, the vote's coming soon." The king looked at Z and Fury. "You two check into the airplane situation. We got anyone who knows how to fly?" Fury shrugged. "I used to, and we could bring V in on it." "Bring me in on what?" V said as he walked into the study. Wrath looked around the twins. "Can you say Cessna, my brother?" "Nice. We going airborne here?" Butch and Marissa came in behind V, and they were holding hands. John stepped to the side and just took it all in. Wrath falling deep into conversation with Beth while V and Butch and Marissa started talking among themselves and Fury and Z headed out. Chaos, movement, purpose. This was the monarchy, the brotherhood at work. And John felt privileged to be in the room for however short a time he had left before they kicked his sorry ass to the curb. Hoping maybe they'd forget he was around, he looked for a place to sit and eyed Tor's chair. Keeping on the sidelines, he walked over and lowered himself into the faded, torn leather. From here he could see everything. The top of Wrath's desk and whatever was on it, the door where people came and went, every corner of the room. John curled his legs under him and tilted forward, listening in as Beth and Wrath talked about the Princeps Council. Wow, they worked really great together. She was giving him excellent advice and the king was taking it. As Wrath nodded at something she'd said, his long black hair slipped over his shoulder and fell onto the desk. He pushed it back, then eased to the side and opened a drawer, pulling out a spiral-bound steno pad and a pen. Without looking, he held them out behind him, right in front of John. John took the gift with shaking hands. "Well, Leland, that's what you get when you deal with the Glimmerer. A whole lot of crap." Wrath shook his head and then looked up at V and Butch and Marissa. "So what's up, you three?" John dimly heard words exchanged, but he was too humbled to focus. God, maybe the brothers weren't kicking him out, maybe. He tuned in again to hear Marissa say, "They have nowhere to go, so they're staying in the house I just rented. But, Wrath, they need long-term assistance and I fear there are others out there just like them females with no one to help them. Either because their mates were taken by the lessers or died of natural causes or, God forbid, their males are abusers. I wish there was some kind of program. Yeah, we definitely need one. along with about 8,000 other things. Wrath rubbed his eyes under his wraparounds, then looked back at Marissa. Okay, I'm putting you in charge of this. Find out what the humans do for their kind. Figure out what we need for the race. Tell me what you require for money and staffing and facilities. Then go out and do it. Marissa's mouth fell open. My lord. Beth nodded. That's a fabulous idea. And, Mary used to work with social services when she was a volunteer at the suicide prevention hotline. You could start with her. I think she's really familiar with DSS. Yes, I'll do that. Marissa looked at Butch, and in response, the guy smiled, a slow, very male expression of respect. Yes, I'll do it. The female crossed the room in a daze, only to stop at the door. Wait, my lord? I've never done anything like this before. I've worked at the clinic, but you're going to handle it just fine, Marissa. And, as a friend of mine told me once, you're going to ask for help when you need some. Got it. Yes, thank you. Lot of work ahead of you. Yes, she curtsied, even though she was wearing pants. Wrath smiled a little, then looked at Butch, who was going after his female. Yo, cop, you and V and I are getting together tonight. It's a go. Be back here in an hour. Butch seemed to pale, but then he nodded and took off with Vishouse in tow. As Wrath refocused on his shellin', John quickly scribbled something on the pad and held it out to Beth. After she read it aloud for the king, Wrath inclined his head. You go right ahead, son. And yeah, I know you're sorry. Apology accepted. But you sleep up here from now on. Don't care if it's in that chair or in a bed down the hall, you sleep here now. As John nodded, the king said, and one more thing. Every night at 4 a.m. you're taking a walk with Zodist. John blew a whistle in an ascending note. Why? Because I said so. Every night. Otherwise, you're out of the training program and you're out of here. Dig? Whistle twice if you understand me and agree to this. John did as he asked. Then he awkwardly signed thank you, and left. Chapter 33. 45 minutes later, Butch stood in the doorway to the kitchen, watching Marissa with Mary and John. The three were bent over a diagram explaining New York State's interlocking human services agencies. Mary was taking the case study approach to teaching Marissa how it all worked, and John had volunteered to be the case. Jesus, the kid had had it rough. Born in the bathroom of a bus station. Picked up by a janitor and taken to the Catholic orphanage. Then housed with foster parents who didn't give a shit after Our Lady downscaled its program. And it got worse. Quitting school at 16. Running away from the system. Living in squalor while he supported himself as a busboy downtown. He was lucky to be alive. And Marissa was clearly going to help kids like him. As the discussion continued, Butch noticed that her voice changed, deepened, grew more direct. Her eyes sharpened and her questions got even sharper. She was, he realized, incredibly smart, and she was going to be good at this. God, he loved her. And he wanted desperately to be what she needed, what she deserved. As if on cue, he heard footsteps and smelled V's Turkish tobacco. Wrath is waiting, cop. Butch stared at his woman for a moment longer. Let's do it. Marissa looked up. Butch? I would love to get your thoughts on a police force. She tapped the diagram. I can see a lot of scenarios where we are going to need law enforcement intervention. Wrath is going to need to consider starting up some kind of civil guard. Anything you want, baby. His eyes memorized her face. Just give me a few, okay? Marissa nodded, smiled in a distracted way, and went back to her work. Unable to resist, he walked over and touched her shoulder. When she glanced up, he kissed her on the mouth and whispered, I love you. As her eyes flared, he kissed her again and turned away. Man, he hoped like hell this ancestor regression turned up something other than a shitload of Irish white bread. He and Vishouse walked upstairs to the study and found the frilly French room empty except for Wrath, who was standing in front of the fire, one thick arm on the mantel. The king looked like he had brain strain as he stared into the flames. My lord, V said. This still a good time? Yeah. Wrath motioned them in, his black diamond ring flashing on his middle finger. Shut the doors. You mind if I get a little muscle? V nodded down the hall. I want Rage in here holding the cop. Fine. As Vishouse left, Wrath stared at Butch with such intensity. His eyes were like torches burning behind his wraparounds. I didn't expect the scribe virgin to let us do this. I'm glad she is. Way glad. You understand what you're signing on for here? This is going to hurt like a bitch, and you could end up a vegetable on the other side. V's done the full disclosure. I'm good. Check you out, Wrath murmured with approval. You're so tight about this. What are my choices if I want to know? None. So getting all up in my head is not going to help. The double doors clicked shut and Butch looked across the study. Rage had damp hair and was wearing beat-to-shit blue jeans, a black fleece, and no shoes or socks. Absurdly, Butch noticed that even the guy's feet were gorgeous. Yeah, no hairy-knuckled, nasty nail action for Hollywood. Bastard was head-to-toe perfection. Man cop, the brother said. You really going to do this? As Butch nodded, Vishouse stepped in front of him and started to take off his glove. Need you to lose the shirt, buddy. Butch stripped to the waist, tossing his Turnbull and Acer on the sofa. Can I keep the cross on? Yup, shouldn't melt. Much. V shoved his glove into his back pocket, then whipped his black belt from his hips and held the leather strap out to Rage. I want you to put this thing in his mouth and hold it in place so he doesn't crack his teeth. But don't make any contact with him. You're going to get a sunburn anyway. Being this close. Rage stepped in behind, but the sound of knocking on the doors interrupted everything. Marissa's voice drifted through the wood panels. Butch? Wrath? More knocking. Getting louder. My lord? Is there something going on? Wrath cocked an eyebrow at Butch, who replied, Let me talk to her. As Wrath willed the doors open, Marissa burst into the room. She took one look at V's ungloved hand and Butch's bare chest and went white as snow. What are you doing to him? Butch walked up to her. We're going to find out if I have something of your kind in me. Her mouth fell open. Then she wheeled on Wrath. Tell them no. Tell them they can't do this. Tell them. It's his choice, Marissa. It will kill him. Marissa, Butch said. It's worth the risk to find out about me. She pivoted toward him, her stare furious, positively glowing with light. There was a pause. Then she slapped him across the face. That is for not caring about yourself. Without taking a breath, she slapped him again. Another crack echoing into the ceiling. And that is for not telling me what you were doing. Pain blazed in his cheek, throbbed to the beat of his heart. Can you boys give us a minute? He said softly, eyes not leaving her pale face. When the brothers disappeared, Butch tried to take her hands, but she snapped them back, wrapping her arms around herself. Marissa, this is the only way out I can see. Way out of what? There's a chance I can be who you need me to be. Who I need you to be. I need you to be yourself. And I need you to be alive. This is not going to kill me. Oh, and you've done it before, so you know that for sure? I'm so relieved. I have to do this. You do not. Marissa, he snapped. You want to put yourself in my shoes? You want to try on for size the idea that you love me, but I have to be with someone else, live off someone else while you can do nothing about it month after month, year after year? You want to think about what it's like to know that you're going to die first and leave me alone? You want to be a second-class citizen in the world I live in. So you're saying you'd rather be dead than be with me? I told you, this isn't going to. But what comes next? You think I can't follow the logic? If you find out you've got a vampire descendant, you mean to tell me you aren't going to try something truly stupid? I love you too much. God damn it. If you loved me, you wouldn't do this to yourself. If you loved me, Marissa's voice cracked. If you loved me. Tears welled in her eyes, and with a jerky movement, she clamped her hands on her face and trembled, just shook all over. Baby, it's going to be all right. Thank God. She let him put his arms around her. Baby, I am so angry at you right now, she said into his chest. You're an arrogant, prideful fool who's breaking my heart. I'm a man who wants to take care of his woman. Like I said, a goddamned fool. And you promised. No more protecting me by leaving me out. I'm really sorry. I just wanted to tell you when it was over. And I trust V with my life, I truly do. I'm not going to kick it over this. He tilted her face up and thumbed away her tears. I just keep thinking about the future. I'm 37 and I've led a hard-drinking, hard-smoking life. I could be dead in 10 years, who knows? And if you die now, I will have missed out on that decade. I want those years with you. But I want centuries. Eons. And I want you to stop feeding off of revenge. She closed her eyes and shook her head. I told you it's not romantic. On your side. But can you honestly say that he doesn't want you? When she didn't reply, he nodded. That's what I thought. I don't blame him, but I don't like it. Even though shit, you probably should be with someone like him. Someone from your class. Butch, I don't care about the Glimmer anymore. I'm shut out of that life now. And you know what? It's for the better. In fact, I should thank Havers for forcing me to be independent. He did me a favor. Yeah, well, no offense. But I still want to beat his ass. As he squeezed her harder, she sighed into his pecs. What are they going to do if you have some of the race in you? Let's talk about that afterward. No, she pushed him back. You do not shut me out. You want to do this for us? Then I get a vote, damn it. We talk about it now. He shoved a hand through his hair and braced himself. They're going to try and jumpstart the change if I do. Her mouth opened slowly. How? V says he can do it. How? I don't know. We haven't gotten that far. Marissa stared at him for a long time, and he knew she was tallying his fuck-ups. After a moment, she said, You broke your promise to me by keeping me out of all this. I blew it. He put his palm over his heart. But I swear, Marissa, I was going to come to you once I knew whether we had a shot at it. I never had any intention of going into the transition without talking to you first. I swear. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to be lost. As she glanced at the door, silence expanded in the room until he could have sworn it became tangible, brushing against his skin like cold fog. Finally, she said, If you're going to do the regression, I want to be in the room. Butch released his breath in a rush. Come here. I need to hold you for a sec. Pulling her to him, he wrapped his body around hers. Her shoulders were stiff, but her arms gripped him around the waist. Hard. Butch. Yeah. I'm not sorry I slapped you. He dropped his head into her neck. I deserved it. As he pressed his lips to her skin, he breathed in deep, trying to hold her scent not just in his lungs but in his blood. When he pulled back, he looked at the vein running up her neck and thought, Oh God, please let me be something more than I am. Let's get this over with, she said. He kissed her and let wrath, V, and rage back in. We going to do this? Vishouse asked. Yeah, we are. Butch shut the doors, and then he and V went back over to the fireplace. As Rage moved in from behind and went to slide the belt in place, Butch looked at Marissa. It's okay, baby. I love you. Then he glanced at Wrath. As if the king read minds, he went over and stood next to her, ready to catch her, or hold her back. V got real close, so close their chests almost touched. With care, he repositioned the cross so it hung down Butch's back. You good to go, cop? Butch nodded, finding as comfortable a bite as he could on the leather. He braced himself as V lifted an arm. Except when his roommate's palm landed on his bare chest, all he felt was a warm weight. Butch frowned. This was it? This was fucking it? Scaring the shit out of Marissa for no good. He looked down, pissed off. Oh, wrong hand. I want you to relax for me, my man, V said, slowly moving his palm in a circle, right over Butch's heart. Just take some deep breaths. The calmer you are, the better it will be for you. Funny choice of words. Exactly what Butch had said to Marissa when he'd, not wanting to get flustered, he dropped that thought and tried to loosen his shoulders. Got nowhere. Let's just breathe together for a minute, cop. That's it. In and out. Breathe with me. Yeah, good. We got all the time in the world. Butch closed his eyes and concentrated on the soothing sensation rubbing over his chest. The warmth. The rotating movement. There you go, cop. That's nice. Feels good, true? Just chilling. The circling got slower and slower. and Butch's breathing got deeper and easier. His heart began to pause before beats, the intervals between pumps growing longer and longer. And all the time with V's voice, the lazy words seducing him, getting in his brain, trancing him out. "Okay, Butch, look at me. Show me those peepers of yours." Butch lifted heavy lids and swayed as he stared up into V's face. Then he tensed. The pupil of V's right eye was expanding until there was nothing but blackness. No white part. No iris. What the F? "Nah, it's all good, Butch. You don't worry about what you're seeing. You just look inside of me. Come on now. Look into me, Butch. Feel my hand on your chest. Good, now I want you to fall into me. Let yourself go. Fall into me." Butch fixated on the blackness and went back to focusing on the palm moving over his heart. From the corner of his eye, he saw the glowing hand come up, but he was too far gone to care. He was stumbling in the most marvelous, mild way, in the midst of a gentle trip through thin air, falling into this house, plunging into a void of darkness. Mr. X woke up and put his hand to his chest, feeling around for his wounds. He was satisfied with how fast they were healing, but he was far from his normal strength. Lifting his head with care, he glanced at what had once been a cozy den for a nuclear family. Now that the lessening society was occupying the house, however, the room was just four walls, faded carpet, and wilted drapery. Van walked in from the cheerful, empty kitchen and stopped dead. "You're awake. Jesus. I thought I was going to have to dig a hole in the backyard." Mr. X coughed a little. "Bring me my laptop." When Van brought the thing in, Mr. X heaved himself up so he was leaning against the wall. From the Windows XP startup menu, he went into My Documents and opened a Word file titled Operational Notes. He scrolled down to the header marked July and panned through entries made 9 months ago. There was one for each day, back from when he'd been 4 lesser the first time, back when he'd given a shit. As he searched, he was aware of Van hovering. "We have a new purpose, you and I," Mr. X said absently. "Oh yeah, that human we saw tonight. We're going to find him." X paused at the notes from the 17th of the month, but they didn't give him what he was after. "We're going to find that human, and we're going to take him out. Find him, take him out." The guy had to die so that Mr. X's misread of the situation became fact, and the Omega never knew his Trojan human hadn't been killed by the brothers. The actual assassination of the man would have to be carried out by another lesser, however. After this evening's showdown, Mr. X was taking himself out of the risk pool. He could not take a chance on another serious injury. July, maybe he had the wrong month, but he could have sworn it was around then that a cop looking like that human had shown up at the Caldwell Martial Arts Academy, the Society's former HKS. Good record-keeping was so helpful, and so was the fact that he'd demanded to see the guy's shield. Mr. X spoke up. "His name is Brian O'Neill. CPD badge number 852. Address used to be over in the Cornwall apartments, but I'm sure he's moved. Born Boston Women's Hospital, Boston, Massachusetts, to a Mr. Edward and a Mrs. Odell O'Neill." Mr. X glanced at Van and smiled a little. "What do you bet his parents are still in Boston?" Chapter 34. Rain was falling onto Butch's face. Was he outside? Had to be. Man, he must have passed out on some kind of bender or something, because he was flat on his back and his head was nothing but slaw, and the idea of opening his eyes was too much like work. He should probably just lie here and wait a while. Yeah, he should just sleep for a little bit. Except, holy hell, this rain was annoying. The shit tickled as it hit his cheeks and slid down into his neck. He lifted an arm to cover his face. "He's coming around." Whose deep voice was that? V's, yeah. And V was his roommate? Or something. Yeah, roommate. He liked V a lot. "Butch." Now a woman. A very scared woman. "Butch, can you hear me?" Oh, he really knew her. She was the love of his life, Marissa. Butch's eyes lazed open, but he wasn't too sure what was reality and what was trippy nonsense, until he saw his woman's face. Marissa was bent over him and his head was in her lap. Her tears were what was falling on his face. And VV was right next to her, down on his haunches, his mouth a thin, strained slash in the midst of his goatee. Butch struggled to speak, but there was something in his mouth. As he batted at it, trying to get it out, Marissa went to help him. "No, not yet," V said. "I think he's got a couple more in him." "More what?" From out of nowhere, Butch heard a scramble of feet. He lifted his head a little and was surprised to find that he was the one making the noise. His shoes were flopping up and down, and he watched as the spasms crawled up his legs. He tried to fight the progress, but the seizure took over, traveling into his hips and his torso, making his arms flap and his back slap against the floor. He rode the wave as best he could, trying to hang on to consciousness until it was just impossible. When he came back, he was dizzy. "That one didn't last so long," Marissa said, smoothing his hair back. "Butch, can you hear me?" He nodded and tried to lift his arm to her. But then his feet started up with the Fred Astaire routine again. 3 more trips through the seizure park and the belt was finally taken out of his mouth. As he tried to speak, he realized how truly drunk he was. His brain was barely kicking over, he was so wasted. Except Holduff couldn't remember hitting the scotch. "Marissa," he mumbled, taking her hand. "Don't want to see you drink so much." Wait, not really what he'd been going for. Don't you to see me drink so much want. Whatever. God, he was so confused. V smiled a little, but it was the kind of falsy number doctors gave to patients who were about to throw up. "He's going to need something with sugar in it." "Rage, you got a lollipop on you." Butch looked over as a wicked handsome blonde guy knelt down. "I know you," Butch said. "Hey buddy." "Hey my man." Rage reached into the pocket of his fleece and pulled out a Tootsie Pop. After ripping the wrapper off, he put the thing into Butch's mouth. Butch groaned. Goddamn. That was the best thing he'd ever tasted in his whole life. Grape. Sweet. Oh. "Is he seizing again?" Marissa asked. "I think he likes it," Rage murmured. "That right, cop?" Butch nodded and nearly lost the lollipop, so Rage took control of the stick, holding it in place. Man, they were so good to him. Marissa stroking his hair and holding his hand. V's palm a warm weight on his leg. Rage making sure the Tootsie Pop stayed where it needed to be. All of a sudden, higher reasoning and short-term memory came back in a rush, like his brain was being poured back into his skull. He wasn't drunk. The regression. The ancestor regression. V's hand on his chest. The blackness. "What was the result?" he asked, panicked. "V, what did you find out?" "What was?" Everyone around him took a deep breath and someone muttered, "Thank God he's really back." At that moment, 2 steel-toed shitkickers approached from the right. Butch's eyes latched on to them, then rose higher, taking in a pair of leather-clad legs, then a huge body. Wrath towered over them all. The king reached up and removed his wraparounds, revealing brilliant, gleaming, pale green eyes. As they didn't appear to have pupils, the stare was like getting hit with a pair of Klieg lights. Wrath smiled broadly, his fangs so very white. "What's doing, cousin?" Butch frowned. "What? You've got some of me in you, cop." Wrath's smile stuck around as he slid his glasses back on. "Course, I always knew you were a royal. Just didn't think it went past the pain in the ass part is all." "Are you serious?" Wrath nodded. "You're of my line, Butch. One of mine." As Butch's chest got tight, he braced himself for another seizure. And so did everyone else. Rage took the lollipop out and reached for the belt. Marissa and V tensed up. But what came out of him was a rush of laughter. A ridiculous, belly-rolling, tear-up, stupid idiot wave of happy hysteria. Butch laughed and kissed Marissa's hand, then laughed some more. Marissa felt the satisfaction and the excitement humming through Butch's body as he let loose. But when he beamed up at her, she couldn't share his joy. He lost his smile. "Baby, it's going to be all right." This house got to his feet. "Why don't we give you guys a minute alone?" "Thank you," she said. After the brothers left, Butch sat up. "This is our chance. If I asked, would you not do the transition?" He froze, as if she'd slapped him again. "Marissa, would you? Why don't you want me with you?" "I do. And I would choose the future we have now over a hypothetical cast of centuries any day. Can't you understand that?" He blew out a long breath, his jaw tightening. Christ, I love you. Okay, so clearly he didn't find her logic appealing. Butch, if I asked you, would you not do it? When he didn't reply, she covered her eyes, but she had no tears left in her. I love you, he repeated. So, yeah, if you asked me not to, I wouldn't. She lowered her hand, her breath catching. Swear to this, here and now. On my mother. Thank you. She pulled him into her arms. Oh God, thank you. And we can work through the feeding issue. Mary and Rage have. Butch, we can have a good future. They were silent for a time, just sitting on the floor. Then from out of the blue he said gruffly, I have 3 brothers and a sister. Excuse me? I've never talked to you about my family. Well, I have 3 brothers and 1 sister. Well, there had been 2 girls, but then we lost one. Oh, she sat back, thinking his tone was very odd, and his hollow voice gave her the total creeps as he said, My earliest memory is of my sister Joyce coming home from the hospital as an infant. I wanted to check her out, and I ran to her crib, but my father shoved me back so my older brother and sister could look at her. As I bounced off the wall, Dad picked up my brother and lifted him so he could touch her. I'll never forget my father's voice. Butch's accent changed, the vowels flattening out. This here's your sister, Teddy. Ya gonna love her and take care of her. I thought, what about me? I would like to love her and take care of her. I said, Pa, I want to help too. He didn't even look at me. Marissa realized she was squeezing Butch's hand so hard she must be bruising his bones. But he didn't seem to notice, and she couldn't loosen the hold. After that, he went on. I started watching my father and my mom, watching how they were different with the other kids. Main thing was on Friday and Saturday nights. My father liked to drink, and I was the one he went for when he needed to knock something around. When Marissa gasped, Butch shook his head with a total lack of regard. No, it's fine. It was good. I can suck back punches like you read about, thanks to him, and trust me, that's come in handy. So anyway, one 4th of July, hell, I was almost 12 then. He rubbed his jaw, his beard growth scratching. Yeah, the 4th of July came, and we were doing the family thing out at my uncle's on the Cape. My brother schemes some beers from the cooler, and he and his buddies go round back of the garage and crack them open. I hid in the bushes because I wanted to be invited in. You know, I hoped my brother would. He cleared his throat. When my father came looking for them, the other boys took off and my brother about crapped in his pants. My father just laughed, told Teddy to make sure my mother never found out. Then Dad saw me crouched down in the shrubs. He came over, hauled me up by the collar, and backhanded me so hard I spit blood. As Butch smiled in a hard way, she looked at the uneven edge of his front tooth. He told me it was for being a spy and a snitch. I swore to him I was just looking. I wasn't going to tell no one. He clipped me again and called me a pervert. My brother just watched the whole thing happen. Didn't say a word. And when I walked past my mother with my split lip and the chip out of my tooth, she just held my little sister Joyce closer and looked away. He shook his head slowly. Up at the house, I went to the bathroom and cleaned up, then headed for the room I was staying in. I didn't give a shit about God, but I went down on my knees, clapped my little hands together, and prayed like a good Catholic should. I begged God that this not be my family. Please let this not be my family. Please let there be someplace else I can go. She had a feeling he didn't know he'd switched into the present tense, or that he'd reached up and was gripping the solid gold cross around his neck like his life depended on it. His lips cracked into a half smile. But God must have known I wasn't sure about him because nothing came of it. Then that fall my sister Janie was murdered. As Marissa sucked in a breath, he pointed behind himself. That's the tattoo on my back. I count the years since she's gone. I was the last one to see her alive, before she got in the car with those boys that just desecrated her behind our high school. She reached for him. Butch, No, let me get this out. Okay? This shit's like a train. Now that it's moving, I can't stop it. He dropped the cross and shoved his hand through his hair. After Janie disappeared and they found her body, my father never touched me again. Wouldn't come near me. Wouldn't look at me. Didn't talk to me either. My mom went crazy after a little while and they had to put her in a psych ward. It was right around then that I started drinking. I ran the streets, did drugs, got in fights. The family just limped along. I never understood the change in my dad, though. I mean, for years he beat me, then nothing. I'm so glad he stopped hitting you. No difference to me. The waiting to get clipped was as bad as getting my ass slammed. And to not know why, but I did find out. At my oldest brother's bachelor party. I was like 20 by then and had moved from Southier South Boston to here because I was starting as a cop with the CPD. Anyway, I went back home for the party. We were in some guy's house with a lot of strippers. My father was pounding the beers hard. I was doing lines of cocaine and sucking back scotch. Party comes to an end and I'm buzzing out of control. I'd done a lot of coke, man. I was so fucking polluted that night. So dad's leaving getting a ride home from someone, and suddenly I had to talk to the son of a bitch. I end up chasing him out into the street, but he's all ignoring me and shit. So in front of all the guys, I just grabbed him. I was beyond pissed. I started going off on him, about how I thought he'd been a real shitty father to me, how I was surprised he stopped cracking me because he liked it so much. I went on and on, until my old man finally looked into my face. I just froze. There was total terror in his eyes. He was completely scared of me. Then he said, I left ya alone, 'cause I couldn't have ya killin' any more of em children. Could I? I was all what the fuck? He starts to cry and says, ya knew she was my favorite, ya knew, and that's why ya put ha in that CHW, those boys. Ya did it. Ya knew what would happen. Butch shook his head. Man, everyone heard it. All the guys. My oldest brother. To my father actually thought I'd had my sister murdered to get back at him. Marissa tried to embrace him, but again he shrugged her off and took a deep breath. I don't go home anymore. Ever. Last I heard, Ma and Pa were spending some time in Florida every year, but otherwise we're still in the house I grew up in. Like, my sister Joyce. Her baby was just baptized? The only reason I knew about it was because her husband called me out of guilt. So here's my deal, Marissa. I've had a piece missing all my life. I've always been different from other people, not just in my family, but when I was working here on the CPD force, too. I never fit in until I met the Brotherhood. I met your kind and shit, now I know why. I was a stranger among humans. He cursed softly. I wanted to go through the change not just for you, but for me, because I felt like then I could be who I'm supposed to be. I mean, hell, I've been living on the fringes all my life. I kind of wanted to know what being in the thick was like. In a powerful move, he got off the floor. So that's why I wanted to do this. It wasn't just about you. He went over to a window and pushed aside the pale blue velvet drapery. As he stared out into the night, the glow from a lamp on the desk fell across the planes of his face, the heft of his shoulders, the thick pads of his chest, and the golden cross that lay over his heart. God, how he yearned as he looked out of the window. Yearned so fiercely his eyes nearly glowed. She thought of him the night she'd fed from revenge. Saddened, hurt, paralyzed by biology. Butch shrugged. But you know, sometimes you can't have what you want. So you deal and move on. He glanced back at her. Like I said, you don't want me to, I won't. Chapter 35. Butch looked away from Marissa and stared back out into the darkness. Against the dense black screen of the night, he saw images of his family, clip art that made his eyes sting. Holy fuck, he'd never put the whole story into words before. Never expected to. Not a pretty picture, the whole lot of it. Which was another reason he'd wanted to go through the transition. He could have used another shot at life and the change would have been like birth, wouldn't it? A new beginning where he was something else, something improved. And purified, too. A kind of baptism by blood. And man, he hungered to wipe the slate clean, all of it. The stuff with his family, the things he'd done as an adult, that shit with the Omega and the Lessers. He winced, thinking he'd gotten so close. Yeah, I'm just going to tell Wrath and them this is not. Butch, He cut her off by going to the door and opening it. As he looked out at the King and V, his chest burned. Sorry, fellas. Change in plan. What will you do to him? Marissa's voice was loud and all hard edges as it cut through the air. Butch glanced over his shoulder. Across the study, she looked as grim as he felt. Well? She demanded. What will you do to him? Wrath nodded to his left. This house, you better field that one. V's answer was factual, straight to the point. Horrific. Hell, any plan that ended with "and then we pray" was not a trip to Disneyland. Where would you do it? She asked. Down in the training center, V replied. The equipment room has a separate area for first aid and PT treatments. There was a long silence, during which Butch stared at Marissa. Surely she couldn't be. Okay, she said. Okay, when do we do it? Butch's eyes popped. Baby. Her gaze stuck to this house. When? Tomorrow night. His chances will be better if he has a little time to recover from the regression. Tomorrow night, then? Marissa said, wrapping her arms around herself. V nodded, then looked at Butch. I imagine you two are going to want some privacy today. I'm going to crash here at the main house, so you have the pit to yourselves. Butch was so stunned out, he couldn't make sense of anything. Marissa, are you? Yes, I'm sure. And I'm terrified. She walked past him, heading for the doorway. Now, I'd like to go to the gatehouse if you don't mind. He grabbed his shirt and went after her. As they went along, he took her elbow but had the sense that she was leading him. When they got to the pit, Butch could not read Marissa's mood. She was quiet, but she'd marched across the courtyard like a soldier, nothing but strength and focus. I'd like a drink, she said as he shut the door. Okay, this at least he could handle, assuming they had anything but hard liquor in the house. He went into the kitchen and cracked the fridge. Oh man, decaying bags of Taco Hell and Arby's, mustard packets, 2 inches of milk that was now a solid. I'm not sure what we've got. Water. No, I want a drink. He looked up over the icebox door. All right, we have scotch and vodka. I'll try the vodka. As he poured her some Grey Goose over ice, he watched her walk around. She checked out V's computers, the foosball table, the plasma screen TV. He went over to her. He wanted her in his arms. He gave her the glass. She put it to her mouth, tilted her head back, took a long one and coughed until her eyes watered. While she choked, he maneuvered her onto the couch and sat down next to her. Marissa, shut up. Okay. He clasped his hands together as she struggled with the goose. After she got down about half an inch, she put the stuff on the coffee table with a grimace. She tackled him so fast, Butch never saw it coming. 1 second he was staring at his tightly laced fingers. The next, he was pressed into the sofa and she was straddling him and oh God, her tongue was in his mouth. She felt so damned good. But the vibe was all wrong. The desperation and the anger and the fear just weren't appropriate background music. They were going to end up further apart if they kept going. He held her back from him, even though his cock screamed in protest. Marissa, I want to have sex. He closed his eyes. Christ, so did he. All night long. Except not like this. He took a deep breath, trying to frame the words right, and when he opened his lids, she'd pulled off her turtleneck and was working the clasp of a black bra that totally knocked him out. His hands tightened on her waist as those satin cups came off her and her nipples tightened in the chill. He leaned forward, ready to put his lips to the first piece of her he hit, when he stopped. He was not going to take her like this. The air was too hard between them. He stopped her hands as they went to his pants. Marissa, no. Don't say that. He sat up, putting her back from his body. I love you. Then don't stop me. He shook his head. I won't do this. Not as we are now. She stared at him in disbelief, then snatched her wrists out of his hold and turned her head from him. Marissa. She shrugged off his hands, batting them away. I can't believe this. Our one night together and you say no. Let me, Christ, let me hold you. Come on, Marissa. She rubbed her eyes, laughed in a tragic little burst. I am destined to go to my grave a virgin, aren't I? Sure. Technically I'm not, but I didn't say I wouldn't be with you. She glanced over at him, tears glimmering on her lashes. I just not with the anger. It'll pollute the whole thing. I want it to be special. So what if that line was right out of a high school playbook? It was the truth. Baby, why don't we just go into my bedroom and lie down in the dark? He handed her back the turtleneck and she put the thing to her breasts. If we end up doing nothing but staring at the ceiling all night long, at least we'll be together. And if something happens, it won't be about pissed off and frustrated. Okay? She wiped off the 2 tears that had fallen, pulled her shirt on over her head, looked at the vodka she'd tried to drink. He got to his feet and offered her his hand. Come back with me. After a long moment, her palm met his and he pulled her up and took her down to his bedroom. When he shut the door, everything went pitch black, so he clicked on the little lamp on the dresser. The low-watt bulb glowed like embers in a fireplace. Come here. He drew her over to the bed, laid her down, and eased himself next to her so he was on his side and she on her back. As he smoothed some of her hair out on the pillow, she closed her eyes and took a shuddering breath. Gradually, the tension loosened in her body. You're right. That wouldn't have gone well. It isn't because I don't want you. As he kissed her on the shoulder, she turned her face to his hand and pressed her lips to his palm. Are you scared? She said. About what'll happen to you tomorrow? No. The only thing he worried about was her. He didn't want her to watch him die. Prayed it wouldn't come to that. Butch, about your human family. Do you want them to be told if you... Nope. There's no need to tell them anything. And don't talk like that. I'll be fine. Please, God. Let her not have to see him pass. But won't they care? When he shook his head, her expression grew sad. You should be mourned by your blood. I will be. By the Brotherhood. As her eyes watered, he kissed her. And no more about mourning. That's not part of the plan. Forget about it. Shoo. We're not going there. You and me are staying right here. He lay his head down next to hers and continued running his hands through her beautiful blonde hair. When her breathing grew deep and even, he shuffled a little closer, tucked her against his bare chest, and shut his eyes. He must have fallen asleep as well, because a little later he woke up. In the best possible way. He was kissing her throat and his hand was moving up her side, heading for her breast. He'd thrown a leg over both of hers, and his erection was pushed up against her hip. With a curse, he backed off, but she followed, staying with him until she was half on top of him. Her eyes flipped open. Oh! He swept his hands up to her face and pushed her hair back. Their eyes met. Lifting his head off the pillow, he kissed her softly on the mouth. Once, twice, and again. Is something happening? She whispered. Yeah, I think something's happening. He drew her back into a kiss, then entered her with his tongue, stroking against hers. As he kept at it, their bodies began to move together, mimicking the sex act, his hips advancing and retreating, hers absorbing him, rubbing against him. There was no rush and he took it slowly, undressing her with care. When she was naked, he eased back and looked at her body. Oh God, all that soft female skin, her perfect breasts with their nipples straining, her secrets, and her face was the best of all. It showed no fear, just erotic anticipation, which meant he was going to finish this between them. If there had been a lick of doubt in her eyes, he would have just pleasured her and left it at that. But she wanted the same thing he did, and he was certain there would be no pain for her this time. Butch stood up and slipped off his loafers, the Gucci's making a thunking sound one by one. She watched with wide eyes as his hands went to the waistband of his slacks and he popped the button, then unzipped. Boxers hit the floor with the pants and his erection shot straight out from his body. He covered himself with his hand, folding his cock against his belly, not wanting her to get unnerved. As he lay down, she rolled into him. Oh God! He breathed as their skin met. You're so very naked, she whispered against his shoulder. He smiled into her hair. So are you. She ran her hands up and down his sides, and he felt the heat in him go nuclear, especially as she slipped one arm between their bodies and her palm headed south. When she hit his lower belly, his erection pulsed with the desperate need to be touched, to be stroked, to be squeezed until it exploded. But he captured her wrist and withdrew her hand. Marissa, I want you to do something for me. What? Let me see you through this. Okay? Let's have this time be all about you. Before she could protest, he covered her mouth with his own. Butch treated her with such exquisite care, Marissa thought, and with total restraint. Every touch was soft and gentle. Every kiss was easy, unhurried. Even when his tongue was in her mouth and his hand was between her legs and she was going wild from the way he went after her, he was in control of himself. So when he rolled over onto her and his thigh parted hers, she didn't flinch or hesitate. Her body was ready to take him inside. She knew it by the slippery feel of his fingers when he'd touched her. Knew it from her hunger for his sex, too. He settled his weight on her comfortably, and that gloriously hard part of him burned her core as it brushed against her. With a shift, his shoulders bunched up and he put his hand down between their bodies. The head of him found the doorway to her. Butch propped himself up on his thick arms and stared down into her eyes as he started with that light rocking motion she remembered from before. She deliberately relaxed herself, trying to get as loose as possible even as she became a little nervous. "You're so beautiful," he groaned. "You okay?" She ran her hands up his ribs, feeling all the heavy bones under his skin. "Yes." Pressure and release, a little deeper each time. She closed her eyes, feeling his body moving on top of her, inside of her. This time the stretching, the way her interior yielded to him, the fullness, struck her as delicious, not scary. On instinct, she arched, and as her hips came back to level, she realized that his pelvis and hers had come together. She lifted her head and looked down. He was all the way in. "How does it feel? You all right?" Butch's voice was ragged as his muscles flickered under sweat-soaked skin. And then his erection jerked. A stinging pleasure lit off deep inside of her and she moaned. "Dear Virgin in the Fade, do that again. I can feel you when you do that. I have a better idea." As he drew his hips back, she grabbed onto his shoulders to stop the gliding retreat. "No, don't stop." He moved forward, pushing back into her flesh, filling her once more. Marissa's eyes popped and she shuddered, especially as he went again with the retreat and the advance. "Yes," she said. "Better. This is even better." She watched him as he rode her so carefully, his pecs and his arms flexed up hard, his belly muscles curling and uncurling as his hips rolled into her and relented. Oh, Butch! The vision of him, the feel of him. She closed her eyes so she could concentrate on every subtle thing. God! She hadn't expected sex to sound so erotic. With her lids closed, she heard the catch of his breath, the soft creaking of the bed, the rustle of the sheets as he repositioned one of his arms. With every push and pull, she was getting hotter. And so was he. In no time, his slick skin went fever-baked and he began to breathe in short sucks of air. "Marissa!" "Yes," she sighed. She felt his hand go between their bodies. "Come for me, baby. I want to feel you come like this." He started in with a wicked, licking touch while keeping up with the slow pump. Within moments, lightning gathered in her core and exploded, blasting out all over her, the orgasm locking her onto him in a series of contractions. "Oh yeah," he said hoarsely. "Grab onto me. That's what I like shit." When she finally went limp, she opened her eyes in a daze and found him looking at her with total awe and more than a little concern. "Was that all right?" he asked. "Amazing." The relief that bled into his face made her chest ache. And then she realized something. "Wait, what about you?" He swallowed hard. "I would love to finish in you. Then do it." "It's not going to take me long," he said under his breath. As he began to move again, she went motionless and just absorbed the feel of him. "Baby," he said roughly, "this okay? You're so still. I want to know what your part is like." "Heaven," he said into her ear. "With you, it's heaven." He dropped down off his arms, his body hard and heavy as it began to chum above hers. She opened her legs as wide as they could go, her head moving up and down on the pillow from how he was pumping into her. God, he was strong. With luscious propriety, she ran her hands across his bunched shoulders, then down his surging spine to the place that was hinging against her. She knew just when it was getting to be time for him. His rhythm became urgent, the distance of the thrusts getting tighter, the speed increasing. His whole body grew rigid within its range of movement, surging back and forth, no chance of stopping now. Breath shot out of his mouth and brushed over her shoulder, and the sweat beading on his skin wiped off onto hers. When his hand grabbed her hair and squeezed into a fist, she felt a lick of pain and didn't care, especially as his face lifted up and his eyes squeezed shut as if he were in exquisite agony. Then he stopped breathing altogether. The veins popped at the sides of his neck as he threw his head back and roared. Deep inside, she felt his erection kicking, felt hot liquid shoot into her on spasms that shook his whole body. He collapsed onto her, damp, overheated, gasping, his muscles twitching all over. She wrapped her arms around him, her legs, too, and held him within her, cradling him. How beautiful he was, she thought. How beautiful all this was. Chapter 36. Marissa came awake to the sounds of the shutters lifting for the night and the feel of hands stroking over her stomach, her breasts, her neck. She was on her side, with Butch tucked in tight against her back, and his hard planes of muscle were rocking in an erotic rhythm. His erection was hot and it was searching her out, probing at the crease of her buttocks, wanting in. She reached behind and dug her fingers into his flank, urging him on, and he took the cue. Wordlessly, he rolled on top of her back, his body pushing her face first into the pillows. She shoved them out of the way so she could breathe as he split her legs open with his knees. She moaned, which evidently woke him up. He jerked back as if he'd punched his arms into the bed. Marissa, I didn't mean to. When he retreated, she rose onto her knees, trying to keep contact with him. Don't stop. There was a moment of pause. You must be sore. Not at all. Come back on me. Please. His voice went all gravel and rasp. Jesus, I'd hoped you'd want to do this again. And I'll go easy, I swear. God, that rough sound was nice first thing in the evening. His broad hand smoothed down her spine, and his mouth brushed the top of her hip, then her tailbone, then went lower to the skin of her bottom. You look so beautiful like this. I want to have you like this. Her eyes flared. You can do that? Oh yeah, I'll go deeper. You want to try? Yes. He pulled her hips up farther and settled her weight on all fours, the bed creaking while he repositioned their bodies. As he came in behind her, she looked through her legs. All she saw was his thick thighs and his heavy, hanging sack and his straining arousal. Her core went utterly wet, as if her body knew exactly what was coming. His chest eased down over her back, and one of his hands appeared beside her head, planting into the mattress as a fist. His forearm flexed and the veins in it thickened as he leaned to the side and brought the head of his erection to the tender skin between her legs. With a little teasing brush, he worked himself back and forth along the outside of her, and she knew he was looking at her sex while he did it. Going by the way he started to shake, he really liked what he saw. Marissa, I want to... He cut himself off with an indistinct curse. What? She twisted a little so she could look up at him around her shoulder. As he stared down at her, his eyes had that hard, intense gleam he seemed to get when he was serious about sex. But there was something else in them, a glowing need that had nothing to do with their bodies. Instead of explaining himself, he planted his other hand into the bed, eased onto her back and pushed his hips in tight without penetrating her. With a gasp, she dropped her head and watched his arousal shoot straight up through her legs. The tip stretched almost to her belly button. God, now she knew why he liked to look. Because yes, she liked the sight of him all aroused, too. What were you going to say? She groaned. Baby, his breath was hot on her neck, his voice a dark, driving demand in her ear. Ah, shit. I can't ask you like this. His mouth locked onto her shoulder, his teeth pressing into her skin. As she cried out, her elbows went lax, but he caught her before she fell into the mattress, holding her up with an arm between her breasts. Ask me, she panted. I would if I could stop this, but oh God. He pulled back, then entered her, going just as deep as he'd said he would, the powerful surge making her arch her back and call out his name. He started in with that rhythm that drove her wild, but he was still gentle, moving with so much less power than she sensed he could. She was loving the feel of him, that fullness, that stretching and gliding back, when it dawned on her that they were going to go to work on his body within the hour. What if this was their last time? Tears pooled, matted her lashes, blinded her, and when he twisted her chin around so he could kiss her, he saw them. "Don't think about it," he whispered against her mouth. "Stay with me in this moment. Stay right here with me. Remember this moment. Remember him here." He pulled out, turned her over, and joined them face to face, brushing at her cheeks and kissing her as he kept up with the sex. They peaked at the same time, the pleasure so great. His head went loose on his neck as if he couldn't hold it up any longer. Afterward, he rolled onto his side and gathered her against his chest. As she listened to the thumping of his heart, she prayed the thing was as strong as it sounded. "What were you going to say?" she whispered in the dimness. "Will you be my wife?" She lifted her head. His hazel eyes were dead serious, and she had the feeling he was thinking the same thing she was. Why hadn't they been mated sooner? The single word left her on a sigh. "Yes." He kissed her softly. "I want to do it both ways. Your way and in a Catholic church. Would that be all right?" She touched the cross he wore. "Absolutely. I wish there was time to." The alarm clock started to go off. With a vicious move, he slapped it into silence. "I guess we need to get up," she said, moving away a little. She didn't get far. He pulled her back down to the bed, pinned her with his body, and slipped his hand between her legs. "Butch!" He kissed her full on and then said against her mouth, "Once more for you. Once more, Marissa." His gliding, talented fingers left her liquid, her skin and bones melting into him as his mouth went to her breast, and he pulled her nipple between his lips. He drove her quickly out of control until she was flushed and gasping, arching into him, enthralled. Urgent electric pressure built up and then snapped free in a blaze of current. With loving attention, he helped her ride out the orgasm as she skipped like a flat stone over water, hitting the surface of the pleasure and flying again, only to land and ricochet once more. The whole time he was above her, watching her with hazel eyes that would haunt her for the rest of her life. He was going to die tonight. She knew it with total certainty. John sat in the back of the empty classroom, taking up space in the far corner at his regular, by his lonesome table. Training usually started at 4, but Zadist had sent out an email saying classes would begin 3 hours later tonight, which was fine. John had had the chance to watch Wrath in action longer. As the clock ticked closer to 7, the other trainees filed in. Blaylock was last. He was still moving slowly, but he was talking more easily with the guys, kind of like he was getting used to himself. He took a seat up front, shuffling his long legs around to fit. Abruptly, John realized someone was missing. Where was Lash? Good God, what if he died? But no somebody would have passed that news along. Down in front, Blaylock laughed at one of the other trainees, then bent over to put his backpack on the floor. As he came back to level, his eyes met John's across the room. John flushed and looked away. "Hey, John," Blaylock said. "You want to come sit with me?" The whole class went quiet. John glanced up. "View's better from here." Blaylock nodded to the blackboard. Silence followed. The kind where the Jeopardy theme plays in everyone's head. Not knowing what else to do, John grabbed his books, walked down the aisle, and slid into the empty seat. As he parked it, conversation sprang up again while more books landed on the tables and papers rustled. The clock overhead clicked, the hands showing 7 on the dot. As there was still no Zadist, the talk got even louder in the room, the guys yanking around in earnest now. John ran his pen in circles on a blank page, feeling awkward as all get out and wondering what the hell he was doing up front. Maybe it was a practical joke on him? Shit, he should have stayed. "Thank you," Blaylock said quietly, "for throwing down for me yesterday." Well, maybe this wasn't a joke. John surreptitiously slid his notebook over so Blaylock could see it. Then he wrote, "I didn't mean to take it that far." "I know, and you won't have to do it again. I mean, I can handle him." John eyed his classmate. "No doubt," he wrote. From over on the left, one of the guys started humming the Star Trek theme, for God only knew what reason. Others chimed in. Someone lit off with a William Shatner. "I don't know why I have to talk like this, Spock." In the midst of the chaos, the sound of heavy boots coming down the hall drifted into the room. God, it was like there was an army out in the corridor. With a frown, John looked up to see Wrath walking past the door to the classroom. Then Butch and Marissa went by next. Then Vishouse. What were they all so grim about? He wondered. Blaylock cleared his throat. So, John, you want to hang with me and Quinn tonight? We were going to chill at my house. Bang some beers. Nothing special. John whipped his head around, then tried to camo his surprise. But wow. First time any of them had suggested meeting up after class. Cool, John wrote as Zodist finally came in and shut the door. Downtown at the Caldwell police station, Van Deen smiled at the badge in front of him, making sure his face was showing a whole lot of no big deal. I'm an old friend of Brian O'Neill's, that's who I am. Homicide Detective Jose de la Cruz measured him with smart brown eyes. What did you say your name is? Bobby O'Connor. I grew up in Southie with Brian. He moved away. I did too. Then I came back east recently and someone told me he was working as a cop in Caldwell, so I figured I'd drop by. But when I called the CPD main line, no Brian O'Neill. And all I got was the he doesn't work here runaround. What makes you think showing up in person will change the answer? I was hoping someone could tell me what happened to him. I called his parents in Southie. His father said he hadn't talked to Brian in a long time, but last he knew his son was still working as a cop. Look man, I've got no ulterior motive here. I just want some answers. De la Cruz took a long drink out of his black coffee mug. O'Neill was put on administrative leave back in July. He did not return to the force. That's it. Why don't you give me a telephone number? If I remember anything else, I'll call you. Sure thing. Van recited some random numbers which de la Cruz wrote down. Thanks, and I'd appreciate a call. Hey, you were his partner, right? The other man shook his head. No, I wasn't. Oh, that's what the guy at dispatch said. De la Cruz picked up a file from his paper-ridden desk and opened it. We're done here. Van smiled a little. Sure thing. Thanks again, detective. He was almost out the door when de la Cruz said, By the way, I know you're full of shit. Excuse me? If you were a friend of his, you'd have asked for him by the name Butch. Now get your ass out of my office and pray that I'm too busy to follow up on you. Shit. Busted. Names change, detective. Not his. Goodbye, Bobby O'Connor. Or whoever you are. Van left the office, knowing he was damn lucky you couldn't get arrested just for asking questions about someone. Because sure as hell, de la Cruz would have cuffed him if the guy could have. Bullshit, those two hadn't been partners. Van had read about them in an article in the Caldwell Courier-Journal. But it was obvious that if de la Cruz knew what had become of Brian Butch whatever O'Neill, the detective was a dead end on the info trail for Van. And then some. Van beelined it out of the police station into a nasty March drizzle and jogged over to the minivan. Thanks to his legwork, he had a pretty clear idea of what had happened to O'Neill in the last 9 months. Guy's last known address was a one-bedroom in a who-cares apartment building a couple blocks over. Manager had said that when the mail piled up and rent wasn't paid on time, they'd gone in there. The place had been full of furniture and stuff, but it had been clear no one had been keeping house for a while. What little food there was had rotted, and the cable and phone had been turned off for non-payment. It was like O'Neill had just walked out one morning all business as usual and never come back. Because he'd fallen into the vampire world. Must be kind of like joining the lessening society, Van thought as he fired up the town and country. Once you were in, you cut all your ties, and never went back. Except the guy was still in Caldwell. And that meant sooner or later O'Neill was going to get popped, and Van wanted to be the one to do it. It was time for an inaugural kill, and that ex-cop would fit the bill as well as anything else with a heartbeat would. Just like Mr. X had said. Find the guy. Take him out. As Van came up to a stoplight, he frowned, thinking that drive to murder probably should have bothered him. Except ever since he'd been inducted into the society, he seemed to have lost some of his humanity. And more was getting up to go every day. He didn't even miss his brother anymore. That should have bothered him too, right? But it didn't. Because he could feel a dark kind of power growing inside of him. taking up the space left by his soul's departure. Every day he was getting more powerful. Chapter 37. Butch walked across the bright blue mats of the gym, his destination a steel door on the far side marked equipment room. Along the way, as he followed Wrath and V, he held on to Marissa's cold hand. He wanted to give her some kind of pep talk, but she was too smart for that old it's gonna be okay thing. Bottom line was, no one knew what was going to happen, and trying to falsely reassure her was like training a floodlight on the free fall he was about to take. At the end of the mats, V unlocked the reinforced door, and they filed into a jungle of workout gear and caged weapons, heading back to the physical therapy/first aid suite. V let them in and hit the lights, fluorescent tubes flickering on in a chorus of hums. The place was right out of an episode of ER, all white tiles and glass-front stainless steel cabinets filled with vials and medical supplies. In the corner there was a whirlpool tub, a massage table, and a cardiac crash cart, but none of that registered much. Butch was primarily interested in the center of the room, where showtime was going to happen. Sitting like a stage waiting for Shakespeare, there was a gurney with some kind of a high-tech chandelier hanging over it, and underneath a drain in the floor. He tried to imagine himself up on that table under those lights, and felt like he was drowning. As Wrath shut the door, Marissa said in a flat voice, "We should be doing this at Havers's clinic." V shook his head. "No offense, but I wouldn't take Butch to your brother for a paper cut. And the fewer people who know about this, the better." He went over to the gurney and checked that the brake was engaged. "Besides, I'm a damn good medic. Butch, ditch the clothes and let's do this." Butch stripped to his boxers, his skin goosebumping all over. "Can we do something about the temperature in this meat locker?" "Yup." V walked over to the wall. "We want it warm in here for the first part. Then I'm going to throw the air conditioning on hardcore and you'll love me for it." Butch went to the gurney and popped his body up on the thing. As a hiss and a rush of toasty air came from overhead, he held his arms out for Marissa. After closing her eyes briefly, she came to him, and he took refuge in her body heat, hugging her hard. Her tears were slow and silent, and when he tried to talk to her, she just shook her head. "Would you choose to be mated this day?" Everyone in the room jerked around. A diminutive figure in black robes had appeared in the corner out of nowhere. The scribe virgin. Butch's heart jackhammered. He'd seen her only once before, at Wrath and Beth's mating ceremony, and she was now as she had been then. A presence to respect and fear, power incarnate, a force of nature. Then he realized what she'd asked. "I would, yes, Marissa?" Marissa's hands went down as if she were about to pick up the skirting of a gown she wasn't wearing. Then she dropped her arms awkwardly, but still curtsied low and with grace. As she held the pose, she said, "If it would not offend, we would be honored beyond measure to be joined by your holiness." The scribe virgin came forward, her deep chuckle filling the room. As she laid her glowing hand on Marissa's bowed head, she said, "Such manners, child. Your line has always had such perfect manners. Now come to your height and lift thine eyes unto me." Marissa came out of the curtsy and looked up. As she did, Butch could have sworn the scribe virgin sighed a little. "Beautiful, just beautiful. You are so exquisitely formed." Then the scribe virgin looked at Butch. Though there was an opaque black veil over her face, the impact of her stare made his skin tingle all over in warning, like he was standing in the path of an impending lightning strike. "What is your father's name, human?" "Eddie. Edward. O'Neill. But if you don't mind, I'd rather not bring him into this." "Okay." Everyone in the room stiffened and V muttered, "Take it easy with the inquiry, cop. Really easy." "And why is that, human?" the scribe virgin asked. The word human was pronounced like the phrase piece of shit. Butch shrugged. "He's nothing to me. Are humans always so dismissive of their lines? My father and I have nothing to do with each other. That's all. Therefore blood ties mean little to you, yes?" "No," Butch thought, glancing over at Wrath. Blood ties were everything. Butch looked back at the scribe virgin. "Do you have any idea how relieved?" As Marissa gasped, V stepped in and slapped his gloved hand over Butch's mouth, yanking him backward by the head and hissing in his ear, "Do you want to get toasted here? buddy? No questions. Ease from him, warrior, the scribe virgin snapped. This I wish to hear. V's grip slid off his face. Watch it. Sorry about the question thing, Butch said to the black robes. But I'm glad I know what's in my veins. And honestly, if I die today, I'm grateful I finally know what I am. He took Marissa's hand. And who I love. If this is where my life took me after all those years of being lost, I'd say my time here wasn't wasted. There was a long silence. Then the scribe virgin said, Do you regret that you leave behind your human family? Nope. This is my family. Here with me now and elsewhere in the compound. Why would I need anything else? The cursing in the room told him he'd thrown another question out there. Sorry. A soft feminine laugh came from under the robes. You are rather fearless, human. Or you could call it stupid. As Wrath's mouth fell open, Butch rubbed his face. I'm trying here. I really am. To be respectful. Your hand, human. He offered her his left, the one that was free. Palm up, Wrath barked. He flipped his hand over. Tell me, human, the scribe virgin said. If I asked for the one you hold this female with, would you offer it to me? Yeah. I'd just reach over to her with the other guy. As that little laugh came again, he said, You sound like birds when you do that chuckle thing. It's nice. Over to the left, Vishouse put his head in his hands. There was a long silence. Butch took a deep breath. Guess I'm not allowed to say that. The scribe virgin reached up and slowly lifted the robes from her face. Jesus Christ, Butch squeezed Marissa's hand hard at what was revealed. You're an angel, he whispered. Perfect lips lifted in a smile. No, I am myself. You're beautiful. I know. Her voice became authoritative again. Your right palm, Butch O'Neill, descended of Wrath, son of Wrath. Butch let go of Marissa. Reg ripped her with his left hand and reached forward. When the scribe virgin touched him, he flinched. Though his bones weren't crushed, the awesome strength in her was merely shelved potential. She could grind him to powder on a whim. The scribe virgin turned to Marissa. Child, give me yours now. The instant that connection was made, a warm current flooded Butch's body. At first he assumed it was because the heating system in the room was really cooking, but then he realized the rush was under his skin. Ah yes, this is a very good mating, the scribe virgin pronounced. And you have my permission to join for however long you have together. She dropped their hands and looked at Wrath. The presentation to me is complete. If he lives, you shall finish the ceremony as soon as he is well enough. The king bowed his head. So be it. The scribe virgin turned back to Butch. Now we shall see how strong you are. Wait, Butch said, thinking about the glimmer. Marissa's mated now, right? I mean, even if I die, she will have had a mate, right? Death wish, V said under his breath. Fucking death wish boy we got over here. The scribe virgin seemed flat out amazed. I should kill you now. I'm sorry, but this matters. I don't want her falling under that whole seclusion thing. I want her to be my widow, so she doesn't have to worry about anyone else leading her life. Human, you are astoundingly arrogant, the scribe virgin snapped. But then she smiled. And totally unrepentant, aren't you? I don't mean to be rude, I swear. I just need to know she's taken care of. Have you had use of her body? Have you taken her as a male does? Yeah. As Marissa turned bright pink, Butch tucked her face into his shoulder. And it was, with love. As he whispered something soothing to Marissa, the scribe virgin seemed touched, her voice turning almost kind. Then she shall be, as you say, your widow, and not fall under any provisions affecting unmated females. Butch sighed in relief and stroked Marissa's back. Thank God. Human, if you learned some manners, you would fare well with me. If I promise to work at it, will you help me live through what's coming? The scribe virgin's head fell back as she laughed in a loud burst. No, I will not help you, but I find myself wishing you very well, human. Very well indeed. Abruptly, she glared at Wrath, who was smiling and shaking his head. Do not assume such leeway with etiquette applies to others who seek me out. Wrath ditched the grin. I am well aware of what is proper, as are my brothers. Good. The robes shifted back into place, lifting up and going over her head without the help of hands. Just before her face was covered, she said, You will wish to bring the queen to this room before you commence. And then the scribe virgin disappeared. Vishouse whistled between his teeth and wiped his brow with his forearm. Butch, man, you were so lucky she liked you, true? Wrath flipped open his cell phone and started dialing. Shit. I thought we were going to lose you before we even started, Beth? Hey, my Leland, could you come to the gym? Vishouse grabbed a stainless steel tray stand and wheeled it over to a cabinet. As he started putting things in sterile wraps on top, Butch shifted his legs around and stretched out on the gurney. He stared up at Marissa. Things don't work out, I'll wait for you in the fade, he said. Not because he believed it, but because he wanted to reassure her. She bent down and kissed him, then stayed with her cheek against his until V quietly cleared his throat. As Marissa stepped back, she began to speak in the old language, a soft rush of desperate words, a prayer that was more breath than voice. V brought the tray stand up to the gurney, then went to Butch's feet. As the brother moved around, he had something in his hand, but he wasn't showing what it was, keeping his arm always out of sight. There was a metallic clank and the far end of the table tilted up. In the heat of the room, Butch felt the blood rush to his head. You ready? V asked. Butch stared at Marissa. I feel like this is happening so fast. All of a sudden, the door opened and Beth walked in. She said a soft hello and went to Wrath, who put his arms around her and drew her close. Butch glanced back at Marissa, whose prayers had increased in speed until they were a blur of words. I love you, he said. Then he looked at V. Do it. Vishouse lifted his hand. There was a scalpel in it, and before Butch could track the movement, the blade cut into one of his wrists deeply. Twice. Blood welled, a bright, glistening red, and he grew nauseous as he watched it drip down his forearm. An identical pair of burning cuts were made in his other wrist. Oh, Jesus! As his heart rate shot through the roof, the blood ran faster. Fear came on him hard, and he had to open his mouth so he could breathe. Off in the distance, he heard voices, but he couldn't track them, and the room seemed to be receding. As reality warped and twisted, his eyes latched on to Marissa's face and pale blue eyes and white blonde hair. He did his best to swallow the panic so he didn't scare her. It's okay, he said. It's okay. I'm okay. Someone grabbed his ankles and he jerked in surprise, but it was just Wrath. And the king held him as V tilted the table even more so the blood ran out even faster. Then Vishouse came around and gently eased Butch's arms off the table so they were hanging down, closer to the drain. V, Butch said. Don't leave, okay? Never. V brushed Butch's hair back with a gesture so tender it was out of place coming from a male. Somehow everything got frightening. On some kind of survival reflex, Butch started to struggle, but V leaned on his shoulders, keeping him in place. Easy, cop. We're all right here with you. Just relax if you can. Time stretched out. Time was passing. Wasn't it? People kept talking to him. But Marissa's uneven voice was all he really heard, though, as she was praying. He didn't know what she was saying. He lifted his head and looked down, but he couldn't see his wrists anymore to track what was. All of a sudden, he started to shiver uncontrollably. I'm sea cold. V nodded. I know. Beth, turn the heat up some more. Okay? Butch looked at Marissa, feeling helpless. I'm getting sea colder. Her prayers stopped. Can you feel my hand on your arm? He nodded. You feel how warm it is? Good, imagine it all over your body. I'm holding you, I'm hugging you. You're against me. I'm against you. He smiled. He liked that. But then his eyes fluttered, the sight of her flickering like she was a movie on a screen, and the projector was broken. Cold turned heat up. His skin prickled all over. His stomach felt like a lead balloon. His heart seemed to be twinkling in his chest, not beating anymore. Cold, his teeth chattered, so very loud in his ears, but then he couldn't hear anything. Love you. Marissa watched as the pool of Butch's brilliant red blood grew bigger and bigger around the drain until she was standing in some of it. Oh God, all his color had left him, his skin going paper white. He didn't seem to be breathing anymore. V came forward with a stethoscope and put it on Butch's chest. He's close now. Beth, get over here. I need you. He handed the stethoscope to the Queen. You listen to that heart of his. I want you to tell me when you don't hear anything for 10 seconds or more. He pointed at the clock on the wall. Track it by that third hand up there. Marissa, you come hold your boy's ankles, true? Wrath is about to get busy. When she hesitated, V shook his head. We need someone to keep him on the table, and Wrath and I have to go to work. You're still going to be with him. You can talk to him from there. She leaned down, kissed Butch's lips, and told him she loved him. Then she replaced Wrath, taking over the job of keeping Butch's heavy body from sliding off the gurney onto the floor. Butch, she said. I'm right here, Nalum. Can you feel me? She squeezed the cold skin of his ankles. I'm right here. She kept talking to him calmly, though she was terrified about what was going to happen next, especially when Vishouse brought over the cardiac crash cart. You ready, Wrath? The brother asked. Where you want me? Right here next to his chest. Vishouse picked up a long, thin, sterile pack and ripped it open. The needle inside was about 6 inches in length and seemed thick as a pen. How we doing with that heart rate, Beth? Slowing down. God, it's so faint. Marissa? I'm going to ask you to get quiet so she can hear better. Okay? Marissa shut her mouth and resumed praying in her head. In the minutes that passed, they became a frozen tableau around Butch. The only thing that moved in the room was his blood as it dripped out of those deep wounds in his wrists and flowed down the drain. The soft glug, glug, glug in the floor made Marissa want to scream. It's still beating, Beth whispered. Here's what's going to happen, Vishouse said, looking back and forth across Butch's body. When Beth gives me the signal, I'm going to pop the table upright. While I work on Wrath, I want you two to seal up Butch's wrists. Seconds count. You need to close those wounds quick, we clear. They both nodded. Slower, Beth said. Her dark blue eyes narrowed on the clock, and she lifted a hand to press one of the stethoscope's earpieces in tighter. Slower. Seconds suddenly stretched out into infinity, and Marissa flipped into some kind of autopilot, her fear and panic buried under a powerful focus that came out of nowhere. Beth frowned, bent down closer as if that would help. Now! V set the table to level and Marissa ran around to one of Butch's wrists as Beth dropped to the other one. While they sucked the wounds closed, V shoved that thick needle right into the crook of Wrath's arm. Everyone back away, V barked when he withdrew it from the king's vein. He shifted his grip on the syringe so he was holding it in his fist and leaned over Butch. With hurried movements, he felt around the sternum with his fingertips. Then he slammed that needle right into Butch's heart. Marissa stumbled back as the plunger was depressed. Someone caught her. Wrath. V extracted the syringe and tossed it on the table. Then he picked up the paddles of the crash cart and there was a juicing up noise from the machine. Clear, V shouted, and slapped the metal pads on Butch's chest. Butch's torso jerked and V put his fingers to the male's jugular. Clear, he hit Butch again. Marissa sagged in Wrath's arms as Vishouse threw the paddles onto the crash cart, pinched Butch's nostrils, and blew into his mouth twice. Then the brother started chest compressions. As he performed CPR, he growled, his fangs bared as if he were pissed off at Butch, whose skin was now turning gray. 3, 4, 5. As V continued to count, Marissa struggled free. Butch? Butch, don't leave, stay with us. Stay with me. 9, 10. V pulled back, blew 2 breaths into Butch's mouth, then put his finger to the male's throat. Please, Butch, she begged. V went for the stethoscope, moved the disc around, searching. Nothing. Fuck. Chapter 38. 2 minutes later, Marissa grabbed V's shoulder when the brother stopped CPR. You can't give up. I'm not. Give me your arm. When she did, Vishouse cut through the skin of her wrist. Over his mouth. Now. Marissa rushed to Butch's head, pushed his lips and teeth apart, and put the slice right to him as Vishouse resumed chest compressions. She held her breath, praying that Butch would start to drink, hoping that some of her was getting into him and helping. But no, he was dead. Butch was dead. Butch was dead. Someone was moaning. Her. Yes, she was making that noise. Vishouse paused and felt Butch's neck, then fumbled for the stethoscope. He was putting the disc down when Marissa thought she saw Butch's chest move. Or maybe not. Butch, she said. I got something. Vishouse repositioned the disc. Yeah, I got something. Butch's ribs expanded as he sucked a breath in through his nose. Then his mouth moved against her wrist. She repositioned her arm so the wound fit better over his lips. Butch! His chest inflated more deeply, his mouth backing off her vein as he drew air down into his lungs. There was a pause and then another breath. Deeper still. Butch? Can you? Butch's eyes popped open, and she went cold to the core. The male she loved was not in that stare. There was nothing in it, just blank hunger. With a roar, he grabbed her arm, his grip so powerful she gasped. And there was no escape as he latched on with his mouth and started drinking in ferocious pulls. Twisting on the table, he savaged her wrist, his eyes fixated, animalistic as he breathed through his nose and swallowed in great yanks. Through the pain, she felt total, abject fear. Tell me you're still in there, she thought. Tell me you are still with us. It wasn't long before she became lightheaded. He's taking too much, Vishouse said, all urgent. Before she could respond, she became aware of a scent in the room. A dark yes, a bonding scent. Wraths. Except why would he feel the need to establish his mating territory here and now? She swayed and Vicious's hard fingers grabbed her upper arm. Marissa, you're done. But Butch was starving, mad from hunger. No, no. Let me take over. Marissa's eyes shot to Beth, then focused on Wrath. Standing at his Shellen's side, Wrath's face was set in violent lines. His body coiled as if he were about to fight something. Marissa? Will you let me feed him? Beth said. Marissa looked at the Queen. God, those words, those same words that had been spoken back in July when Wrath's body had balanced on the edge of life and Marissa's vein had been what was needed. Will you, Marissa? As she nodded her head numbly, Wrath started to growl, his lips peeling off fangs that had elongated into white knives. Oh Lord, this was a very dangerous situation. Fully bonded males did not share. Ever. In fact, they would fight to the death before they let another male anywhere near their females when it came to feeding. Beth looked up at her Hellrin. Before she said anything, Wrath bit out, V, get your ass over here and hold me back. As Vishouse approached the king, he wished rage was with him. Shit, this was a bad idea. A pure-blooded, bonded male vampire about to watch his Shellen feed someone else. Holy hell, when the scribe virgin had suggested Beth come down, V had assumed it was for ceremonial purposes, not so she could be a vain. But what was the choice? Butch was going to suck Marissa dry and not have enough, and there wasn't another female in the house who could do the job. Mary was still human and Bella was pregnant. Besides, like dealing with Rage or Z would be any easier. For the beast, they'd need a tranq gun the size of a cannon and Z-well, shit. Beth reached up and stroked her Hellrin's face. Maybe you shouldn't watch. Wrath grabbed her by the throat and kissed her hard. Then he brought up her wrist and scored her flesh, opening her vein. Go to him. Now. He pushed her away, then slammed his body back against the wall. Vishouse, you better fucking hold me, or this is going to get ugly. Wrath's awesome body was trembling, his muscles tensed up, his skin breaking out in a sweat. From behind his wraparounds, his eyes glowed with a light so fierce you could see it plainly. V hurled himself at his king and met instant, straining resistance. Dear God, this was going to be like holding back a bull. Why don't you leave? V grunted as he worked to keep Wrath's body in place. Would have to get past them to get to the door. No way. V twisted his head and looked at the table. Man, Marissa was going to be on the floor if she didn't get free of Butch. And the cop was going to fight like hell if that source of blood left his mouth. Beth! V shouted as he and Wrath struggled. Pinch the cop's nostrils. Pinch them hard and hold his forehead down. That's the only way you'll get him to release her. When Beth grabbed Butch's nose, the cop made an inhuman noise, as if he knew what was coming, and his body jackknifed on the table like he was prepared to fight whoever was going to take his food away. Oh Christ, please don't let him attack Beth, V thought. Wrath was so lit he was liable to break free and kill the guy. Please. The females handled it beautifully. Marissa yanked her wrist away and nailed Butch in the shoulders, punching into him, holding him down as Beth brought her wrist to his mouth. As that fresh vein came to him, Butch took to the new blood like a babe and moaned at the taste, which naturally caused Wrath to go apeshit. The king's body lurched toward the table, this house getting dragged along. Marissa! V shifted his grip so he was around Wrath's waist like a sash. I need help over here. She looked over at Wrath and she was good. Damn, the female was good. She undoubtedly wanted to be by Butch's side. Instead, she flashed over and rammed her body against the Wrath tangle that was about to unravel. The king stumbled back under the force of impact and V repositioned himself. His head torqued at a bad angle but his arms right where they needed to be, one up Wrath's back and locked on his neck, one around the waist. For kicks and giggles, V wrapped a leg through Wrath's thighs so if the male lunged forward again he would trip first. As if on cue, Marissa did the same, entwining one of her legs with Wrath's and running an arm up the front of his chest. Oh shit. She was bleeding hard from that wrist of hers. Marissa, move your arm toward me. V breathed deeply, muscles straining. Marissa. She didn't appear to hear him, was too busy watching what was happening on that gurney. Marissa, you're bleeding out. Lower your damn wrist. She shifted her elbow and her arm dropped, but she really wasn't focused on herself. Until V put his lips to her skin. Then she gasped and looked down. Their eyes met. Hers were wide. Just to keep you from bleeding, he said against her wrist. As Butch made a noise, she turned back to her mate. And suddenly, time stopped for V in spite of the load he was holding back. He stared at Marissa's perfect profile as he licked the chewed mess of her wrist, sealing the wounds, easing the pain of them, starting the healing process. Compelled by something he didn't want to name, he ran his tongue over her skin again and again, tasting both her blood and Butch's mouth. This house repeated the licking more times than he had to. And on the last swipe, when he knew that he had to stop because he'd gone over the line already, when he knew he was going to lose control of Wrath unless he paid attention on the last swipe, he looked out at Butch and pressed his lips against the skin at his mouth in a kiss. He had the strangest feeling he was saying goodbye to his roommate. Butch woke up in a maelstrom, a whirlpool, a blender. There was a roaring throughout his body, something that sent every one of his muscles into contraction. He was drinking something so good it brought tears to his eyes, something thick and lovely against the tongue, a dark wine. As he swallowed again and again, he thought dimly that he'd tasted something like it before. Not this exact vintage, but his eyes flipped open and he nearly passed out. Holy shit, he was alive and on the other side and... Wait, this wasn't Marissa. There was black hair hanging down over his face. He jerked his mouth out of the way. Marissa! When he heard her reply, he looked to the sound of her voice, only to recoil. Good God. Not exactly what he expected to see, and not a welcome wagon to his new life, either. Not by a long shot. Wrath was right out of a Saturday night movie. A hulking, snarling vampire monster, fangs bared, eyes glowing. And he wanted at Butch. The good news was that he was being held back by Vishouse and Marissa. The bad news was that they seemed to be on the verge of losing control of him. Butch looked up at Beth, who was sucking the wound at her wrist shut. Oh shit. He'd drunk a lot from her, hadn't he? Oh shit. He let his head fall back against the table. Wrath was going to kill him. Absolutely. When they let that boy go, the king was going to wipe the floor with him. Butch was cursing and measuring the distance to the door as Beth walked up to the trio. Wrath. In a lower voice she said, keep holding him. Butch turned on his side and met Marissa's eyes, praying he wasn't about to lose his life now. And he was impatient to get close to his female, but this was one situation that needed to be diffused with care. Wrath. Beth repeated. Wrath's instincts were so fired up, She had to talk at him for a while to get him focused on her instead of Butch. "It's over, okay?" She touched his face. "It's done, it's over." With a moan of desperation, Wrath pressed his lips to her palm, then squeezed his eyes shut in agony. Tell them to let go slowly. And Beth, I'm gonna come at you. I can't stop that. But it'll be better than killing him." "Yeah, much better," Butch agreed. Beth stepped back and braced herself. "Let him go." It was like turning a tiger loose. Marissa ducked and scrambled out of the way while Wrath threw Vishouse off with such force the brothers slammed into a cabinet. In one coordinated launch, the king went for Beth and bit her on the throat. As she gasped and fell back in ecstasy, Wrath wheeled around and nailed Butch with pure murder in his eyes. It was obvious the king drank now not for sustenance but to mark, and his bonding scent was a screaming warning that filled the room. As soon as he felt his point had been made, he picked his Shellen up in his arms and left. There was no question where they were headed. Nearest room with a door so he could get inside of her. Butch reached out for Marissa, and she came to him in the manner of hope to the disaffected. An illuminating warmth, a promise of a future worth living, a loving benediction. As she bent over him and held on tight, he kissed her softly and spoke a whole lot of nonsense, the words leaving him in an uncontrolled, unthought-out rush. When they separated a little to breathe, he looked at Vishouse. The brother was standing awkwardly next to the open door and staring down at the floor, his big body trembling ever so slightly. V's diamond eyes lifted and he blinked quick. "Hey, man." As Butch reached out a hand, Vishouse shook his head. "Glad you're back, cop." "Fuck you, come here." "V, get ya ass over here." V shoved his hands in his pockets and slowly walked to the gurney. Marissa was the one who linked them, drawing Vicious's arm up and out so Butch could reach the brother's palm. "You all right?" Butch asked, squeezing. For a split second, his grip was returned. Then V stomped one of his shitkickers like a horse and broke the contact. "Yeah, fine. Thank you." "Yeah." V was so twitchy. Butch took pity on him and changed the subject. "So is it over? Is that it?" V stroked his goatee and glanced at the clock, then looked at Butch's body. "Let's wait another 10 minutes. "Okay, fine." Butch passed the time running his hands up and down Marissa's arms, and shoulders, and face, and hair. Eventually, V murmured, "I guess it is done." Even though there was a curious disappointment in the brother's voice, Butch grinned. "Well, that wasn't too bad. Except for the dying part, of course. That wasn't," he let the sentence drift and frowned. "What is it?" Marissa said. "I don't know, something was happening, something in his gut." Vishouse came over to the table. "What's going on, cop?" The vast wave of pain came over him like a shroud of nails, wrapping around his body, cutting into him from every angle possible. He gasped under the onslaught, his vision conking out, then coming back. "Oh shit, I'm dying." Vicious's face appeared in front of his, and the bastard was smiling a big, fat Cheshire cat grin. "This is the change, my friend. Now you're turning." "What the F?" He didn't get the word out. Red-hot agony became all he knew and he receded deep within himself, getting lost in the swirling torture. As it intensified even further, he hoped to pass out. No such luck. After 150 light years of suffering, the popping started. The bones in his thighs were the first to snap and he howled, but there was no time to dwell on it because his upper arms were next. Then his shoulders. His spine, his lower legs, hands, feet, his skull screamed and his jaw ached. He rolled over, spit out 2 teeth. Through the hurricane of the change, Marissa was with him, talking to him. He held on to her voice and the image of her in his head, the only thing steady in his world of suffering. Chapter 39. Way across town, in a very nice, very secluded house, John finished his first beer, and then his second, and his third. He was surprised his stomach could handle them, but they went down smooth and stayed that way. Blaylock and Quinn were on the floor in front of the bed, locked in on a plasma screen TV playing S-Killers, that kick-ass game that was everywhere. By some freak of nature, John had beaten them both, so they were battling for second place. As John lounged back on Blaylock's comforter, he tipped the Corona bottle to his mouth, realized it was empty, and looked at the clock. Fritz would be picking him up in about 20 minutes, and that might be a problem. He was buzzing. Hard. It was really nice. Blaylock laughed and keeled over onto the floor. I can't believe you beat me, you bastard. Quinn picked up his beer and gave Blay a little knock in the leg with the thing. Sorry, big guy, but you suck. John propped his head up on his hand, relishing the feel of being all pleasantly out of it and mellow. He'd been so pissed off for so long, he hadn't been able to remember what relaxed felt like. Blay glanced over at him with a grin. Of course, strong/silent up there is the real ass-kicker. I hate you, you know that? John smiled and flipped the guy off. As the two on the floor laughed, a BlackBerry sounded. Quinn answered it. Did a lot of hung up. Shitlash ain't coming back for a while. Seems like you. The guy looked at John, scared the shit out of him. Man, that kid always was an asshole, Blay said. Straight up. They were quiet for a while, just listening to Too Short's Nasty. Then Quinn got this intense look on his face. His eyes, one blue, one green, narrowed. Yo. Blay, so what was it like? Blay's stare shot quickly to the ceiling. Losing at S-Killers to you? A real buzz kill. Thank you very much. You know that's not what I'm talking about. With a curse, Blay reached over to a little refrigerator, took out another beer, and cracked it open. The guy had had 7 and seemed sober as ever. Of course, he'd also eaten 4 McDonald's Big Macs, 2 things of large fries, a chocolate milkshake, and 2 cherry pies, plus a bag of Ruffles. Blay? Come on, what happened? Blaylock took a slug from the bottle and swallowed hard. Nothing. Fuck. You. Okay, fine. Blay took another draw. I wanted to die, okay. Was convinced I would. Then he cleared his throat. Took her vein. And it got worse after that. A hell of a lot worse. Whose vein was it? Jasm's. Whoa. She's hot. Whatever. Blay leaned to the side, grabbed a sweatshirt, and pulled it over his hips, like he had something worth covering up there. Quinn tracked the movement. So did John. Did you have her, Blay? No. Believe me, when the transition hits, sex is not on your mind. But I've heard afterward. No, I did not do it with her. Okay, that's cool. But clearly Quinn thought his buddy was nuts. So what about the change? What did it feel like? I broke apart and came back together. Blay drank deeply. That's it. Quinn flexed his little hands, then curled them into fists. Do you feel different? Yeah. How? Christ, Quinn. What do you have to hide? We're all going to go through it. I mean, shit, John, you've got to want to know, right? John looked at Blay and nodded, hoping like hell the two would keep talking. In the quiet that followed, Blaylock stretched out his legs. Through the new blue jeans he had on, his heavy thigh muscles bunched and relaxed. So what do you feel like now? Quinn prompted. Myself. Only I don't know, so much stronger. Nias. Quinn laughed. I can't wait. Blaylock's eyes shifted over. It's not something to look forward to. Trust me. Quinn shook his head. You are so wrong about that. There was a pause. Do you get hard a lot now? Blay turned the color of a barn. What? Come on, you had to know that one was coming. So do you. Silence stretched out. Hello? Blay? Answer the question. Do you? Blay rubbed his face. Yeah. Often. Yeah. You work it, right? I mean, you must. So what's that like? Are you out of your fucking mind? I'm not. Just tell us once. We won't ask you again. Swear. Right, John? John nodded slowly, aware he was holding his breath. He'd had dreams, erotic dreams, but that wasn't the same as it actually happening, or getting to hear about it firsthand. Unfortunately, Blaylock seemed to have clammed up. Christ. Blay, what's it like? Please. All my life I've been waiting for what you have. I can't ask anyone else, I mean, like I'm going to my father with this shit? Just spit it out. What does it feel like to come? Blay picked at the label on his beer. Powerful. That's what it's like. It's just this powerful rush that builds up and then you explode and drift. Quinn's eyes closed. Man, I want that. I want to be male. God, that was exactly what John hungered for. Blay chugged his Corona, then wiped his mouth. Of course, now I want to do it with someone. Quinn cracked one of his half-smiles. What about Jasm? Nah, not my type. And we're done with this. Conversation's over. John glanced at the clock, then shuffled to the edge of the bed. With a quick scribble, he wrote on his pad and flashed it. Blay and Quinn both nodded. Good deal, Blay said. You up for hanging tomorrow night? Quinn asked. John nodded and stood uponly to stumble and have to catch himself on the mattress. Quinn laughed. Look at you, punk. You're faced. John just shrugged and concentrated on getting himself to the door. As he opened it, Blay said, Yo, Jay. John glanced over his shoulder and cocked an eyebrow. Where can we learn that sign language thing? Quinn nodded and popped open another beer. Yeah, where? John blinked, then wrote on his pad the internet. Search for American Sign Language. Good deal. And you can help us, right? John nodded. The two went back to the TV and fired up another game. As John shut the door, he heard them laughing and he started to smile, only to feel the sting of disgrace. Tor and Wellesley were dead, he thought. He shouldn't be enjoying stuff. A real man wouldn't get distracted from his goal, from his enemies for nothing more than the company of friends. John weaved down the hall, throwing one arm out to balance. Trouble was it felt so good to just be one of the guys. He had always wanted to have friends. Not a big group or anything, but a few solid, strong friends. The kind you could rely on till death. Like brothers. Marissa did not understand how Butch survived what happened to his body. It just seemed impossible. Except this was evidently what males went through, particularly warriors. And as he was of Wrath's line, he definitely had that thick blood in him. When it was over, hours later, Butch lay on the table in the now frigid room, just breathing. His skin was waxy and covered with sweat like he'd run 12 marathons. His feet hung off the far edge of the gurney. His shoulders were nearly twice as big, and his boxers were stretched tight over his thighs. His face comforted her, though. It was the same as it had been before, proportional with his new body, but the same. And when his eyes opened, they were the Hazel she knew so well, with the spirit inside them that was his alone. He was too dazed to speak, but he shivered, so she brought him a blanket and spread it over him. As the soft weight landed, he flinched as if his skin were too tender, but then he mouthed the words "I love you" and slid away into sleep. Abruptly, she became more tired than she'd ever been in her life. Vishouse finished cleaning up the blood on the floor with a spray nozzle and said, "Let's eat. I don't want to leave him." "I know. I asked Fritz to bring something to us and he left it just outside." Marissa followed the brother out into the equipment room and they each sat down on double-sized benches built out from the wall. They ate Fritz's little picnic munchies in the midst of racks of nunchakus and training daggers and swords and guns. The sandwiches were good and so were the apple juice and the oatmeal cookies. After a while, Vishouse lit a hand-rolled and leaned back. "He's going to be fine, you know? I can't see how he got through it. Mine was like that." She stopped with a second ham sandwich on the way to her mouth. "Really? Worse, actually. I was smaller than him when it happened. He's the same on the inside, though, isn't he?" "Yup, he's still your boy." When she finished the sandwich, she put both her legs up on the bench and eased back against the wall. "Thank you." "For what?" "Sealing me up." She held out her wrist. His diamond gaze shifted away. "No problem." In the quiet, her eyelids drooped and she shook herself to wake up. "Nan, let yourself go," Vishouse murmured. "I'll watch him and as soon as he comes around, I'll let you know. Go on, lie down." She stretched out, then curled on her side. She didn't expect to sleep, but shut her eyes anyway. "Lift your head," Vishouse said. When she did, he slid a rolled-up towel under her ear. "This is better for your neck. You're very kind." "You kidding? Cop would kick my ass for letting you be uncomfortable." She could have sworn Vishouse brushed his hand down her hair, but then figured it was in her mind. "What about you?" she said softly as he sat on the other bench. God, he had to be as tired as she was. His smile was remote. "You don't worry about me, female. Just sleep." Surprisingly, she did. V watched Marissa pass out from exhaustion. Then he tilted his head and looked into the PT/first aid suite. From this angle, he could see the soles of the cop's much larger feet. Man, Butch really was one of them now. A card-carrying, fanged-up warrior male who looked like he was going to stand at about 6'6", maybe 6'7". Wrath's bloodline was definitely in that boy, and V wondered if they were ever going to find out why. The door to the equipment room swung open and Z walked in, with Fury right behind him. "What happened?" the two of them asked in unison. "Shoo." V nodded at Marissa. Then, in a quiet voice, he said, "See for yourself. He's in there." The two went to the doorway. "Holy shit," Fury breathed. "That's a big one," Z muttered. Then he sniffed the air. "Why is Wrath's bonding scent all over this place, or is it me?" V stood up. "Come outside to the gym. I don't want to wake either of them." The three walked onto the blue mats and V shut the door most of the way behind them. "So where is Wrath?" Fury asked as they sat down. "I thought he was here to witness the whole thing." "He's busy, no doubt." Z stared at the door. "That cop's big, V. That cop is really big." "I know." V laid himself out flat on his back and took a drag. As he exhaled, he refused to look at his brothers. "V, he's really big. Don't even go there. It's too early to know what he's going to be like." Z rubbed over his skull trim. "I'm just saying. I know. And he's got Wrath's blood in him." "I know, but look, it's too soon, Z. It's just too soon. Besides, his mother isn't a chosen." Z's yellow eyes grew annoyed. "Stupid fucking rule if you ask me." Chapter 40. Butch woke up on the gurney in the midst of taking a deep breath in through his nose. He was smelling something. Something that pleased him greatly. Something that made him hum with power. "Mine," a voice said in his head. He tried to shake the word off, but it just got louder. With every breath he took, the single syllable repeated in his brain until it was like the beat of his heart. Involuntary. The source of his very life. The seat of his soul. With a groan, he sat up on the table, only to lurch off balance and nearly fall onto the floor. As he caught himself, he looked down at his arms. What then? Oh, this was wrong. These were not his arms or shit, his legs either. His thighs were huge. "This is not me," he thought. "Mine," came the voice again. He looked around. God, everything in the clinical room was crystal clear, like his eyes were windows that had been wiped clean. And his ears, he looked up at the fluorescent lights. He could actually hear the electricity going through the tubes. "Mine." He inhaled again. Marissa. That scent was Marissa. She was close by. His mouth opened of its own accord, and he let out a deep rhythmic purr that ended in a growled word, "Mine." His heart pounded as he realized the control tower in his head had been completely overtaken. No longer logical, he was being ruled by a possessive instinct that made what he'd felt toward Marissa before look like a passing fancy. "Mine." He glanced down at his hips and got a load of what was doing in his now way too small boxers. His cock had grown along with the rest of him, and it was punching out at the stretched thin cotton. The thing twitched as he looked at it as if to get his attention. Oh God, his body wanted to mate with Marissa. Now, as if he'd called her name, she appeared in the doorway. "Butch!" With no warning, he became a torpedo, his body aiming itself at her and shooting across the room. He took her down to the floor and kissed her hard, mounting her while he grabbed the front of her slacks and wrenched the zipper down. Grunting, straining, he peeled her pants off her smooth legs, spread her thighs roughly, and buried his face in her core. As if he were a split personality, he watched himself act from a distance, seeing his hands shove her shirt up and capture her breasts while he tongued her. Then he was surging forward, baring fangs he somehow knew how to use and biting through the front of her bra. He kept trying to get himself to stop, but he was caught in some kind of centrifugal force, and Marissa, she was the axis he whirled around. From the maelstrom, he groaned, "I'm sorry, oh God, I can't stop." She grabbed on to his face and stilled him completely. It was unbelievable, and he didn't know how she did it. It was just his body came to a total halt, which made him realize she had the oddest control over him. If she said no, he would stop. On a dime. Period. Except she wasn't putting the brakes on. Her eyes glowed with an erotic light. Take me. Make me your female. She tilted her hips to him, and his body shot right back into the frenzy. Rearing up, he ripped apart the waistband of his boxers and slammed into her with the things hanging open. He penetrated her so deep, stretched her so wide. He felt like she gloved every inch of him. As she cried out and sank her nails into his ass, he went for it hard and fast. And while the sex raged, he felt the two halves of himself knitting together. While he pumped wildly, the voice he'd always known to be him and this new one that was talking at him became one. He was looking into her face as he started to orgasm, and the ejaculations were like nothing he'd ever known. Sharper, more powerful, and they went on forever, as if he had an infinite supply of what he was filling her up with. And she was loving it, kicking her head back on the tile in pleasure, her legs tight around his hips, her core eating up everything he gave her. When it was over, Butch collapsed, panting, sweating, dizzy. It was only then that he noticed they fit together differently. His head was higher up on her. His hips demanded more room between her legs. His hands were bigger next to her face. She kissed his shoulder, licked at his skin. And you smell good, too. Yeah, he did. The dark spice that had come out of him before was now a vibrant scent in the room. And the marking was all over Marissa's skin and hair, and it was inside of her, too. Which was right. She was his. He rolled off her. Baby, I'm not sure why I had to do that. Well, half of him wasn't sure. The other half just wanted to do it to her again. I'm glad you did. The smile she gave him was radiant, as brilliant as the noonday sun. And the sight of it made him realize with satisfaction that he was also her man. It was a two-way street here. They belonged to each other. I love you, baby. She repeated the words, but then her smile slipped. I was so afraid you would die. But I didn't. It's over and done with, and I'm on the other side. I'm with you on the other side. I can't go through that again. You won't have to. She relaxed some and stroked his face, then frowned. It's a little cold in here, isn't it? Let's get you dressed and back to the main house. He reached out to bring her shirt together, and his eyes latched on to her breasts with their perfect pink nipples. He grew hard again, full to bursting, desperate for another release. That smile of hers reappeared. Come back up on me, Nalum. Let my body ease yours. She didn't have to ask twice. Outside the equipment room, V, Fury, and Zada stopped talking and listened. Going by the muted sounds, Butch was up and awake and busy. As the brothers laughed, V shut the door all the way, thinking that he was very happy for that pair in there. Very happy. He and the twins continued to shoot the shit, with V lighting up on occasion and ashing into an Aquafina bottle. An hour later, the door opened and Marissa and Butch appeared. Marissa was dressed in a martial arts gi. Butch had a towel around his hips, and the bonding scent was all over them. They looked well used and very, very sated. Hey guys, the cop said, blushing. He looked good, but he wasn't moving too well. In fact, he was using his female as a crutch. V cracked a smile. You look taller. Yeah, I'm not getting around so good. Is that normal? Fury nodded. Definitely. Took me a long time to get used to the new body. You'll have some control over it in a couple of days, but it's going to be weird for a while. As the pair came forward, Marissa looked as if she was struggling under the weight of her male, and Butch seemed wobbly, like he was trying not to lean on her as much as he really needed to. V got up. You want help on the way back to the pit? Butch nodded. That'd be great. I'm about to fall on her. V got in at Butch's side and propped the cop up. Home, Jarvis? God, yes. I would love a shower. Butch took Marissa's hand, and the three of them headed slowly to the pit. The trip through the tunnel was silent except for Butch's shuffling feet. And as they went along, V remembered coming out of his own transition, waking up tattooed with warnings all over his face and his hand and his private areas. At least Butch was safe, and he had people to protect him while his strength gathered. V had been taken out and left for dead in the woods beyond a warrior camp. Butch also had another thing going for him. A female of worth who loved him. Marissa was positively glowing at his side, and V tried not to look at her too much, except he couldn't stop. So warm, the way she stared at Butch. So very warm. V had to wonder what that was like. When they stepped into the pit, Butch let out a ragged sigh. Clearly his energy had flagged completely by now, sweat breaking out across his forehead as he struggled to remain upright. "How about your bed?" V said. "No shower. I need a shower." "Are you hungry?" Marissa asked. "Yeah, oh God, yeah. I want bacon. Bacon and chocolate," V said wryly as he muscled the cop down to the guy's suite. "Oh, chocolate. Fuck. I would kill for that." Butch frowned. "Except I don't like chocolate." "You do now." V kicked the bathroom door open and Marissa ducked into the shower and turned the water on. "Anything else?" she asked. "Pancakes. And waffles with syrup and butter. And eggs." V shot the female a look. "Just bring anything edible." He'd eat his own shoes at this point. "And ice cream and turkey with stuffing." Marissa kissed Butch on the lips. "I'll be right, B." Butch grabbed her by the head and held her to his mouth with a moan. As a fresh flood of the bonding scent came out of him, he maneuvered her against the wall and pinned her with his body, hands traveling, hips pushing forward. Ah yes, V thought, the newly transitioned male. Butch was going to be throwing wood every 15 minutes for a while. Marissa laughed, utterly delighted with her mate. Later. Food first. Butch settled back immediately, like she'd called his lust to a heel and it behaved because it wanted to be a good boy. As she left, the cop's eyes followed her with rank hunger and adoration. V shook his head. "You are a total sap. Man, if I thought I loved her before. The bonded male biz is some powerful shit." V stripped Butch of his towel and shoved him under the water. "Or so I've heard." "Ow." Butch glared up at the showerhead. "I don't like this. Skin's going to be extra sensitive for a week or so. Holler if you need me." V was halfway down the hall when he heard a yelp. He hightailed it back, barging through the door. What's? "I'm going bald." V whipped back the shower curtain and frowned. "What are you talking about? You've still got your hair." "Not my head. My body, you idiot. I'm going bald." This house glanced down. Butch's torso and legs were shedding, a rush of dark brown fuzz pooling around the drain. V started laughing. "Think of it this way. At least you won't have to worry about shaving your back as you get old. True? No manscaping for you." He was not surprised when a bar of soap came firing at him. Chapter 41. It was a week later that Van learned something important about himself. His humanity was gone. As a moan echoed through the empty basement, he glanced at the civilian vampire who was strapped on a table. Mr. X was working the thing over and Van was watching. Like this was nothing more than someone getting a haircut. He should have thought it was wrong. In all his years as a fighter, he'd inflicted a lot of pain on opponents, but he'd avoided hurting the innocent and had despised people who went after the weak. Now, his sole reaction to this base cruelty was annoyance because it wasn't working. The only thing they'd learned about O'Neill was that a human fitting the man's description had been seen among males suspected to be brothers in some of the club's downtown screamers and zero-sum in particular. But they'd known all that already. He was beginning to suspect the forelesser was working out his frustrations at this point, which was such a waste of time. Van wanted to go after vampires, not play armchair quarterback at a scene like this. Except shit, it wasn't like he'd had a shot at killing one of those bloodsuckers yet. Thanks to Mr. X keeping him off the field, all he'd taken out since joining the lessening society were other frickin' lessers. Every day, Mr. X lined him up against another one. And every day, Van beat his opponent into submission, then stabbed the guy. And every day, Mr. X got more and more wound up. It was like Van was letting the forelesser down, although with a 7-0 record, it was hard to figure out precisely how. As gurgling sounds drifted over on the blood-scented air, Van cursed under his breath. "Am I boring you over there?" Mr. X snapped. "Not at all. This is really great to watch. There was a short silence. Then a disgusted hiss. Don't be such a lightweight. Whatever. I'm a fighter, man. I'm not into this captive beating shit. Especially when it's not leading to anything. Those flat, pale eyes burned. Go patrol with some of the others, then. Because if I have to look at you any longer, you're going to find yourself on this table. Finally, Van headed for the stairs. As his combat boot hit the first step, Mr. X spat. Your weak stomach is such a disgrace. My guts aren't the problem here, trust me. Van kept going. Butch stepped off the treadmill in the gym and wiped the sweat off his face with his shirt. He'd just run 11 miles. In 50 minutes. Which would be a sustained pace of about a 5-minute mile. Holy shit. How you feel? V asked from the bench press. Like Lee fucking Majors. There was a clang as nearly 700 pounds came to rest on the stand. $6 million man reference dates you, cop. I grew up in the 70s. Sue me. Butch sucked back some water, then looked to the doorway in a flash. His breath caught, and a split second later Marissa walked in. God. She was gorgeous in black slacks and a cream jacket, businesslike yet feminine, and her pale eyes sparkled across the room. Thought I'd come by before I left for the night, she said. Glad you did, baby. He did the best he could to towel himself off as he went over to her. But she didn't seem to mind him hot and sweaty. At all. Her palm cupped his chin as he bent down and said a hello against her mouth. You look good, she whispered. Running her hand down his neck and over his bare pecs, she traced his cross with light fingers. Very good. Do I? He smiled as he hardened in his running shorts, remembering how an hour and a half ago he'd woken her up from the inside out. Well, I'm not as good as you. I could debate that, he hissed as she stepped up against him. With a growl, he ran through the layout of the training center in his mind, trying to figure out where they could disappear for 10 minutes. Yeah, there was a classroom nearby with a good lock on the door. Perfect. He glanced over at V, about to throw his roommate an "I'll be right back," when he was surprised to find the brothers staring at the two of them. Lids low, expression unreadable. This house looked away quickly. So, I have to go, Marissa said, stepping back. Big night. You can't stay for just a little longer? 5 minutes, maybe? I would love to, but no. Wait a minute, he thought. There was something different about the way she was staring at him. In fact, her eyes were locked on the side of his neck and her mouth was slightly open. Then her tongue made a quick sweep of her lower lip, as if she were tasting something good. Or maybe wanting to taste something. A bolt of mad lust shot through him. Baby, he said roughly, you need something from me? Yes, she stood up on her tiptoes and spoke into his ear. I gave you so much when you were going through the transition that I'm a little weak. I need your vein. Holy shit, what he'd been waiting for all along. The chance to feed her. Butch grabbed her around the waist, popped her feet off the floor, and carried her toward the door like the weight room was on fire. Not yet, Butch. She laughed. Put me down. You're barely a week out. No. Butch, put me down. His body obeyed the command, even though his mind wanted to argue. How much longer? Soon. I'm strong now. I can wait a couple of days. And it's better if we do. She kissed him and looked at the watch she wore. It was his favorite from his collection, the Patek Philippe with the black alligator band. He loved the idea that she had it with her wherever she went. I'll be at safe place. All night, she said. We have a new female and 2 youngs coming, and I want to be there when they check in. I'm also calling my first staff meeting. Mary's coming and we're gonna do it together. So I probably won't be back until dawn. I'll be here. He caught her as she turned away and spun her back into his arms. Be careful out there. I will. He kissed her deep, wrapping his arms around her slender body. Man, he couldn't wait until she came back, and missed her the moment she left. I am a total sap, he said as the door closed. Told you. V got up off the bench press and picked up a pair of stacked one-hander weights. Bonded males are a thing. Butch shook his head and tried to refocus on what else he wanted to accomplish in the gym tonight. For the past 7 days, while Marissa went off to her new job, He stayed at the compound and worked on how to handle this new body of his. The learning curve was steep. In the beginning, he'd had to relearn the most simple functions like how to eat and how to write. Now, he was trying to get a sense of his physical limits to see when if he would break. The good news was, so far, everything worked. Well, almost everything. One of his hands was a little messed up, though not in any serious way. And the fangs were fabulous, as were the strength and endurance he now had. No matter how far or how hard he pushed himself in the gym, his body took the punishment and responded with growth. At meals, he ate like Rage and Z, sucking back some 5,000 calories every 24 hours, and even still, he was always hungry, which made sense. He was packing on muscle like he was shooting roids. Two open questions remained. Could he dematerialize? And could he handle sunlight? V had suggested holding off on both of those for a month or so, and that was fine. There was enough to worry about in the meantime. You're not quitting, right? V asked as he looked up from the bicep curls he was doing. The weight in each of his hands was probably 275. Butch could pull them that heavy now, too. Nah, I still got juice. He went over to an elliptical machine and got on to stretch his legs out. Man, on the topic of juice, he was totally and completely sexed out. All the time. Marissa had moved into his bedroom at the pit, and he couldn't keep his hands off her. He felt so bad about it, and he tried to hide the need, but invariably she knew when he wanted her, and she never turned him away, even if it was only to finish him. She really seemed to relish the sexual control she had over him. And so did he. God, he was hardening again now. All he had to do was think of her, and he was ready even if he'd already gone for 5 times that day. And the thing was, what made his sex drive such a pleasure was that it wasn't just about needing a release. It was all about her. He wanted to be with her, inside of her, all around her. Not sex for sex's sake, but making love to her. Man, he was a total frickin' sap. But, hell, why should he front? This had been the best week of his whole miserable life. He and Marissa were so good together, and not just in the sack. Aside from training himself in the gym, he'd spent a lot of time helping her with the social services project, and the common purpose had brought them even closer together. The safe place, as she'd named the house, was ready to start running now. V had wired the colonial up but good, and though there was still a lot to do, at least they could begin accepting folks in earnest. Right now there was just the mother and the child with the leg in a cast, but it sounded like there would be a lot more. Man, throughout everything, all the changes, all the new things, all the challenges, Marissa was amazing. Smart, capable, compassionate. He'd decided his vampire nature, that previously buried part of him, had chosen his female very wisely. Although he still had some guilt over mating her. He kept thinking about everything she'd walked away from her brother, her old life, all that fancy glimmer of shit. He'd always felt like an orphan after leaving both his family and where he'd grown up behind, and he didn't want that for her. But he wasn't going to let her go. Hopefully, they could finish the mating ceremony soon. V had said it wouldn't be a good idea cutting into him during the first week, which was fine, but they were going to do the carving ASAP. And then he and Marissa were going to walk down the aisle, too. Funny, he'd started going to midnight mass all regular-like. Wearing his socks cap and keeping his head down, he sat in the back of Our Lady and stayed to himself as he reconnected with God and the church. The services eased him immeasurably, in a way nothing else could. Because the darkness was in him still. He was not alone in his skin. Inside of him there was a shadow, something that lurked between the spaces of his ribs and the discs of his spine. He sensed it there, always shifting around, pacing, watching. Sometimes it actually looked out of his eyes, and that was when he feared himself the most. But going to church helped. He liked to think the goodness in the air there seeped into him. Liked to believe that God listened to him. Needed to know that there was a strength outside of himself that would help him stay connected to his humanity and his soul. Because without that he would be dead, though his heart still beat. Hey, cop! Without losing a stride on the elliptical, Butch looked over to the weight room's door. Fury was standing in it, that amazing hair of his shining red, yellow, and brown under the fluorescent lights. What up, Fury? The brother came in, his limp hardly noticeable. Wrath wants you to come to our meeting tonight before we go out. Butch glanced at V, who was studiously lifting and keeping his eyes on the mats. What for? Just wants you there. Okay. After Fury left, he said, V, you know what's doing about this? His roommate shrugged. Just come to the meetings. Meeting S? Like every night. This house kept pumping, his biceps veining up hardcore under all the weight. Yeah, every night. 3 hours later, Butch and Rage headed out in the Escalade, and Butch wondered what the hell had happened. He was fully strapped under a black leather jacket with a Glock under each arm and an 8-inch hunting knife on his hip. He was going in tonight as a fighter. It was just a trial and he had to talk to Marissa, but he wanted this to work out. He wanted to fight. And the brothers wanted him to as well. The bunch of them had talked it all through, especially the shit about his dark side. The bottom line was he was capable and he wanted to kill Lessers, and the Brotherhood needed more bodies on their side of the war. So they were going to give it a shot. As Rage drove them downtown, Butch looked out the window and wished V wasn't off for the night. He would have liked his roommate to be with him for this maiden voyage stuff, although at least this house was sitting it out because it was his turn to on the rotation schedule, not because he was losing it. Hell, V seemed to be doing much better with the dreams. There hadn't been any more screams in the middle of the day. You ready for the field? Rage asked. Yeah. In fact, his body was roaring to be used, and used specifically like this in battle. About 15 minutes later, Rage parked behind Screamers. As they got out and walked toward 10th Street, Butch halted halfway down the alley and turned to the side of the building. Butch, struck by a sense of his own history, he reached out and touched once again the blackened bomb burst pattern where Darius's car had blown up. Yeah, it had all started here last summer at this place. And yet, as he felt the scratchy, damp bricks under his palm, he knew the real beginning was right now. His true nature was uncovered now. He was who he needed to be now. You okay, my man? Full circle, Hollywood. He turned to his buddy. Full circle. As the brother gave him a what? Butch smiled and started walking again. So how's this usually go down? He said as they came out on 10th. On an average night, we cover a 25-block radius twice. This is trolling, really. Lessers are looking for us, we're looking for them. We fight as soon as we... Butch stopped and his head swiveled around all by itself, his upper lip curling off his fancy new fangs. Rage, he said softly. The brother let out a low laugh of satisfaction. Where are they, cop? Butch started gunning toward the signal he'd picked up on, and as he went along, he felt the raw force of his body. The damn thing was like a car with a performance engine in it, no longer a Ford but a Ferrari. And he let loose as he pounded down the dark street with Rage on his tail, the two of them moving in harmony. The two of them moving like killers. 6 blocks away they found 3 Lessers confabbing it at the throat of an alleyway. As a unit, the Slayers' heads turned and the second Butch locked eyes with them. He felt that horrible recognition flare. The link-up was immutable, marked by dread on his side and confusion on theirs. They seemed to recognize he was both one of them and a vampire. In the dark, grungy alley, the battle bloomed like a summer thunderstorm, the violence coalescing, then exploding out in punches and kicks. Butch took headshots and body shots and ignored them all. Nothing hurt bad enough to care about, as if his skin were armor and his muscles were steel. Eventually, he slammed one of the Slayers on the ground, straddled the thing, and reached for the knife at his hip. But then he stopped, overcome by a need he couldn't fight. Leaving the blade where it was, he leaned down, got face to face, and took control with his stare. The Lesser's eyes popped in terror as Butch's mouth opened. Rage's voice came at him from a vast distance. Butch, what are you doing? I got the other 2, so all you need to do is stab that thing. Butch? Stab him. Butch just hovered over the Lesser's lips, feeling a surge of power that had nothing to do with his body and everything to do with the dark part in him. It started so slowly, the inhale almost gentle and the breath went on forever. One steady draw that grew in strength until the blackness passed out of the Lesser and into him, the transfer one of the true essence of evil, the Omega's very nature. As Butch swallowed the vile black rush and felt it settle into his blood and bones, the Lesser dissolved into a gray mist. What the fuck? Rage breathed. Van stopped running at the entrance of the alley and followed an instinct that told him to melt into the shadows. He'd come prepared to fight, called in by a slayer who said some hand-to-hand with two brothers was going down. But as he arrived now, he saw something he just knew wasn't right. A tremendous vampire was on top of a lesser. The two locked stare to stare as he sucked the slayer into nothingness. As a fall of ash floated down onto the dirty pavement, the blonde brother at the scene said, "What the fuck?" At that moment, the vampire who'd done the consuming lifted his head and looked down the alley directly at Van, even though the darkness should have hidden his presence. Holy shit, it was the one they were looking for. The cop. Van had seen the guy's picture on the internet in those articles from the CCJ. Except he'd been human then, and he sure as fuck wasn't now. "There's another one," the vampire said in a hoarse, ragged voice. His arm lifted weakly and he pointed at Van. "Right there." Van took off running, not about to get smoked up. It was so time to find Mr. X about this. Chapter 42. About a half-mile away, in his penthouse overlooking the river, Vishouse picked up a fresh bottle of Grey Goose and cracked the thing open. As he poured himself another glass of hooch, he looked at the pair of empty 1-liters that were on the bar. They were going to get another friend. Real soon. As rap music pounded, he took his crystal glass and the newly opened goose and weaved his way over to the sliding glass door. With his mind, he willed the lock free and pushed the thing wide. A cold blast hit him and he laughed at the sting as he stepped outside, surveyed the night sky, and drank deeply. Such a good liar he was. Such a good one. Everyone thought he was fine because he'd camoed his little problems. He wore a socks hat to hide the eye twitch, set his wristwatch to go off every half hour to beat back the dream. Ate though he wasn't hungry, laughed though he found nothing funny, and he'd always smoked like a chimney. He'd even gone so far as to flat out front to Wrath. When the king had asked how he was doing, V had looked the brother right in the face and told him, in a thoughtful, reflective voice, that although he continued to struggle with falling to sleep, the nightmare was gone and he felt much more stable. Bullshit. He was a pane of glass with a million cracks in it. All he needed was one soft tap and he was going to shatter. The fracture potential wasn't just about his lack of visions or his 12-gauge dream. Sure, all that shit made it worse, but he knew he would be where he was even without that overlay. Watching Butch with Marissa was killing him. Hell, V didn't begrudge them their happiness or anything. He was damn glad it had worked out for the pair, and he was even starting to like Marissa a little. It just hurt to be around them. The thing was, although it was totally inappropriate and creeped him out, he thought of Butch as his. He'd brought that man into the world. He'd lived with him for months. He'd gone out to get the guy after the Lessers had done their business all over him. And he'd healed him. And it had been his hands that had turned him. With a curse, Vishouse weaved his way over to the 4-foot-high wall that ran all the way around the penthouse's terrace. The goose bottle made a little scraping noise as he put it down, and he swayed as he brought his glass up to his mouth. Oh wait, he needed another refill. He palmed the vodka and spilled a little as he poured. Again with the quiet scraping noise as he set the goose back on the ledge. He drank the stuff down, then bent over and looked at the street 30 floors below. Vertigo grabbed him by the head and shook him until the world spun, and from out of the twirling mess, he found the term for his particular brand of suffering. He was broken-hearted. Shit, what a mess. With a total absence of mirth, he laughed at himself, the hard sound getting sucked away by the gusting, bitter March wind. He put a bare foot up on the cold stone. As he reached out to steady himself, he glanced down at his unloved hand, and froze with terror. Oh Jesus, no. Mr. X stared at Van, then shook his head slowly. What did you say? The two of them were standing in a wedge of shadow at the corner of Commerce and 4th Street, and Mr. X was very glad they were alone, because he couldn't believe what he was hearing and didn't want to look too stunned in front of any of the others. Van shrugged. He's a vampire, looked like one, acted like one, and recognized me immediately, although how he saw me I have no idea. But the slayer he took out? See, that was the weird thing. The guy just vaporized. Not at all like what happens when you stab one of us. And the blonde brother was totally shocked. So does any of this kind of thing happen often? None of it happened often. Especially the part about a guy who had been a human but now apparently had fangs. That shit just went against nature, and so did the inhalation routine. And they just let you go? Mr. X said. The blonde was all worried about his buddy. Loyalty. Christ. Always loyalty with those brothers. Did you notice anything about O'Neill? Other than that, he seemed to have gone through the change. Maybe Van was just mistaken. His hand was fucked up. Something's wrong with it. Mr. X felt a tingle go through him, like his body was a bell that had been struck. He kept his voice deliberately calm. What exactly was wrong? Van brought up his hand and curled the pinky in tight to the palm. It's kind of bent like this. The little finger's all stiff and curled up, like he can't move it. Which hand? The right. Yeah, the right one. In a daze, Mr. X leaned back against the side of the Valurite dry cleaners building. And the prophecy came to him. There shall be one to bring the end before the master. A fighter of modern time found in the 7th of the 21st. And he shall be known in the numbers he bears. One more than the compass he apperceives. Though mere 4 points to make at his right. 3 lives has he. 2 scores on his 4. And with a single black eye in one well will he be. Birthed and die. Mr. X's skin tightened all over. Shit. If O'Neill could sense lessers, maybe that was the one more than the compass he apperceived. And the hand thing fit if he couldn't point using his pinky. But what about the extra scar weight, the entryway where the Omega had put a part of himself into O'Neill, including his belly button? That would be 2 scores. And maybe the black mark that had been left behind was the eye the scrolls had mentioned. As for the born and die, O'Neill had been birthed in Caldwell as a vampire and would probably find his death here at some point, too. The equation added up, but the real kicker was not the math. It was that no one had ever heard of a lesser being offed like that. Mr. X focused on Van, realization sliding into place and realigning everything. You are not the one. You should have left me, Butch said as he and Rage pulled up outside of V's building. Left me and gone after that other lesser. Yeah, right. You were looking like roadkill, and there were more slayers on the way, I guarantee it. Rage shook his head as they both got out. You want me to walk you up? You're still sporting that special dead squirrel glow. Yeah, whatever. Go back out and fight those fuckers. I love it when you get all hardcore on me. Rage smiled a little, then grew serious. Listen, about what happened. That's why I'm going to talk to V. Good. V knows everything. Rage put the Escalade's keys in Butch's hand and gave him a squeeze on the shoulder. Call me if you need me. After the brother disappeared into thin air, Butch went into the lobby, waved at the security guard, and grabbed an elevator. The ride up the building took forever and he passed the time feeling the evil in his veins. His blood was black again. He knew it, and he fucking reeked of baby powder. When he stepped out, feeling like a leper, he heard music thumping. Ludacris's chicken and beer was all over the place. He pounded on the door. V. No answer. Hell, he'd already barged in on the brother once. For some reason, the door clicked and eased open half an inch. Butch pushed it wider, every cop instinct in him screaming while the rap grew louder. This house. As he stepped inside, a cold breeze shot through the penthouse, barreling in through an open sliding glass door. Yo, V. Butch glanced at the bar. There were 2 empty bottles of Goose and 3 caps on the marble counter. Binge time. Heading for the terrace, he expected to find V passed out on a lounger. Instead, Butch walked into a whole lot of heaven help us. This house was up on the wall that ran around the building, naked, swaying in the wind and glowing all over. Jesus Christ, V. The brother wheeled around, then stretched his radiant arms wide. With a crazed smile, he slowly turned in a circle. Nice, huh? It's all over me. He lifted a bottle of Goose to his lips and swallowed good and hard. Hey, do you think they'll want to tie me down and tattoo every inch of my skin now? Butch slowly crossed the terrace. V. Man, how about we get you down from there? Why? I bet I'm smart enough to fly. V glanced behind himself at the 30-story drop. As he weaved back and forth in the wind, his illuminated body was startlingly beautiful. Yeah, I'm so fucking smart, I bet I can beat gravity. Wanna watch? V shit. V, buddy, come down from there. This house looked over and abruptly seemed to sober up, his brows meeting in the middle. You smell like a lesser roommate. I know. Why's that? I'll tell you if you come down. Bribes. V took another pull on the goose. I don't want to come down, Butch. I want to fly away. He tilted his head back to the sky and lurched, then caught himself by swinging the bottle. Oops. Almost fell. This house, Jesus Christ. So, cop the omegas in you again. And your blood's black inside your veins. V pushed his hair out of his eyes, and the tats on his temple showed, all backlit by the glow under his skin. And yet you're not intrinsically evil. How did she put it? Yes, the seat of evil is in the soul. And you Butch O'Neill have a good soul. Better than what's in me. This house, come down. Right now. I liked you, cop. From the moment I met you. No, not the first moment. I wanted to kill you when I first met you. But then I liked you. A lot. God, V's expression was nothing Butch had ever seen before. Sad, affectionate, but most of all yearning. I watched you with her, Butch. I watched you making love to her. What? Marissa. I saw you on top of her in the clinic. V whipped his incandescent hand back and forth through the air. It was wrong, I know. And I'm very sorry, but I couldn't look away. You two were so beautiful together and I wanted that shit, whatever it was. I wanted to feel that. Yeah, just once I wanted to know what it was like to have sex normally, to care about the person you were coming with. He laughed in a horrible burst. Well, what I want isn't exactly normal, is it? Will you forgive me my perversion? Forgive me my embarrassing and shameful deprivation? Fuck how I degrade us both. Butch was prepared to say absolutely anything to get his friend off that ledge, but he truly had the sense that V was horrified with himself, which was so unnecessary. You couldn't help the way you felt, and Butch wasn't threatened by the revelation. He somehow wasn't surprised either. V, buddy, we're cool. You and me were cool. V lost that longing expression, his face turning into a cold mask that was utterly frightening given the situation. You were the only friend I had. More with that god-awful laugh. Even though I had my brothers, you were the only one I was close to. I don't do relationships well, you know. You were different, though. V, it's the same for me. But can we get you? And you weren't like those others, you never cared I was different. The others, they hated me because I was different. Not that it matters. They're all dead now. Dead. Dead. Butch had no idea what the hell V was talking about. But the content didn't matter. The past tense being used was the problem. I am still your friend. Always your friend. Always funny word, always. V started to bend at the knees, just barely keeping his balance as he sank into a crouch. Butch moved forward. No, you don't, cop. You stop right there. V put the bottle of vodka down and traced his fingertips lightly over the neck of the thing. This shit's taken good care of me. Why don't we share some? Nah, but you can have what's left. Vicious's diamond eyes lifted up and the left one started to expand until it ate up all the white part. There was a long pause, then V laughed. You know, I can't see anything even when I open myself up. Even when I volunteer for it, I'm blind. I'm future impaired. He glanced at his body. But I'm still a fucking nightlight. I'm like one of those goose lamps, you know, the kind you plug into the wall that glow. Yes. You're a good Irishman, right? When Butch nodded, V said, Irish, let me think. Yeah, Vicious's eyes sobered, and in a voice that cracked, he said, May the road rise to meet you. May the wind always be at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face and the rains fall soft upon your fields. And my dearest friend, until we meet again, may the Lord hold you in the palm of his hand. In one powerful surge, V sprang backward off the ledge into thin air. Chapter 43. John, I need to talk to you. John looked up from Tor's chair as Wrath came into the study and shut the door. Going by how grim the king looked, this was very serious, whatever it was. Putting aside his lesson on the old language, John braced himself. Oh God! What if it was the news he'd dreaded hearing every day for the last 3 months? Wrath came around the desk and moved the throne so it faced John. Then he sat down and took a deep breath. Yeah, this is it. Tor's dead and they've found the body. Wrath frowned. I can smell your fear and sadness, son, and I can understand both, given the situation. The funeral is going to be in 3 days. John swallowed and wrapped his arms around his shoulders, feeling a black whirlwind spin around him and take the world away. Your classmate's family has asked that all the trainees be present. John jerked his head up. What? He mouthed. You classmate hurt. He didn't make it through his change. He died last night. So Tor wasn't dead? John scrambled to pull himself back from one brink, only to find himself looking over the edge of another. One of the trainees had died from the change? I thought you'd heard already. John shook his head and pictured hurt. He hadn't known the guy well at all, but still. Sometimes it happens, John. But I don't want you to worry about it. We're going to take good care of you. Someone had died during the transition? Shit, there was a long silence. Then Wrath propped his elbows on his knees and leaned forward. As his glossy black hair slipped over his shoulder, it brushed his leather-clad thighs. Listen, John, we need to start thinking about who'll be there for you when you go through the change. You know, who will feed you. Chapter 44. Marissa nodded as she shifted her cell phone to her other ear and reviewed the order list on her desk. That's right. We need an industrial range, 6 burners minimum. Sensing someone in her doorway, she looked up, only to have her mind go completely blank. May I call you back? She didn't wait for a reply, just hit the end button. Havers, how did you find us? Her brother bowed his head. He was dressed as usual, in a Burberry sport coat, gray slacks, and a bow tie. His horn-rimmed glasses were different from the ones she was used to seeing on him, and yet the same, too. My nursing staff told me where you were. She rose from her chair and crossed her arms over her chest. And you have come here, why? Instead of answering, he looked around and she could imagine he wasn't impressed. Her office was nothing more than a desk, a chair, a laptop computer, and a whole lot of hardwood floor. Well, and 1,000 pieces of paper, each with something she needed to do on it. Havers' study, on the other hand, was an old-world den of learning and distinction, the floors covered by Aubusson rugs, the walls hung with his diplomas from Harvard Medical School as well as a fraction of his Hudson River School landscape collection. Havers, you have done great things at this facility. We're just getting started, and it's a home, not a facility. Now, why are you here? He cleared his throat. I have come at the Princeps Council's request. We are voting on the seclusion motion at the next meeting, and the Leodar said he's been trying to reach you for the last week. You haven't returned the calls. I am busy, as you can see, but they cannot vote unless all of the membership is in the room. So they should remove me. In fact, I'm surprised they haven't figured out how to already. You are of the 6 founding bloodlines. You cannot be removed nor excused as things stand now. Ah, well, how inconvenient for them. You'll understand, however, if I'm not available that evening. I haven't told you a date. As I said, I'm unavailable. Marissa, if you disagree with the motion, you can make your stance clear during the testimony phase of the meeting. You can be heard. So all of you with voting rights are in favor? It's important to keep females safe. Marissa went cold. And yet you turned me out of the only home I had 30 minutes before dawn. Does that mean you've changed your commitment to my sex? Or is it that you don't see me as female? He had the grace to flush. I was highly emotional at the time. You seemed very calm to me. Marissa, I'm sorry. She cut him off with a slice of her hand. Stop. I don't want to hear it. So be it. But you shouldn't impede the council just to get back at me. As he fiddled with his bow tie, she caught a glimpse of the family's signet ring on his pinky. God, how had they ended up like this? She could remember when Havers was born, and she'd looked at him in their mother's arms. Such a sweet baby. Marissa stiffened as something occurred to her. Then she quickly covered the shock that surely showed on her face. All right, I'll go to the meeting. Havers's shoulders eased and he told her the when and where. Thank you. Thank you for this. She smiled coolly. You are so very welcome. There was a long silence during which he eyed her pants and sweater and her desk of papers. You seem very different. I am. And she knew by the tight, awkward expression on his face that he had remained the same. He would have so preferred her in the mold of the Glimmerer, a female of grace presiding over a home of distinction. Well, tough luck. She was all about rule number 1 now. Right or wrong, she made the choices in her life. No one else did. She picked up her phone. Now, if you'll excuse me, I would offer my services to you. The clinics, free of charge. He pushed his glasses up higher on his straight nose. The females and their young who stay here will need medical care. Thank you. Thank you for that. I will also tell the nursing staff to be on the lookout for signs of abuse. We will refer to you any cases we find. That would be most appreciated. He inclined his head. We are pleased to be of service. As her cell phone went off, she said, Goodbye, Havers. His eyes widened and she realized it was the first time she'd ever dismissed him. But then change was good and he'd better get used to the new world order. The phone rang again. Shut the door behind you if you don't mind. After he left, she glanced at her cell's caller ID and sighed in relief. Butch, and thank God for it. She so needed to hear his voice. Hi, she said. You'll never believe who just. Can you come home? Right now. Her hand closed tight on the phone. What's wrong? Are you hurt? I'm fine. His voice was way too level. Nothing but false calm. Except I need you to come home. Now. I'm leaving this moment. She grabbed her coat, shoved her phone into her pocket, and went looking for her one and only staff member. When she found the older female dog Jen, she said, I have to go. Mistress, you seem upset. Is there anything I can do? No, thank you. And I'll be back. I shall take care of everything in your stead. She squeezed the female's hand and then hurried outside. Standing on the front lawn in the raw spring night, she struggled to calm herself enough to dematerialize. When it didn't work immediately, she thought she was going to have to call Fritz for a pickup. She was not only worried, she needed to feed, so it was possible she wasn't going to be able to do it. But then she felt herself go. As soon as she materialized in front of the pit, she barged into the vestibule. Its inner lock sprang free before she even put her face in front of the camera, and Wrath was on the other side of the heavy panels of wood and steel. Where's Butch? She demanded. I'm right here. Butch stepped into her line of sight, but didn't come near her. In the stark silence that followed, Marissa walked in slowly, feeling as though the air had turned into a slush she had to fight her way through. Numbly, she heard Wrath shut the door, and from the corner of her eye she saw Vishouse rise to his feet from behind his computers. As V walked around the desk, the three males traded looks. Butch held out his hand. Come here, Marissa. When she took his palm, he led her to the computers and pointed to one of the monitors. Up on the screen was text. A whole lot of dense text. Actually, there were 2 sections of documents, the field split down the middle. What is this? She asked. Butch gently sat her in the chair and stood behind her, resting his hands on her shoulders. Read the passage in italics. Which side? Either. They're identical. She frowned and ran her eyes over something that seemed almost a poem. There shall be one to bring the end before the master, a fighter of modern time found in the 7th of the 21st, and he shall be known in the numbers he bears. One more than the compass he apperceives, though mere 4 points to make at his right. 3 lives has he, 2 scores on his 4, and with a single black eye in one well will he be. Birthed and die. Confused, she scanned what was around it, only to have horrible phrases jump out at her. Lessening society, induction, master. She looked up to the title on the page and shuddered. Dear God, this is about lessers. As Butch heard the icy panic in her voice, he sank down on his knees beside her. Marissa, what the hell am I reading about here? Yeah, how to answer that one. He was still having a hard time coming to terms with it all himself. It seems as though I am this. He tapped the smooth screen and then looked at his deformed pinky, the one that was shriveled up tight to his palm, the one he couldn't straighten or point with. Marissa shifted away from him warily. And this is what? Thank God V spoke up. What you're looking at is two different translations of the Lessening Society's scrolls. One we had from before. One is from a laptop that I confiscated from the Slayers about 10 days ago. The scrolls are the handbook of the Society, and the section you're looking at is what we call the Destroyer Prophecy. We've known about it for generations, ever since the first copy of the scrolls fell into our possession. As Marissa's hand went to her throat, she was obviously getting the gist of where they were headed. She started shaking her head. But it's all riddles. Surely. Butch has all the markers. V lit up a hand, rolled, and exhaled. He can sense lessers, so that's one more than north, south, east, or west he apperceives. His pinky is misshapen from the transition, so he has only 4 fingers he can point with. He's had 3 lives, childhood, adulthood, and now as a vampire, and you could argue he was birthed here in Caldwell when we turned him. But the real telltale is that scar on his belly. It's the black eye and one of 2 scores on his forefront. Assuming you count his belly button as the first. She looked at Wrath. So what does this mean? The king took a deep breath. It means Butch is our very best weapon in the war. How? Marissa's voice drifted. He can shortcut a lesser's return to the Omega. See, during the induction, the Omega shares a part of himself with each Slayer, and that piece comes back to the Master when the lesser is killed. As the Omega is a finite being, this return is critical. He needs to get back what he puts in them if he's to continue to populate his fighters. Wrath nodded toward Butch. The cop breaks that part of the cycle. So the more lessers Butch consumes, the weaker the Omega will become until there is, literally, nothing left of him. It's like chipping away at a boulder. Marissa's eyes slid back to Butch. Consume exactly how? Oh man, she wasn't gonna like this part. I just inhale them. Take them into me. The terror in her eyes killed him, it really did. Won't you become one, then? What stops you from being taken over? I don't know. Butch settled back on his heels, terrified that she would bolt. Not that he'd blame her. But this house helps me. In the way he healed me with his hand before. How many times have you done whatever to them? 3. Including the one tonight. Her eyes squeezed shut. And when did you first do it? About 2 weeks ago. So none of you know the long-term effects, do you? But I'm okay. Marissa burst up from the chair and walked out from behind the desk, her eyes on the floor, her arms wrapped around herself. When she stopped in front of Wrath, it was to glare at him. And you want to use him? This is about the race's very survival. What about his? Butch got to his feet. I want to be used, Marissa. She looked over at him with hard eyes. May I remind you, you almost died from the Omega's contamination? That was different. Was it? If you're talking about putting more and more of that evil in your system again, exactly how is it different? I told you V helps me process it. It doesn't stay with me. He got no reply to that. She just stood stock still in the middle of the room, so self-contained he didn't know how to reach her. Marissa, we're talking about purpose. My purpose. Funny. You told me in bed this morning that I was your life. You are. But this is different. Ah, yes. Everything is different when you want it to be. She shook her head. You couldn't save your sister, but now you have a shot at saving thousands of vampires. Your hero complex must be thrilled. Butch bit down hard, jaw flexing. That is a cheap shot. But true. Abruptly, she grew weary. You know, I am really sick and tired of violence, and fighting, and people getting hurt. And you told me you weren't going to get involved with this war. I was human then. Oh, please. Marissa, you've seen what those lessers can do. You've been at your brother's clinic when the bodies have been brought in. How can I not fight? But you're not just talking about hand-to-hand combat. You're taking it to a whole different level. Consuming slayers. How can you be sure you won't turn into one? From out of nowhere, fear sliced through him. And as her eyes narrowed on his face, He knew he didn't hide the anxiety fast enough. She shook her head. You're worried about that too, aren't you? You're not certain you won't turn into one of them. Not true. I won't lose myself. I know it. Oh, really? Then why are you holding on to your cross like that, Butch? He glanced down. Shit. His hand was locked on the crucifix so tight his knuckles were white and his shirt was all bunched up. He forced himself to drop his arm. Wrath's voice cut in. We need him, Marissa. The race needs him. What about his safety? She let out a sob, but then quickly smothered it. I'm sorry, but two can't smile and say go get him. I spent days under quarantine watching him, she wheeled toward Butch. Watching you nearly die. It almost killed me. And the thing is, back then it wasn't your choice, but this is a choice, Butch. She had a point, but he couldn't back down. He was what he was, and he had to believe he was strong enough not to fall into the darkness. I don't want to be a kept pet, Marissa. I want a purpose. You have a purr. And that purpose is not going to be sitting at home waiting for you to get back from your life. I'm a man, not a piece of furniture. When she just stared at him, he said, I can't sit on my hands when I know there's something I can do to help the Racimi race. He went over to her. Marissa, I can't do this. She put her hands out of his reach and backed up. I've seen you almost die too many times. I can't do this, Butch. I can't live like that. I'm sorry, but you're on your own. I will not sit back and watch you destroy yourself. She turned and walked out of the pit. Up at the main house, John waited in the library, feeling like he was about to jump out of his skin. As the clock chimed, he looked down at his little chest and the tie that was hanging off of his neck. He'd wanted to look nice, but the getup probably came across like he was posing for a school picture. When he heard fast footsteps, he glanced up at the open double doors. Marissa walked by, heading for the staircase and looking desolate. Butch was tight on her heels, looking worse. Oh no, he hoped they would be okay. He liked them both so much. When a door shut with a bang upstairs, he walked over to the diamond pane windows and stared outside. As he put his hand up to the glass, he thought about what Wrath had said that Tor was alive somewhere. He so wanted to believe that. Sire. When he turned at the sound of Fritz's voice, the old man smiled. Your guest has arrived. Shall I show her in? John swallowed, twice, then nodded. Fritz disappeared, and a moment later a woman appeared in the doorway. Without looking at John, she bowed to him and stayed parallel to the floor in supplication. She seemed to be about 6 feet tall and was wearing something like a white toga. Her blonde hair was coiled on top of her head, and though he couldn't see her face now, the split-second eyeball he'd gotten of it stuck with him. She was beyond beautiful, straight into angel territory. There was a long silence, during which all he could do was stare. Your Grace, she said softly, may I meet thine eyes? He opened his mouth, then started to nod frantically, except she just stayed as she was. Well, duh, she couldn't see him. Shit. Your Grace. Now her voice wavered a little. Perhaps you would care for another of us? John went over to her and lifted his hand to touch her lightly. Where though? That toga thing was low-cut and slid up the sleeves as well as down the front of the skirt. God. She smelled good. He tapped her awkwardly on the shoulder, and she inhaled as if he'd surprised her. Your Grace. With a little pressure on her arm, he brought her upright. Whoa, her eyes were really green, like summer grapes, or the inside of a lime. He gestured to his throat and then made a cutting motion with his hand. Her perfect face tilted to the side. You do not speak, Your Grace? He shook his head, a little surprised Wrath hadn't mentioned it. Then again, the king had a lot of other things on his mind. In response, Layla's eyes positively glowed, and as she smiled, she knocked him out. Her teeth were perfect and her fangs were incredibly lovely. Your Grace, the vow of silence is to be commended. Such self-discipline. You shall be a warrior of great power, you who have been bred from Darius, son of Markland's line. Good Lord. She was seriously impressed by him. And hell, if she wanted to think he'd taken a vow, that was fine. No reason to tell her he had a defect. Perhaps you would like to have knowledge of me? She said. So that you are assured you shall have what you want when you are in need? He nodded and glanced over at the couch, thinking he was glad he'd brought a pad with him. Maybe they could sit there for a while and get to know one another. When he looked back, she was gloriously naked, the toga thing in a pool at her feet. John felt his eyes bug out. Holy shit. Do you approve, Your Grace? Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, even if he'd had a voice box, he still would have been speechless. Your Grace. As John started to nod, he thought, man, wait until he told Blaylock and Quinn about this. Chapter 45. The following evening, Marissa emerged from the basement rooms of Safe Place and tried to pretend that her world hadn't crashed and burned. Masterman wants to talk to you, a little voice said. Marissa turned around and saw the young with the leg cast. Forcing a smile, she crouched down and got eye to eye with the stuffed tiger. Does he? Yes. He says that you are not to be sad, because he is here to protect us. And he wants to hug you. Marissa took the ratty toy and cradled it tight to her neck. He is both fierce and kind. True. And you should keep him with you for now. The young's expression was all business. I have to help Maman prepare first meal. I'll be careful of him. With a solemn nod, the young was off, pegging her half-pint crutches into the floor. As Marissa held on to the tiger, she thought about what it had been like to pack up her few things and leave the pit the night before. Butch had tried to talk her out of going, but the decision he'd made was in his eyes, so the words he'd spoken had made no difference. The reality was, her love had not cured his death wish or his risk-taking personality. And as painful as the separation was, if she stayed with him, it would be worse. Nothing but night after night of waiting for the call to come that he was dead. Or even more tragic, that he had turned into something evil. Plus, the more she thought about it, the more she didn't trust him to keep safe. Not after his suicide attempt in the clinic. And the regression he'd volunteered for. And the transition he'd put himself through. And now the battling the consuming of lessers. Yes, the outcomes had been positive so far, but the trend wasn't good. All she had to go on was a consistent pattern of self-abuse that she knew damn well sooner or later he was going to get seriously damaged by. She loved him too much to watch him kill himself. As tears came to her eyes, she wiped them away and stared into space. After a while, some kind of flickering thought, like an echo, flashed through the back of her mind. But whatever it was faded quickly. Forcing herself to stand up, she was momentarily lost. She literally couldn't remember what she was doing or why she was in the hall. In the end, she headed for her office because there was always something waiting for her to do there. One thing about being a former cop was you never lost your idiot radar. Butch paused in the alley next to Zero Sum. Down the way, loitering at the club's emergency exit, was that half-pint Eurotrash, flash-in-the-pan blonde kid who'd made such a stink at the waitress last week. Next to him was one of his steakheads, and the pair were lighting cigarettes. Although why they were smoking it up out here in the cold didn't make a lot of sense. Butch hung back and watched, which of course gave him time to think. Which sucked as usual. Man, anytime things got quiet, all he could see was Marissa getting into Fritz's Mercedes and that S600 disappearing through the gates. With a curse, Butch rubbed the center of his chest and hoped like hell he found a lesser. He needed to fight something to take the edge off this permic. Like now. From off Trade Street, a car turned into the alley and came forward at a fast clip. As it flew past and stopped short at the club's side door, the black Infiniti was spinning enough chrome to qualify as a frickin' disco ball. And what do you know, little blonde dickhead sauntered over like this was an arranged meet and greet. As the kid and the driver gum-flapped and palm-slapped, Butch couldn't tell exactly what was doing, but he was damn sure they weren't comparing cookie recipes. When the Infiniti reversed it out, Butch stepped from the shadows, figuring there was one way of knowing if his hunch was correct. Assume and see what came back at him. Tell me you aren't going to deal that shit inside? The Reverend hates freelancers. The little blonde guy wheeled around, all righteous pissed. Who the fuck are? His words dried up. Wait. I've seen you before except. Yeah, I got my chassis overhauled. I run better now. Lot better. So what are you? Butch froze as he felt his instincts fire up. Lesson. Close by. Shit. Boys, he said calmly, you need to take off now, and you can't re-enter through that door. Dickhead's attitude came back online. Who do you think you are? Trust me on this and get your groove on. Now. Fuck you, we can stand out here all night if we… The punk froze, then blanched as a sweet smell rode down to them on a breeze. Oh my god. So little blonde dickhead was a pre-trans, not human. Yeah, like I said. Get gone, kid. The pair took off, but they weren't fast enough. A trio of lessers appeared at the open end of the alley, blocking their way. Great. Just terrific. Butch activated his newest wristwatch, sending out a beacon and coordinates. Within moments, V and Rage materialized by his side. Use the strategy we agreed on, Butch muttered. I'll sweep up. The two nodded their heads as the lessers closed in. Revenge stood up from his desk and pulled on his sable coat. Gotta bounce, Shex. Princeps Council meeting. I'm dematerializing, so I don't need the car, and I hope to be back in an hour. But before I go, what's the status of that newest OD? Off to the St. Francis ER. He's probably going to live. And that rogue dealer? Shex opened his door for him, like she was encouraging him to leave. Still haven't found him. Rev cursed, reached for his cane, and headed over to her. I am not happy about this sitch. No kidding, she muttered. And here I thought you were down with it. He pegged her with a hard stare. Don't fuck around with me. I'm not boss, she snapped back. We're doing everything we can. Do you think I like calling 911 for these fools? He took a deep breath and tried to chill his temper. Man, it had been a bad week at the club. Both of them were on short fuses, and the rest of the staff at Zero Sum were about to hang themselves in the bathroom from the tension. Sorry, he said. I'm wound. She ran a hand over her man's haircut. Yeah, me too. What's doing on your end? He didn't expect her to answer, but she did. You hear about the human? O'Neill? Yeah, one of us. Who'd V thought, huh? Rev had yet to see the guy up close and personal, but Vishouse had called with a heads up on the miracle that had gone down. Rev honestly wished the cop well. He liked that big-mouth manner, male. But he was also very aware that his feeding days with Marissa had come to an end, and so had any hope of mating her. The shit stung, it really did, even though linking up with her would have been a really bad idea. Is it true? Shex asked. About him and Marissa? Yeah, he's not a free agent. The oddest expression filtered through Shex's features. Sadness? Yeah, looked like it. He frowned. I didn't know you were that into him. Instantly, she was back to herself, eyes sharp, face showing nothing but hard S. Just because I liked banging him doesn't mean I wanted him as a mate. Fine, sure. Whatever. Her upper lip peeled off her fangs. Do I look like the type who needs a male? Nope, and thank God. The idea of you going soft violates the natural world order. Besides, you're the only one I can feed from, so I need you unattached. He passed by her. I'll see you in 2 hours, tops. Revenge. When he glanced back, she said, I need you to stay single, too. Their stares locked. God, they were quite a pair, weren't they? Two liars living among normals, two snakes in the grass. Don't worry, he murmured. I'm never taking a shellin'. Marissa was a flavor I wanted to taste. Never would have worked out long term. After Shex nodded, as if they'd resealed their deal, Rev left. As he walked through the VIP section, he stuck to the shadows. He didn't like to be seen with his cane, and if he had to use it, he wanted people to think it was a vanity thing, so he tried not to rely on it too much, which was a little dangerous considering his lack of balance. He got to the side door, worked some mind magic with the alarm system, then popped the bar release. He stepped out thinking holy Christ, there was a frickin' melee in the alley. Lessers. Brothers. Two civilians crouched and quivering in the middle, and big bad Butch O'Neill. As the door clicked shut behind Rev, he widened his stance and wondered why the hell the security cameras hadn't mice. They were surrounded by mice. Nice touch. Standing on the sideline, he watched the fight, listening to the dull thuds of bodies hitting bodies, hearing the grunts and the shifting of metal, smelling the sweat and the blood of his race mixing with the baby powder sweetness of the slayers. Damn, he wanted to play, too. And he couldn't see why he shouldn't. When a lesser stumbled his way, he caught the bastard, slammed it up against the bricks, and smiled while looking into a pair of pale eyes. It had been so long since Rev had killed something, and the flip side of him missed the experience. Craved it. Man, the snuffing out of life was something the bad in him yearned for. And he was going to feed his beast. Right here. Right now. In spite of the dopamine in his system, Rev's sympath abilities came at his beckoning, riding the crest of his aggression, suffusing his vision with the color red. Baring his fangs in a smile, he gave in to his sinister half with the ecstatic pleasure of an addict long deprived. With invisible hands, he tunneled into the lesser's brain, rooted around, and triggered all kinds of fun memories. It was like popping lids off soda bottles, and what bubbled out debilitated his prey, scrambling the lesser so badly it was rendered defenseless. God, such ugliness inside the bastard's head. This particular slayer had had a real sadistic streak, and as every single one of his nasty deeds and dirty abuses clouded his mind's eye, he started to scream, clapping his hands to his ears and falling to the ground. Rev brought up his cane and whipped off its outer casing, revealing a lethal length of steel, the blade red as his two-dimensional sight. But when he got ready to stab, Butch grabbed his arm. "This is where I come in." Rev glared at the guy. "Fuck that. This is my kill." "No, it isn't." Butch went down to his knees beside the lesser and Rev clamped his mouth shut and stared with fascination as Butch leaned over and started to suck something out of the slayer. Except there wasn't time to enjoy the Twilight Zone episode. Another lesser came gunning for Butch, and Rev had to leap back as rage took the thing down in a tackle. Rev heard more footsteps and faced off at yet another lesser. Good. This one he would handle, he thought with a hard grin. Man, sympaths love to fight, they really did. And he was no exception to his nature. Mr. X pounded down the alley where the brawl was happening. Though he couldn't see or hear anything, he sensed the buffering around the scene, so he knew this was the right place. Van cursed from behind him. "What the hell is this? I can feel the fight. We're about to penetrate the maze. Get ready." The two kept running and hit what felt like a wall of cold water. As they burst through the barrier, the fight was revealed. 2 brothers, 6 slayers, a couple of cowering civilians, a very large male in a full-length fur coat, and Butch O'Neill. The former cop was just lifting himself up from the ground, looking sick as a dog and positively glowing with the master's footprint. As Mr. X met O'Neill's eyes, the 4 lesser skidded to a halt, overcome by a sense of accord. And irony of ironies, at that very instant when the connection was made, at that precise moment when there was an exchange of recognition, the Omega called from the other side. Coincidence? Who cared? Mr. X pushed off the demand, ignoring the itching in his skin. "Van," he said softly, "it's time for you to show your stuff. Go get O'Neill." "About fucking time." Van bolted for the newly born vampire, and the two of them squared off, circling each other in the manner of fighters. At least until Van stopped moving, becoming nothing more than a breathing statue. Because Mr. X had willed it so. Man, he had to smile as he caught the panicked expression on Van's face. Yeah, losing control of all your large muscle groups certainly did freak a guy out, didn't it? And O'Neill was surprised as well. He closed in with care, wary but obviously ready to take advantage of the freeze frame Mr. X was imposing on his subordinate. The takedown happened fast. In a quick move, O'Neill put an arm lock around Van's neck, flipped him over, and pinned him down to the ground. Mr. X didn't give a shit about sacrificing an asset like Van. He needed to know what happened when holy shit. O'Neill had opened his mouth and was inhaling, and Van Deen was just sucked into nothingness, absorbed, swallowed, owned, unto dust. Relief flooded into Mr. X. Yes, the prophecy was fulfilled. The prophecy had been realized in the skin of an Irishman who had been turned. Thank you, God. Mr. X took a halting, desperate step forward. Now would be the peace he sought. His loophole realized, his freedom ensured. O'Neill was the one. Except Mr. X was suddenly intercepted by a brother who had a goatee and tattoos on his face. The big bastard came out of nowhere like a boulder, hitting X so hard his legs buckled. They started to fight, but X was terrified he'd be stabbed instead of consumed by O'Neill. So when another Slayer jumped into the fray and grabbed the brother, Mr. X disengaged and disappeared into the periphery. The Omega's call was a screaming demand now, that god-awful tickling a roar across Mr. X's flesh, but he wasn't answering. He was going to get himself killed tonight, but only in the right way. Butch lifted his head from his latest victim's ash pile and began to retch in horrid, full-torso heaves. His body felt as it had back when he'd just woken up in the clinic however long ago. Contaminated, stained, dirty beyond bleaching. God, what if he'd taken in too much? What if he'd reached the point of no return? As he vomited, he felt, though did not see, V come over. Forcing his head up, Butch groaned, "Help me. I'm going to Trahiner. Give me your hand." As Butch held his palm up in despair, Vishouse whipped off his glove and grabbed on good and hard. V's energy, that beautiful white light, poured down Butch's arm and ripped through him in a blast, cleansing, renewing. United by their clasped hands, they became again the two halves, the light and the dark, the destroyer and the savior, a whole. Butch took all V had to give, and when it was over, he didn't want to let go, afraid if the connection was broken the evil would somehow come back. "You okay?" V said softly. "I am now." God, his voice was hoarse as hell from the inhaling. Maybe also from the gratitude. V gave a yank and Butch shot upright to his feet. As he let himself fall back against the alley's brick wall, he discovered the fighting was over. "Nice work for a civilian," Rage said. Butch glanced to the left, thinking the brother was talking to him, but then he saw Revenge. The male was slowly bending over and picking up a sheath from the ground. With an elegant move, he took the red-bladed sword in his hand and slid it home to the pommel. Ah, that cane was also a weapon. "Thanks," Rev replied. Then his amethyst eyes shifted over to Butch. As the two of them stared at each other, Butch realized they hadn't really met up since the night Marissa had fed. "Hey, man," Butch said, putting his palm out. Revenge walked over, leaning heavily on his cane. As the two of them shook, everyone took a deep breath. "So, cop," Rev said, "mind if I ask what you were doing to those Slayers?" A whimpering sound cut off any reply, causing them all to look at the dumpster across the way. "You can come out, boys," Rage said. "Place is clear." The hotshot blonde pretrans and his rented meat shuffled into the light. Both of them looked like they'd been put through a dishwasher. They were damp with sweat in spite of the cold, their hair and clothes all messed up. Revenge's hard face registered surprise. "Lash, why aren't you in training now? Your father's going to have a shit fit that you were down here instead of—" "He's taking a hiatus from classes," Rage muttered dryly. "To deal drugs," Butch added. "Check his pockets." Rage went in for some frisk action, and Lash was too shocked out to protest. The result was a wad of cash as big as the kid's head and a handful of little cellophane packets. Rev's eyes glowed with angry purple light. "Give that shit to me, Hollywood, the powder, not the green." When Rage handed the stuff over, Rev cracked one of the packets, licked his pinky, and stuck it inside. After he put his finger on his tongue, he grimaced and spat. Then he jabbed his cane at the kid. "You're not welcome here anymore." That little news flash seemed to shake Lash out of his stupor. "Why not? It's a free country. First of all, this is my house, that's why. Second, not that I need any other reason. The shit in those bags is contaminated and I'm willing to bet you're responsible for the rash of ODs we've had lately. So like I said, you're not welcome here anymore. I won't have punks like you spoiling my stream of commerce." Rev stuffed the baggies in his coat pocket and glanced at Rage. "What are you going to do with him?" "Drive him home." Rev smiled coldly. "How convenient for us all." Abruptly, Lash fell into whimper mode. "But we're not going to tell my father." "Everything," Revenge snapped. "Trust me, your daddy's going to know fucking everything." Lash's knees wobbled, and then the BMOC passed out cold. Marissa walked into the Princeps Council meeting, not caring that for once everyone looked at her. Then again, they'd never seen her in pants or with her hair pulled back in a ponytail. So surprise, surprise. She took a seat, opened up her brand new briefcase, and started going through applications for residence monitors. Although she wasn't really seeing anything, she was exhausted not just from the work or the stress but because she really had to feed. Soon. Oh God. The idea of it made her sick with sadness, and she sank into thoughts of Butch. As she pictured him, that persistent, foggy echo in the back of her head returned. The thing was like a little bell chiming, reminding her of what? A hand landed on her shoulder. As she jumped, Rev sat down next to her. Just me. His amethyst eyes passed over her face and her hair. It's good to see you. You too. She smiled a little, then glanced away, wondering whether she would have to go back to using his vein. Hell, of course she would. What's doing, Tali? You okay? He asked smoothly. The question was so casual. She got the eerie sense he knew exactly how upset she was and somehow knew the cause. He'd always read her so well for some reason. As she opened her mouth, the Council Leodire's gavel pounded down at the other end of the glossy table. I'd like to bring the meeting to order. The voices in the library dried up fast, and Rev leaned back in his chair, a bored expression suffusing his hard face. With elegant, powerful hands, he folded his sable coat around his legs, overlapping the thing as if the room were 30 below, not a balmy 70. Marissa shut her briefcase and settled in, realizing that she'd assumed a similar pose to his, just without all the fur. Good heavens, she thought, how times have changed. Once she'd been terrified of these vampires, utterly intimidated. Now, as she looked around at the exquisitely gowned females and the formally dressed males, she was just bored by it all. Tonight, the Glimera and the Princeps Council seemed like nothing more than an antiquated social nightmare no longer relevant to her life. Thank God. The Leodire smiled and nodded to a Doggen who stepped forward. In the servant's hands was a sheet of parchment stretched over an ebony board. Long streamers of silk ribbon hung from the document, the various colors reflecting each of the 6 originating families. Marissa's line was pale blue. The Leodire looked around the table, his eyes studiously skipping over Marissa. Now that we have the full council here, I would like to entertain the first order of business, said business to concern the passage of the recommendation to the king on the matter of mandatory seclusion for all unmated females. First, as per the rules of procedure, we will give leave for commentary from the non-voting members herein this room. There was quick assent from everyone except for Revenge, who was very clear about how he felt. In the pause following his terse rejection of the motion, Marissa could feel Havers's stare on her. She kept her mouth shut. Well done, Council, the Leodire said. I shall now call the roll of the 6 voting princeps. As each name was read, the corresponding princeps rose, gave the consent of his or her bloodline and affixed the seal of the family's ring upon the parchment. This happened without a glitch 5 times. And then the last name was spoken. Havers, blooded son of Wallen, blooded grandson of. As her brother rose from his chair, Marissa rapped her knuckles sharply on the table. All eyes shot to her. Wrong name. The Leodire's eyes went so wide she was quite sure he could see behind himself. And he was so aghast at her interruption. He was speechless as she smiled a little and glanced at Havers. You may sit down, physician, she said. I beg your pardon, the Leodire stammered. Marissa got to her feet. It's been so long since we've done one of these votes, not since Wrath's father died. She leaned forward on her hands as she pegged the Leodire's face with a level stare. And back then, centuries ago, my father lived and cast our family's vote. So obviously that is why you are confused. The Leodire looked at Havers in a panic. Perhaps you will inform your sister she is out of order. Marissa cut in. I'm not his sister anymore, or so he's told me, though I believe we can all agree that blood lineage is immutable, as is the order of birth. She smiled coolly. It so happens that I was born 11 years before Havers, which makes me older than he is, which means he can sit down because as the eldest surviving member of my family, the vote from our bloodline is mine to cast. Or not. And in this case, it is most definitely not. Chaos broke out. Absolute pandemonium. In the midst of which, Rev laughed and clapped his palms together. Hot damn, girl. You are so the shit. Marissa took little joy in the power play, feeling more relieved than anything else. The vote had to be unanimous or that stupid motion was going nowhere. And thanks to her, that was a big fat nowhere. "Oh my God," someone said. As if a drain opened in the center of the floor, all the noise was sucked out of the room. Marissa turned around. Rage was in the doorway of the library holding a pre-transition male by the scruff of the neck. Behind him were Vishouse and Butch. Chapter 46. Standing in the library's archway, Butch did his best not to flat-out stare at Marissa, but it was tough, especially because she was sitting next to Revenge. He tried to distract himself by looking around. The meeting she was in was full of highflyers. Christ, looked like a political summit except for the fact that they were all dressed to the nines, especially the females. Man, Elizabeth Taylor's jewelry box had nothing on these chicks. And then the drama bomb went off. The guy at the head of the table looked over, saw Lash, and went corpse white. Rising slowly, he seemed to have lost his voice, as had everyone else in the room. "We need to talk, sire," Rage said while giving Lash a shake. "About your boys' extracurricular activities." Revenge stood up. "We sure as hell do." This broke up the meeting like an axe to an ice block. Lash's dad whipped out of the library and hurried Rage, Revenge, and the kid into a sitting room, like he was utterly mortified. Meanwhile, the fancy types got up from the table and started to mill around. None of them looked happy, and most of them shot hard looks in Marissa's direction, which made Butch want to teach them how to show some respect, until they were bleeding from the lesson. As his fists cranked tight, his nostrils flared and he sifted through the air, finding Marissa's scent and absorbing it into every pore he had. Naturally, his body went apeshit being so near her, the damn thing heating up, getting urgent. Shit, it was all he could do to get his arms and legs to stay put, especially as he felt her look at him. When a cool breeze tunneled into the house, Butch realized the huge front door was still open from their arrival with the kid. As he looked out into the night, he knew it was better for him to go. Cleaner, neater, less dangerous, too, given how badly he wanted to pound grind these snobs for treating Marissa with coldness. He walked out of the house and took a meander across the front lawn, strolling over the muddy spring ground for a while before doubling back toward the house. He stopped as he came up to the Escalade because he knew he was no longer alone. Marissa stepped from behind the SUV. "Hello, Butch." Jesus, she was so beautiful, especially up close like this. "Hey, Marissa." He put his hands in the pockets of his leather coat and thought about how he missed her, wanted her, craved her, and not just for sex. "Butch, I." Abruptly, he tensed, his eyes picking up on something that was coming across the lawn. A man, a white-haired man, a lesser. "Shit," Butch hissed. In a rush, he grabbed Marissa and started hauling her back toward the house. "What are you doing?" As soon as she saw the lesser, she stopped fighting him. "Run," he commanded. "Run and tell Rage and V to get their asses out here. And lock that fucking door." He gave her a shove and wheeled around, not taking a breath until he heard a heavy slam and then bolts being pushed home. Well, what do you know? It was the forelesser coming up the lawn. Man, he wished he didn't have an audience, because before he killed the guy, he really wanted to tear him apart as payback. Eye for an eye, so to speak. As the bastard got closer, the Slayer lifted his hands in surrender, but Butch didn't buy the act, or the one-man gig. He let his instincts roam around, expecting to find a whole legion of Slayers on the grounds. Surprisingly, there were none. Still, he felt safer as V and Rage materialized behind him, their bodies displacing the cold air. "I think it's just him," Butch murmured, his body primed for a fight. "And I don't need to tell you this, but he's mine." As the Slayer came closer, Butch got ready to spring, but then shit got weird. Holy hell had to be seeing things. The lesser couldn't have tears flowing down his face. Could he? In an anguished voice it said, "You, the cop, take me, finish me, please." "Don't trust this," Rage said from the left. The lesser's eyes shifted to the brother and then returned to Butch. "I just want this over. I'm trapped, please. Kill me. It has to be you, though. Not them." "My fucking pleasure," Butch muttered. He lunged at the guy, expecting all manner of fight to come back at him, but the bastard put up no resistance at all, just landed on his back like a bag of sand. Thank you, thank you. The freaky-ass gratitude ran out of the lesser's mouth, a stream without end, marked with aching relief. As Butch felt the urge to inhale come over him, he held on to the forelesser's throat and opened his mouth, acutely aware of the eyes of the Glimmera staring out from the Tudor mansion. Right as he started to draw, all he could think of was Marissa. He didn't want her to see what was going to happen next. Except nothing did. There was no exchange. Some kind of block was preventing the evil from being transferred. The forelesser's eyes cracked wide in panic. It worked with the others. It worked. I saw you. Butch kept inhaling until it was clear that for whatever reason, this was one he couldn't consume. Maybe because it was the forelesser? Who the fuck cared? With the others, the lesser was babbling. With the others, it worked. Not with you, apparently. Butch reached to his hip and unsheathed his knife. Good thing there's another way. He hauled back, lifting the blade over his head. The lesser screamed and started to flail. No! He'll torture me. No! The hollering died right off as the slayer popped and fizzled. Butch sighed in relief, glad he'd done the deed. Only to have a wave of malice shoot through him, burning like the extremes of cold and heat combined. As he gasped, nasty laughter bubbled up from out of nowhere and weaved through the night, the kind of disembodied sound that made a man think about his own coffin. The Omega. Butch grabbed for his cross through his shirt and sprang to his feet just as a static-filled apparition of the evil appeared before him. Butch's body rebelled, but he didn't step back. Dimly, he felt Rage and V close and tight with him, flanking him, protecting him. What is, cop? V murmured. What are you looking at? Shit, they couldn't see the Omega. Before Butch could explain, the distinctive, echoing voice of the evil weaved in and out of the wind, in and out of his head. So you are the one, are you not? My son, as it were. Never. Butch? Who are you talking to? V said. Did I not sire you, then? The Omega laughed some more. Did I not give you part of me, then? Yes, I did. And you know what they say about me, don't you? I don't want to know. You should. The Omega reached out a ghostly hand, and though it closed no distance between them, Butch felt it on his face. I always claim what is mine, son. Sorry. My father position is already filled. Butch dragged his cross out and let it dangle from its chain. Dimly, he thought he heard V curse, as if the brother had figured out what was going on. But his attention was only on what was in front of him. The Omega looked at the heavy piece of gold, then flicked his glance over Rage and V and the house behind. Trinkets don't impress me, neither do the brothers, nor the sturdiest locks and doors. But I do. The Omega's head whipped around. The scribe virgin materialized behind him, totally unrobed and glowing like a supernova. The Omega instantly changed shape, becoming a wormhole in the fabric of reality. No longer an apparition, but a smoky black pit. Oh, shit! V barked, as if he and Rage were now able to see everything. The Omega's voice emerged from the dark depths. Sister, how fare thee this night? I command thee back to Dund. Go thou now. The glow of her intensified until it began to encase the Omega's sinkhole. A nasty growl drifted free. Think you that banishment cures my presence? How simple you are. Go thou now. A stream of words flowed from her into the night, neither the old language nor any other tongue Butch had ever heard. Just before the Omega disappeared, Butch felt the eyes of the evil bore into him as that horrible voice echoed out, Lo, how you inspire me, my son, and may I say you would be wise to search for your blood. Families should congregate. Then the Omega disappeared in a flare of white, as did the scribe virgin. Gone. Both of them. Nothing remaining except a bitterly cold wind that cleared the clouds from the sky like curtains ripped away by a savage hand. Rage cleared his throat. Okay, I'm not sleeping for the next week and a half. How about you two? You all right? V asked Butch. Yeah. No. Jesus Christ, he was not the Omega's son. Was he? No, V said. You're not. He just wants to believe you are. And he wants you to think you are. But that doesn't make it true. There was a long silence. Then Rage's hand landed on Butch's shoulder. Besides, you don't look a thing like him. I mean, hello? You're this beefy Irish white boy. He's like bus exhaust or some shit. Butch glanced over at Hollywood. You're sick, you know that? Yeah. But you love me, right? Come on. I know you feel me. Butch was the first to start chuckling. Then the other two joined in, the weight of the heavy-duty, high-powered weird-out that had just happened draining away a little. But as their laughter faded, Butch's hand went to his stomach. Twisting around, he looked to the mansion, searching the pale, frightened faces on the other side of the leaded windows. Marissa was right in front, her brilliant blonde hair reflected in the moonlight. He closed his eyes and turned away. I want to take the Escalade back. By myself. If he didn't get some time alone, he was going to scream. But first, do we need to do anything about the Glimmerer and everything they saw? Wrath will definitely hear about this from them, V muttered. But as far as I'm concerned, they're on their own. Besides, they can pay their therapists to work through this shit. Not our biz to calm them out. After Rage and V dematerialized back to the compound, Butch started for the Escalade. As he deactivated the SUV security alarm, he heard someone running across the ground. Butch! Wait! He glanced over his shoulder. Marissa was jogging down toward him, and when she stopped, she was so close he could hear the blood in the chambers of her heart. Are you hurt? She asked, running her eyes all over him. No. Are you sure? Yes. Was that the Omega? Yes. She took a deep breath, like she wanted to probe, but knew he wasn't going to talk about what had happened with the evil. Not with the way things were between them. Before it came, I saw you kill that Slayer. Is that burst of light? Is that what you... No. Oh. She dropped her eyes to his hands. No, she was looking at the dagger on his hip. You were out fighting before you came here. Yeah. And you saved that boy, Lash, didn't you? He glanced at the SUV. Knew he was a thin inch away from throwing himself at her, hugging her hard, and begging her to come home with him, like a total fucking idiot. Look, I'm going to leave, Marissa. Take care. He walked around to the driver's side and got in. When she followed, he shut the door on her, but he didn't start the engine. Shit, through the glass and steel of the Escalade, he could feel her as vividly as if she were against his chest. Butch, the sound of his name was muffled. I want to apologize for something I said to you. He gripped the steering wheel and stared out the front windshield. Then, like the sap he was, his hand popped the door and he pushed it open. Why? I'm sorry I brought the whole rescuing your sister thing into it. Back at the pit. That was cruel. You had a good point. I have been trying to save people all my life because of Janie. So don't feel bad. There was a long pause, and he sensed something strong coming out of her. Something, yes, her need to feed. She was starving for a vein. And naturally, his body wanted to give her every single one he had. To keep himself in the damn Escalade, he put his seat belt on, then took one last look at her face. It was taut with strain and hunger. She was really fighting her need, trying to hide it so they could talk. I gotta go, he said. Like now. Yes, me too. She flushed and stepped back, her eyes meeting his briefly and skirting away. Anyway, I'll see you. Around. She turned away and started walking quickly back up to the house. And guess who appeared in the doorway to meet her? Revenge. Rev, so strong, so powerful, so completely able to feed her. Marissa didn't make it another yard. Butch shot out of the SUV, grabbed her around the waist, and dragged her back to the car. Although it wasn't as if she fought him. In the slightest. He popped the rear door of the Escalade and all but threw her inside. As he started to get in, he looked at Revenge. The guy's violet stare was glowing, like he had half a mind to get involved. But Butch nailed the male right in the eye and pointed at the guy's chest. The universal signal for you stay right there, buddy, and you get to keep your teeth. Rev's lips moved in a curse, but then he bowed his head and dematerialized. Butch leaped into the back of the SUV, slammed the hatch, and was on top of Marissa before the ceiling light dimmed. It was crowded in the rear, His legs twisted at odd angles, his shoulder shoved against something, probably the back of a seat, whatever. He couldn't have cared less, and neither did she. Marissa was all over him, wrapping her legs around his hips and opening her mouth to him as he brutally kissed her. Butch flipped them over so she was on top, fisted a bunch of her hair, and yanked her right down to his throat. "Bite?" he snarled. Holy fuck, did she ever? He felt a searing pain as her fangs sliced into him, and as he was penetrated, his body jerked wildly, causing his flesh to tear even more. Oh, but it was good. So good. She was taking deep draws from his vein, and the satisfaction of feeding her was a buzzing rush. He pushed a palm between their bodies and cupped the heat at the center of her, rubbing at her core. As she let out a crazy moan, he shoved up her shirt with his other hand. God bless her. She broke the contact with his neck long enough to whip off her blouse and ditch her bra. "The pants," he said hoarsely. "Lose your pants." As she stripped awkwardly in the confined space, he undid his zipper and sprang his erection free. He didn't dare touch the thing, he was so close to orgasm. She mounted him fully naked, her pale blue eyes glowing, positively afire in the darkness. The red stain of his blood was on her lips, and he rose up to kiss her mouth, then angled himself so as she sat down she hit his body just right. He kicked his head back as they joined, and she pierced his neck on the other side. As his hips started going hard, she eased up on her knees so she was stable as she drank. The orgasm shattered him, but the moment it was over, he was ready to go again. And he did. Chapter 47. When Marissa had taken all she needed, she eased off Butch and lay next to him. He was on his back, staring up at the Escalade's ceiling, one hand resting on his chest. He breathed raggedly, his clothes all rumpled and misaligned, his shirt up around his pecs. His sex lay glistening and spent on his hard stomach, and his neck wounds were raw even after she'd licked them. She'd used him with a savagery she hadn't thought she had in her, her needs driving them both into an absolute primal frenzy. And now, in the aftermath, she could feel her body going to work on what he'd given her, her eyelids drooping a little. So good. He'd been so good. "Will you use me again?" Butch's voice, always full of gravel, was nearly gone. Marissa closed her eyes, her chest hurting so badly she had trouble breathing. "Because I want it to be me instead of him," he said. Oh, so this was about an act of aggression directed toward revenge, not about feeding her. She should have known. She'd seen the look Butch had given Rev just before getting into the car. He obviously still held a grudge from before. "Never mind," Butch said, putting himself back into his pants and zipping up. "None of my business." She had no reply for him, but he didn't seem to expect one. He handed her her clothes, didn't look at her as she dressed, and the second her nakedness was covered, he opened the back door. Cold air rushed in, and that was when she realized something. The inside of the car smelled of passion and feeding thick, heady fragrances that were enticing. But there was not one hint of the bonding scent. Not one hint. She couldn't bear to glance back at him as she walked away. It was close to dawn when Butch finally pulled into the compound's courtyard. After parking the Escalade between Rage's deep purple GTO and Beth's Audi station wagon, he walked over to the pit. After he and Marissa had parted, he'd driven around the city for hours, following the paths of meaningless streets, passing by non-existent houses, stopping at traffic lights when he remembered to. He'd come home only because daylight was going to flash over the land very soon, and it just seemed like the thing to do. He looked to the east where the barest hint of radiance showed. Walking out to the center of the courtyard, he sat on the edge of the fountain's marble pool and watched as the shutters came down over the windows of the main house and the pit. He blinked a little at the glow in the sky, then blinked a lot. As his eyes started to burn, he thought about Marissa and remembered every single thing about her, from the shape of her face to the fall of her hair to the sound of her voice and the scent of her skin. Here in privacy, he let his feelings out, giving in to the aching love and the hateful yearning that refused to leave him be. And what do you know, the bonding scent made an appearance once again. He'd somehow managed to withhold it when he'd been around her, feeling as though marking her wasn't fair. But here, alone, no reason to hide. As the sunrise gathered momentum, his cheeks flared with pain, like he had a sunburn, and his body twitched with alarm. He forced himself to stay because he needed to see the sun, but his thighs trembled from the urge to run, and he wasn't going to be able to hold them for a long. Shit, he was never going to catch daylight again, was he? And with Marissa out of his life, there would be no kind of sunshine for him. Ever. The darkness owned him, didn't it? He released the lock on himself because he had no choice, and the instant he did, his legs raced across the courtyard. Hurling his body through the pit's vestibule, he slammed the innermost door and breathed roughly. There was no rap music playing, but V's leather jacket was tossed on the chair behind the computers, so he was around. Probably still at the big house doing a post-game wrap-up with Wrath. As Butch stood by himself in the living room, the familiar urge to drink hit hard, and he could see no good reason not to give in. Dumping his coat and his weapons, he headed for the scotch, poured himself a long/tall, and brought the bottle out with him from the kitchen. Going over to his favorite couch, he lifted the glass to his lips, and while he swallowed, his eyes fell on the newest issue of Sports Illustrated. There was a picture of a baseball player on the cover, and next to the guy's head, in big yellow print, was a single word: hero. Marissa was right. He did have a hero complex, but it wasn't about some kind of an ego trip. It was because maybe if he saved enough people he could be forgiven. That's what he was truly after. Absolution. Flashbacks from his younger years started to play like pay-per-view, except sure as shit this wasn't a movie he'd choose to order. And in the midst of the show, his eyes slid to the phone. There was only one person who could ease him about this stuff, and he doubted she would. But damn, if he could reach out and have his mother say, just once, that she forgave him for letting Janie get into that car. Butch sat down on the leather sofa and put his scotch aside. He waited there for hours until the clock said 9. And then he picked up the phone and dialed a number that started with the area code 617. His father answered. The conversation was just as awful as Butch had thought it might be. The only thing worse? The news from home. As he ended the call on the cordless, he saw that the total elapsed time, counting the 6 rings at the beginning, was 1 minute 34 seconds. And it was, he knew, likely the last time he would talk to Eddie O'Neill. What's doing, cop? He jumped and looked up at Vis House. Saw no reason to lie. My mother's sick. For the past 2 years, apparently. Has Alzheimer's. Bad. Of course, no one thought to tell me. And I would never have known if I hadn't just called. Shit. V came over and sat down. You want to go see her? Nope. Butch shook his head and picked up his scotch. Got no reason to. Those people aren't my business anymore. Chapter 48. The following evening, Marissa shook the hand of her new residence director. The female was perfect for the position. Smart, kind, soft of voice. Trained in public health at NYU Night School, of course. When would you like me to start? The female said. How's tonight sound? Marissa replied wryly. When she got an enthusiastic nod in response, she smiled a little. Great, why don't I show you to your office? When Marissa got back from the upstairs bedroom she'd assigned the director, she went to her laptop, logged in to Caldwell's multiple listing service, and started looking at some other properties for sale within the community. It wasn't long before she saw nothing at all. Butch was a constant pressure on her chest, an invisible weight that made it hard to breathe. And if she wasn't busy, memories of him consumed her. Mistress. She looked up at Safe Place's dog Jen. Yes, Philippa? Havers has referred a case to us. The female and her son are going to be driven here tomorrow after the young is stabilized. But the case history taken by the Climbs nurse is going to be emailed over to you within the hour. Thank you. Will you get a room ready for them downstairs? Yes, mistress. The dog Jen bowed and left. So Havers was keeping his word, wasn't he? Marissa frowned, that now perennial sense that she was missing something coming back to her. For some reason, an image of Havers came to mind and wouldn't leave, and that's what brought the shadowed thought to light. From out of nowhere, she heard her own voice when she'd been talking to Butch. I will not sit back and watch you destroy yourself. Good God. The exact words her brother had said to her when he'd kicked her out of the house. Oh, sweet virgin scribe, She was doing to Butch precisely what Havers had done to her, banishing him under the noble guise of prudent disapproval. Except wasn't the point really about saving herself from feeling scared and out of control because she loved him? But what about his death wish? The sight of him facing off against that lesser on the Leodire's front lawn came to her. Butch had been cautious in that situation. Careful, not reckless. And he'd moved with skill, not a berserker's messy flailing. Oh hell, she thought. What if she'd been wrong? What if Butch could fight? What if he should fight? Except what about the evil? The Omega? Well, the scribe virgin had interceded to protect Butch. And he had still been Butch after the Omega had vanished. What if? A knock sounded and she jumped to her feet. My queen! Beth smiled from the doorway, lifting a hand. Hi! All tangled in her head, Marissa fell into a curtsy, which made Beth shake her head with a chuckle. Am I ever going to get you to cut that out? Likely not. It's the burden of my upbringing. Marissa tried to concentrate. Have you come to see what we've done here in the last? Bella and Mary appeared behind the queen. We want to talk with you, Beth said. It's about Butch. Butch stirred in his bed, cracked open an eye, cursed as he saw the clock. He'd overslept, probably because of how hard he'd gone the night before. Were 3 lessers too much in one night? Or maybe it had been feeding. Oh hell no. He was so not thinking of that. Not remembering that. He rolled over onto his back and jacked right off the mattress. Oh, fuck. 5 figures in black hooded robes surrounded his bed. Wrath's voice came first in the old language, then in English. There is no going back from the question that shall be posed to you this night. You shall be given it only once, and your answer will stand for the rest of the life you lead. Are you prepared to be asked? The Brotherhood. Holy Mary, Mother of God. Yes, Butch breathed, grabbing his cross. Then I shall say unto you now, Butch O'Neill, descendant of mine own blood, and the blood of mine father, will you join us? Oh shit, was this real? A dream? He looked at each one of the hooded figures. Yes, I will join you. A black robe was thrown at him. Tender this to your skin, raising the hood unto your head. At all times you shall say nothing unless spoken to. You shall keep your eyes on the ground. Your hands shall be clasped at the small of your back. Your bravery and the honor of the bloodline we share shall be measured in every action you take. Butch stood up and pulled on the robe. Wished briefly he could hit the bathroom. You will be permitted to empty your body. Do it now. When Butch came out, he made sure his head was down and his hands were linked behind him. As a heavy hand landed on his shoulder, he knew it was Rage's. No one else's palm weighed so much. Come with us now, Wrath said. Butch was led out of the pit and right into the Escalade. The SUV parked practically in the vestibule, as if they didn't want anyone to know what was happening. After Butch slid into the back, the Escalade's engine turned over and many doors were shut. With a lurch, they slowly progressed through what he assumed was the courtyard until they started to bump along like they were heading over the back lawn and into the woods. No one said a thing, and in the silence he couldn't help wondering what the hell they were going to do to him. For sure this was not going to be a cakewalk. Eventually the SUV stopped and everyone got out. Trying to follow the rules, Butch stepped to the side and stared at the ground, waiting for someone to lead him. Someone did while the Escalade was driven away. As Butch shuffled forward, he was able to see moonlight on the ground. But then the source of light was abruptly cut off and it became utterly dark. Were they in a cave? Yes, they were. The smell of damp earth filled his nose, and beneath his bare feet, he could feel small stones taking bites out of his soles. Some 40 steps later, he was jerked to a stop. There was a whispering sound and then more walking, now on a downward slope. Another stop. More quiet noises as if a well-oiled gate was being retracted. Then warmth and light. Polished floor of marble. Glossy black marble. As they continued along, he had the sense that they were processing through some high-ceiling place because what little sounds they made reverberated upward and echoed. There was another pause, followed by lots of shifting of fabric, the brothers disrobing, he thought. A hand clamped on the back of his neck and the deep growl of Wrath's voice shot into his ear. You are unworthy to enter herein as you stand now. Nod your head. Butch nodded. Say that you are unworthy. I am unworthy. The Brotherhood's voices suddenly let out a loud, hard shout in the old language, as if in protest. Wrath continued. Though you are not worthy, you desire to become as such this night. Nod your head. He nodded. Say that you wish to become worthy. I wish to become worthy. Another shout in the old language, this time a cheer of support. Wrath went on. There is only one way to become worthy, and it is the right and proper way. Flesh of our flesh. Nod your head. He nodded. Say that you wish to become flesh of our flesh. I wish to become flesh of your flesh. A low chanting started up, and Butch had the impression that a line had formed in front of and behind him. Without warning, they started to move, the back and forth surging motion mirrored by the cadence of powerful male voices. Butch struggled to get into the rhythm, bumping forward into what he suspected was fury by the subtle scent of red smoke, then getting bumped from behind by what he knew was Vishouse, just because he knew. Shit, he was making a mess of the whole thing. And then it happened. His body found the groove and he was moving with them. Yes, they were all as one with the chanting and the movement, back forth swaying left then right, the voices, not the muscles of their thighs, carrying their feet forward. Suddenly, there was an acoustic explosion, the sounds of the chanting fracturing and reforming in 1,000 different directions. They had entered a vast space. A hand on his shoulder told him when to halt. The chanting stopped as if unplugged, the sounds ricocheting for a while, then floating away. He was taken by the arm and led forward. At his side, Vishouse said in a low voice, "Stairs." Butch stumbled a little, then took the steps. When he got to a plateau, he was positioned by V, his body put wherever it needed to be. As he settled into his stance, he had the sense he was right in front of something big, his toes up against what seemed to be a wall. In the silence that followed, a bead of sweat dripped off his nose and landed right between his feet on the glossy floor. V squeezed his shoulder as if in reassurance, then stepped away. "Who proposes this mail?" the scribe virgin demanded. "I, Vishouse, son of the Black Dagger warrior known as the Bloodletter, do." "Who rejects this mail?" There was quiet. Thank God. Now the scribe virgin's voice took on epic proportions, filling the space around them and every inch between Butch's ears, until all he knew was the sound of the words she spoke. "On the basis of testimony from Wrath son of Wrath, and upon the proposal by Vishouse, son of the Black Dagger warrior known as the Bloodletter, I find this mail before me, Butch O'Neill, descendant of Wrath son of Wrath, an appropriate nomination unto the Black Dagger Brotherhood. As it is within my power and discretion to do so, and as it is suitable for the protection of the race, I have waived the requirement of the maternal line in this case. You may begin." Wrath spoke. "Turn him. Unveil him." Butch was repositioned so he faced out, and Vishouse removed the black robe. Then the brother slipped the gold cross around so it hung down Butch's back, and walked away. "Lift thine eyes," Wrath ordered. Butch's breath sucked in as he looked up. He was standing on a black marble dais, staring out at a subterranean cave lit by hundreds of black candles. In front of him there was an altar made of a huge stone lintel balanced on 2 squat posts on top of which was an ancient skull. Beyond that, lined up before him, was the Brotherhood in all their glory, 5 males whose faces were solemn and whose bodies were strong. Wrath broke ranks and came up to stand at the altar. "Step back against the wall and hold on to the pegs." Butch did as he was told, feeling smooth, cool stone against his shoulders and his ass as his hands fell onto 2 sturdy grips. Wrath brought up his hand and it was shit. It was covered by an antique silver glove that sported barbs at the knuckles. Inside the fist he was making was the handle of a black dagger. Extending his arm, the king scored himself down the wrist and held the wound over the skull, the dome of which had a silver cup mounted in it. What flowed from Wrath's vein was caught and held, a glossy red pool that caught the candlelight. "My flesh," Wrath said. Then he licked his wound closed, put the blade down, and approached Butch. Butch swallowed hard. Wrath clapped his palm on Butch's jaw, shoved his head back and bit him in the neck, hard. Butch's whole body spasmed and he gritted his teeth to keep from yelling out, his hands squeezing at the pegs until his wrists felt like they were going to snap. Then Wrath stepped back and wiped his mouth. He smiled fiercely. Your flesh. The king curled up a fist within the silver glove, hauled back his arm, and nailed Butch in the chest. The barbs sunk into his skin as air exploded out of his lungs, the raw sound leaping and bounding throughout the cave. As he caught his breath, Rage came up and took the glove. The brother performed the ritual just as Wrath had, cutting his wrist, holding it over the skull, speaking the same 2 words. After he sealed up his wound, he approached Butch. The next 2 words were mouthed, and then Rage's hardcore fangs were piercing Butch's throat, the bite positioned below Wrath's. Rage's punch was fast and solid, right where Wrath had thrown his on the left pec. Next it was Fury, followed by Zadist. By the time they were done, Butch's neck felt so loose he was convinced his head was going to roll off his shoulders and bounce down the steps. And he was dizzy from the poundings on his chest, blood running down his stomach onto his thigh from the wound. Then it was V's turn. Vishouse came up onto the dais, his eyes down. He accepted the silver glove from Z and slipped it over the black leather he already wore on his hand. Then he scored himself with a quick flash of the black blade and stared at the skull as his blood dripped down into the basin, joining the others. My flesh, he whispered. He seemed to hesitate before turning to Butch. Then he pivoted and their eyes met. As candlelight flickered over V's hard face and got caught in his diamond irises, Butch felt his breath get tight. At that moment, his roommate looked as powerful as a god and maybe even as beautiful. Vishouse stepped in close and slid his hand from Butch's shoulder to the back of his neck. Your flesh, V breathed. Then he paused, as if asking for something. Without thinking, Butch tilted his chin up, aware that he was offering himself, aware that fuck. He stopped his thoughts, completely weirded out by the vibe that had sprung up from God only knew where. In slow motion, Vicious's dark head dropped down, and there was a silken brush as his goatee moved against Butch's throat. With delicious precision, V's fangs pressed against the vein that ran up from Butch's heart, then slowly, inexorably, punched through skin. Their chests merged. Butch closed his eyes and absorbed the feel of it all. The warmth of their bodies so close, the way V's hair felt soft on his jaw, the slide of a powerful male arm as it slipped around his waist. On their own accord, Butch's hands left the pegs and came to rest on V's hips, squeezing that hard flesh, bringing them together from head to foot. A tremor went through one of them. Or maybe it was more like they both shuddered. And then it was done. Over with. Never to happen again. Neither of them looked at the other as V broke away and the parting was complete and irrevocable. A path that would not be walked. Ever. V's hand snapped back and then connected with Butch's chest, the impact harder than all the others, even Rage's. As Butch choked from the force of the punch, Vishouse turned away and rejoined the Brotherhood's lineup. After a moment, Wrath walked forward to the altar and picked up the skull, lifting it high, presenting it to the brothers. This is the first of us. Hail to him, the warrior who birthed the Brotherhood. As the brothers let out a war cry that filled the cave, Wrath turned to Butch. Drink and join us. Butch went for it with gusto, grabbing the skull, tilting his head back, pouring the blood right down his throat. The brothers chanted as he drank, their voices getting louder and louder, ringing out. He tasted each one of them, the raw power and majesty of Wrath, the vast strength of Rage, the burning, protective loyalty of Fury, the cold savagery of Zadist, the sharp cunning of Vishouse. The skull was taken from his hands and he was pushed back against the wall. Wrath's lips lifted darkly. Better hold on to those pegs. Butch gripped them just as a wave of churning energy slammed into him. He bit down to keep from letting out a howl and was dimly aware of the brothers growling in approval. As the roar increased, his body began to buck against the pegs like he'd front-loaded his nose with a kilo of blow. Then everything whacked out on him, every neuron in his brain firing, every blood vessel and capillary filling. With heart pounding, head swimming, body straining, Butch woke up on the altar, naked and curled on his side. There was a burning sensation on his chest, and when he put his hand to it, he felt something grainy. Salt? As he blinked and looked around, he realized he was in front of a black marble wall, etched with what must have been names in the old language. God, there were hundreds of them. Stunned by the sight, he sat up and pushed himself to his feet. When he stumbled forward, he somehow caught his balance before he would have touched what he knew was sacred. Staring at the names, he was certain they had all been carved by the same hand, each one of them, because every symbol was of identical and loving quality. This house had done this. Butch didn't know how he knew. No, he did. There were these echoes in his head, now echoes of the lives of his brothers. Yes, and all these males whose names he read were his brothers. He somehow knew each of them now. With wide eyes, he followed the columns of writing until there it was, down on the right. The one at the bottom of the line. The last one. Was it his? He heard clapping and looked over his shoulder. The brothers were back in their robes, but the hoods were down. And they were beaming, positively beaming, even Z. That's you, Wrath said. You shall be called the Black Dagger Warrior Destroyer, descended of Wrath, son of Wrath. But you'll always be Butch to us, Rage cut in. As well as hard-ass, smart-ass, royal pain in the ass. You know, whatever the situation calls for. I think as long as there's an ass in there, it'll be accurate. How about bastard? Z suggested. Nice. I feel that. They all started laughing and Butch's robe appeared in front of him, held by Vicious's gloved hand. V did not meet his eyes as he said, Here. Butch took the robe, but he didn't want his roommate to run. He said with quiet urgency, V. Vicious's brows arched, but his eyes stayed away. This house? Come on, man. You're gonna have to look at me sometime. V. Vicious's chest expanded and his diamond stare slowly swung to Butch. There was a heartbeat of intensity. Then V reached out and repositioned the cross so it once again hung over Butch's heart. You did well, cop. Congratulations, true? Thanks for putting me up for it, Trahiner. As V's eyes flared, Butch said, Yeah. I looked up what the word meant. Beloved friend, fits you perfect as far as I'm concerned. V flushed, cleared his throat. Good deal, cop. Good deal. As Vishouse walked off, Butch drew the robe on and looked down at his chest. The circular scar over his left pec was burned into his skin, a permanent marking, just like the one each of the brothers had, a symbol of the bond they shared. He ran his fingertip over the sealed-up scar and salt granules fell free to the glossy floor. Then he looked to the wall and went over there. Crouching down, he touched the air above his name. His new name. Now I am truly born, he thought. Destroyer, descended of Wrath, son of Wrath. His vision got blurry and he blinked fast, but his lids couldn't keep up. As the tears rolled down his cheeks, he quickly brushed them aside on his sleeve, and that was when he felt the hands on his shoulders. The brothers, his brothers, had surrounded him and he could feel them now, could actually sense them. Flesh of his flesh, as he was flesh of theirs. Wrath cleared his throat, but still, the king's voice was slightly hoarse. You are the first inductee in 75 years, and you are worthy of the blood you and I share, Butch of mine blooded line. Butch let his head fall loose on his shoulders, and he wept openly though not out of happiness, as they must have assumed. He wept at the hollowness he felt, because however wonderful this all was, it seemed empty to him. Without his mate to share his life with, he was but a screen for events and circumstances to pass through. He was not even empty, for he was no vessel to hold even the thinnest of air. He lived, though was not truly alive. Chapter 49. On the way back to the mansion, everyone was full of energy and talking it up in the Escalade. Rage was popping shit as usual. Wrath was laughing at him. Then V got to throwing back, and before long everyone was taking potshots at each other. As brothers do. Butch settled himself deep in the bucket seat, aware that this homecoming, like the ceremony beforehand, was of such great joy for the Brotherhood. And even if he couldn't feel that, he was truly glad for them. They parked in front of the mansion, and when Butch got out, the big house's vestibule doors swung wide and the Brotherhood formed an open circle behind him. The chanting started again, and they processed into the rainbow-colored foyer to great applause. The dog-gen were there waiting, all 20 of them, and in front of the servants were the 3 females of the compound dressed in breathtaking gowns. Beth was wearing the blood-red one she'd been married in. Mary was dressed in royal blue, and Bella was in shimmering silver. Butch wanted Marissa there so badly. He couldn't stand to look at the Shellens from the ache in his chest. He was about to make a desperate, pansy break for the pit when the sea of bodies parted and Marissa was revealed in a gown of vibrant peach. The color so lovely and vivid, he wondered if sunshine hadn't condensed in her very form. And the chanting stopped as she came forward. Confused, unable to understand the why of her appearance, Butch nonetheless reached for her. Except she went down to her knees in front of him, the gown pooling all around her in great waves of satin. Her voice was husky with emotion as she ducked her head. "I would offer you, warrior, this pledge of luck when you fight." She lifted her hands up, and in her palms was a thick braid of her hair tied on either end with pale blue ribbon. "It would be my pride to have you keep this on you in battle. It would be my pride to have my Helren serve our race. If you still would have me." Completely wiped out by the gesture, Butch eased down to the floor and lifted up her trembling chin. As he thumbed away her tears, he took the braid from her and cradled it to his heart. "Of course I would have you," he whispered. "But what's changed?" She glanced back at the 3 females of the house in their majestic dress. Then, in an equally quiet voice, she said, "I talked to some friends. Or rather, they talked to me." Marissa, it was all he could say, and as his voice seemed to have dried up, he kissed her. When they embraced, a great cheer rose up into the vast foyer. "I'm so sorry I was weak," she whispered in his ear. "Beth and Mary and Bella came to see me. I'm never going to be at peace with the danger you face as a member of the Brotherhood. I'm going to worry every night. But they trust their males to be careful, and I believe you love me. I believe you wouldn't leave me if you could help it. I believe you will be careful with yourself and that you will stop if the evil threatens to overwhelm you. If they can handle the fear of loss, so can I." He squeezed her even tighter. "I'll be careful, I swear. I swear." They stayed on the floor, locked together for a while. Then Butch lifted his head and looked at Wrath, who had taken Beth into his arms. "So, brother," Butch said, "you got a knife and some salt? Time to finish a certain mating, you feel me? We've got you covered, my man." Fritz came forward with the same pitcher and bowl of Morton's best that had been used at Wrath and Beth's ceremony, and Rage and Mary's, and Zadist and Bella's. As Butch looked into his Shellens' pale blue eyes, he murmured, "Darkness will never take me because I have you. Light of my life, Marissa. That's what you are." Chapter 50. The following evening, Marissa smiled as she looked up from her desk. Butch filled her office's doorway, his body so very big. God, even though his neck was still healing from his induction. Good Lord, he looked good, strong, powerful. Her mate. "Hi," he said, flashing that chipped front tooth of his, as well as his fangs. She smiled. "You're early. Couldn't stay away a moment longer." He came in and shut the door, and as he subtly turned the lock into place, her body heated up. He walked around her desk and swiveled her chair to face him, then knelt down onto the floor. As he spread her thighs, he nestled in close, his bonding scent filling the air as he nuzzled her collarbone. With a sigh, she wrapped her arms around his heavy shoulders and kissed the soft skin behind his ear. "How fare you, Helren?" "Better now, wife." While she held on to him, she shifted her eyes to her desk. There, amidst the papers and folders and pens, was a little white figurine. The exquisitely carved piece was a marble sculpture of a female sitting cross-legged with a double-bladed dagger in the palm of one hand, an owl on her opposite wrist. Beth had had them made. One for Mary, one for Bella, one for Marissa, and the Queen had kept one for herself. The dagger's significance was obvious. The white owl was a link to the scribe virgin, a symbol of prayers spoken for the safekeeping of their warrior mates. The Brotherhood was strong, a unit, a powerful force in their world for good, and so too were the females. Strong, a unit, a powerful force for good in their world. Banded together, as tightly together as their warriors. Butch lifted his head and looked up at her in total adoration. With the mating ceremony completed, and her name in his back, she had dominion over his body by both law and instinct, a control he willingly surrendered to her, lovingly surrendered to her. He was hers to command, and it was, as the Glimmerer had always said, beautiful to be truly mated. Only thing those fools ever got right. Marissa, I want to take you to meet someone. Okay? Of course. Now. No, tomorrow at nightfall. All right. Who? He kissed her. You'll see. Looking deeply into his hazel eyes, she stroked back his thick, dark hair, then traced his eyebrows with her thumbs, ran a fingertip down his bumpy, broken too many times nose, tapped lightly on his chipped tooth. Kind of battle-worn, aren't I? He said. But you know, with some plastic surgery and a couple caps, I could be a high flyer just like Rage. Marissa glanced back at the figurine and thought about her life. And Butch's. She shook her head slowly and leaned in to kiss him. I wouldn't change a thing about you. Not one single thing. Epilogue. Joyce O'Neill Rafferty was in a rush and thoroughly bitched out as she headed into the nursing home. Baby Sean had spent all night throwing up, and it had taken 3 hours of waiting at the pediatrician's before the doctor could squeeze them in. Then Mike had left a message that he was working late, so he didn't have time to go to the supermarket on the way home. Goddamn it, they had nothing in the refrigerator or the cupboards for dinner. Joyce hitched Sean up on her hip and raced down the corridor, dodging meal carts and a gang of wheelchairs. At least Sean was asleep now and hadn't thrown up for hours. Dealing with a fussy, sick baby as well as her mother was more than Joyce could handle at once, especially after a day like today. She knocked on the door to her mother's room, then went right in. Odell was sitting up in bed, leafing through a Reader's Digest. Hey, Mom, how are you feeling? Joyce went over to the Naugahyde-covered wing chair by the window. As she sat down, the cushion squeaked. And so did Sean as he woke up. I'm good. Odell's smile was pleasant, her eyes vacant as dark marbles. Joyce checked her watch. She'd stay 10 minutes, then hit Star Market on the way home. I had a visitor last night. Did you, Mom? And without a doubt, she was going to buy enough for a week straight. Who was it? Your brother. Thomas was here? Butch. Joyce froze, then decided her mother was hallucinating. That's nice, Mom. He came when no one was around. After dark. He brought his wife. She's so pretty. He said they're getting married in a church. I mean, they're already husband and wife, but it was in her religion. Funny, I never figured out what she was. Maybe a Lutheran? Definitely hallucinating. That's good. He looks like his father now. Oh yeah? I thought he was the only one who didn't take after Daddy. His father. Not yours. Joyce frowned. I'm sorry. Her mother assumed a dreamy expression and looked out the window. Did I ever tell you about the blizzard of '69? Mom, go back to Butch. We all got stuck at the hospital, us nurses along with the doctors. No one could come or go. I was there for 2 days. God. Your father was so upset about having to care for the kids without me. Abruptly, Odell seemed years younger and sharp as a tack, her eyes clearing. There was a surgeon there. Oh, he was just so different from everyone else. He was the chief of surgery. He was very important. He was beautiful and different and very important. Frightening, too. His eyes, I see them still in my dreams. Just as suddenly, all that enthusiasm evaporated and her mother deflated. I was bad. I was a bad, bad wife. Mom. Joyce shook her head. What are you saying? Tears started to fall down Odell's lined face. I went to confession when I got home. I prayed. I prayed so hard. But God punished me for my sins. Even the labor was terrible with Butch. I nearly died. I bled so badly. All my other births were fine. Not Butch's. Joyce squeezed Sean so hard, he started to wriggle in protest. As she loosened her hold and tried to soothe him, she whispered, Go on. Mom, keep talking. Janie's death was my punishment for being unfaithful and carrying another man's child. As Sean let out a wail, Joyce's head spun with a horrible, terrible suspicion that this was. Oh, come on. What the hell was she thinking? Her mother was crazy. Not right in the head. Too bad she looked really frickin' lucid right now. Odell started nodding as if responding to a question someone had asked. Oh yes, I love Butch. Actually, I love him more than any of the rest of my children because he's special. Could never let that show, though. Their father bore too much of what I'd done. To favor Butch in any way would be an insult to Eddie, and I won't embarrass my husband like that. Not after he stayed with me. Dad knows? In the silence that followed, things started falling into place. An ugly puzzle coming together. Shit, this was for real. Of course Dad knew. That was why he hated Butch. Her mother grew wistful. Butch looked so happy with his wife. And oh sweet Mary, she's beautiful. They are perfect for each other. She's special like his father was. Like Butch is. They're all so special. It was a shame they couldn't stay. He said he'd come to say goodbye. As Odell teared up, Joyce reached out and grabbed her mother's arm. Mom, where did Butch go? Her mother glanced down at the hand that touched her. Then frowned a little. I want a saltine. May I have a saltine? Mom, look at me. Where did he go? Although why that suddenly seemed important she wasn't sure. Vacant eyes shifted over. With cheese. I would like a saltine. With cheese. We were talking about Butch, Mom, concentrate. God. The whole thing was all such a shock and yet no shock at all. Butch had always been different, hadn't he? Mom, where's Butch? Butch? Oh, thank you for asking. He's doing so well, he looked so happy. I'm so glad he got married. Her mother blinked. Who are you, by the way? Are you a nurse? I used to be a nurse. For a moment, Joyce almost pressed the issue. But instead, as her mother kept babbling, she looked out the window and took a deep breath. Odell's mindless prattle suddenly seemed comforting. Yes, the whole thing was all nonsense. Only nonsense. Let it go, Joyce told herself. Just let it go. As Sean stopped crying and settled against her, Joyce hugged his warm little body. Amidst the nonsensical ramblings coming from the bed, she thought of how much she loved her baby boy, and always would. She kissed his soft head. Family, after all, was the staff of life. The very staff of life.